Robinson, Kian, Noble, Bowles, Mr. Sean T. Fitz, Evan Foot, and Micah Carter. Thank you to all of my channel members. I could not do it without your help. And if you're interested in becoming a channel member, you get to watch all videos early. Whenever I upload a video, I set it to all channel members can view it, and then I schedule it for whenever the video will go live. But I only have one tier of pricing. It's just as a little show of support. I don't really have the capacity to promise any perks beyond that. Anyways, with that out of the way, let's hop into the games. So, we're right back here. This should look familiar. Now it might be a little bit hard to tell. Let me do this actually to make it a little bit easier, because I made these games that I watched bold, but I don't think that was good enough. So the games that I watched this week are gonna be in blue, just so you can kind of tell a little bit easier which ones I actually watched. So I watched Cowboys, Eagles, Chiefs, Chargers, Niners, Seahawks, Titans, Broncos, Lions, Packers, Ravens, Bills, and Vikings, Bears. Now these two games here I only watched like maybe half of the games. I didn't watch the full games, but the rest of them I watched all the game. And you see, so I have the matchup there, and then my prediction on the right. I made a video about a week ago, a few days back, giving my predictions for week 1. And I'll do a video probably in 2 days. Yeah, usually I'd put it up the day before the first game of the week. For my predictions for next week, week 2, for those of you who are new. So, let's talk about it. Cowboys versus Eagles. Now, I predicted the Eagles to win this one, and they did. But this game was actually a lot closer than I thought it would be. Hold on, let me fix this. Sorry. This game was actually a lot closer than I thought it would be. Now, the Eagles and Chiefs games were obviously like earlier in the week, so some of the details I'm a little bit fuzzy on. Now, Jalen Carter gets ejected before the game even starts for spitting on Dak Prescott. Now, there's been some other stuff that's come out saying like Dak Prescott may have spit on him first or tried to spit on him first, to be honest. I didn't look into any of it. If I was a fan of either of these two teams, I perhaps would have cared a little bit more, but obviously these are two teams and fan bases that dislike each other. I actually thought that the Cowboys looked better than I thought they would coming into this matchup. The Eagles' offense, while obviously still good, did not impress me as some of the other offenses that I watched this week. That's not to say that they'll be bad or anything like that. Don't misconstrue my words. I'm just saying that I thought this was going to be a much bigger beatdown than it ended up being. The Philadelphia Eagles ended up winning this game 24-20. No scores at all in the fourth quarter of this game. Dak Prescott had 21 completions on 34 attempts, 188 yards, 0 passing touchdowns. Didn't have a rushing touchdown either. 0 interceptions. And Jalen Hurts had 19 completions completions on 23 attempts, 152 yards, 0 passing touchdowns, but he had 2 rushing touchdowns, and no interceptions. Saquon had a bit of a quiet game for himself, 60 yards on 18 carries, only averaged 3.3, hit a touchdown as well. But overall, this was just sort of a weird game. There really were points where I thought the Cowboys were going to win, or I thought they looked like the better team. But then the Eagles would come back and they'd get their momentum back, or they'd score a touchdown, and it felt like the Cowboys just weren't able to sort of sustain a positive pace of play, and especially in that second half, they just sort of came in a little bit flat. Chiefs Chargers. So this is our Brazil game, and I got this one wrong because I thought that the Chiefs were going to win this game. Now this game, there's been some hot takes about this game coming out. People saying that Mahomes is washed, etc., etc. I don't think that is the case. That feels premature. But this Chiefs offense really does not look good. They might have the worst running back room in the entire NFL. Like, I'm not like super in depth on every single team's roster and depth chart, things of that nature. But I don't know, like watching, just watching their complete lack of run game, and also their wide receivers, especially right now with Rice out and Worthy hurt. Like it was basically Mahomes trying to force it to guys who weren't able to make plays. So I don't think that this game or this performance will be indicative of the rest of their season. Now, obviously, I think Rice doesn't come back until week 8 or 9. And when you're dealing with an injury, who knows how long that's going to take and how they're going to perform when they come back. But I do think the Chiefs should get better over the course of this season, but this is definitely not the way they wanted to start things off, and you could already see some frustrations mounting, and I don't think I think this is going to be a down year for them overall, but I don't think it's going to be like a disaster or anything like that. Now this Chargers team, they looked calm, they looked composed. Justin Herbert was really making plays. I felt like Justin Herbert and that Chargers offense could pretty much get whatever they want. They were getting big chunks of yards. Justin Herbert was getting done with his arm and with his legs. And they really played like a complete, very impressive game all around, in my opinion. So let's get into the stats. 27-21 is your final score in favor of the LA Chargers. Patrick Mahomes has 24 completions on 39 attempts, 258 yards, 1 touchdown, no picks. Justin Herbert, Patrick Mahomes also has a rushing touchdown. I forgot because that so rarely happens. Justin Herbert had 25 completions on 34 attempts, 318 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. I thought that he had a rushing touchdown as well, but he must have just gotten it close to one. Also, one thing that really bothered me in this game, the play calling. The second half of this game, fourth quarter, I think there was like 9 minutes or 8 minutes left on the clock, something like that. And the Chiefs were down 2 scores at this point. They needed a touchdown, a field goal, or 2 touchdowns to tie or win. I don't remember the exact circumstance. But they were down 2 scores, and they kept drawing up passes behind the line of scrimmage. That doesn't make any sense to me in that situation. And that happened in another game this week as well, that I'll talk about. But yeah, that that was very frustrating to me. Okay, now we have a big chunk of games here that I was not able to watch this week. I'm going to make an effort to watch these teams I missed out on in the later weeks, but obviously the time zone difference. By the time that I wake up to go to work, most of these games are already over, being played at like 4 or 5 a.m. my time. So we'll run through a bit of these here before we get into Niners Seahawks. Buccaneers versus Falcons. I predicted the Buccaneers to win this one, and they did, but the Falcons put up a great performance here. Definitely going to be a team to watch. Michael Penix had a good game. Michael Penix, 27 completions on 42 attempts, 298 yards, 1 passing touchdown, 1 rushing touchdown, 0 interceptions. And Baker Mayfield, 17 completions on 32 attempts, 167 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Steelers, Jets, Aaron Rodgers against his former team, but not his original team, and Justin Fields against his former team, not his original team. I saw a couple Justin Fields highlights from this game, and I actually thought he looked impressive, which is going to come into focus later and talk about this Bears game, but I predicted the Steelers to win this game, and they did just eke out a win by 2 points, 34-32, which is funny because the betting line was 2.5 points in favor of the Steelers, and I bet a lot more people took the over than took the under on that there. Aaron Rodgers, 22 completions on 30 attempts, and his new portrait for this season is so ridiculous looking. 244 yards, 4 touchdowns, 0 picks. Justin Fields, 16 completions on 22 attempts, 218 yards, 1 passing touchdown, 2 rushing touchdowns, both for 1 yards. 0 interceptions, but overall a good game from both quarterbacks, good game from Fields, which is cool to see with him. First game with a new team, especially with sort of the slander he's got in his career, the ups and downs, mostly downs that he's had in his career. Dolphins versus Colts. I predicted the Colts to win this game, but I did not expect things to be this bad. This Dolphins team has regressed so hard in these last 2 years, it's actually crazy to look back at that high-powered offense they had not that long ago, where I felt like they could beat any team in the league any given day. And a couple years back, it felt like if the Dolphins got hot at the right time, they could go on a run. But nowadays, it doesn't feel like that at all. Tua Tagovailoa has regressed hard. He had a really, really bad interception from this game that I saw. And the Colts put an absolute smackdown on them, 33-8. Which is funny because Indianapolis Colts were only a 1.5 point favorite in this game. Tua Tagovailoa, 14 completions on 23 attempts, 114 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. Daniel Jones, 22 completions on 29 attempts, 272 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. Panthers, Jags. I picked the Jags here. I still need to watch the highlights from this game. I want to see if Travis Hunter got used much. I don't see. Let's see his stats from this game. Can I see him here? I don't know how I see his player stats on this website. Travis Hunter played both sides of the ball. Let's see. Heisman Trophy winner Travis Hunter, second round pick in the NFL draft, worked on offense while playing both sides of the ball in season opener. Played 39 offensive snaps and caught 6 passes for 33 yards. Played 6 snaps on defense, where he worked as an outside cornerback in passing situations. That's interesting. They did end up playing on both sides of the ball, which is pretty cool. Jaguars beat the Panthers here 26-10. Bryce Young, 18 completions on 35 attempts, 154 yards. 1 touchdown, 2 picks. Trevor Lawrence, 19 for 31. 178 yards, 1 touchdown. 1 pick. Giants, Commanders. I predicted the Commanders to win this one, and they did, 21-6. Russell Wilson making his debut for the New York Giants. Had a pretty quiet game. 17 completions on 37 attempts for 168 yards. 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Jaden Daniels has 19 completions on 30 attempts, 233 yards, just the 1 passing touchdown, and 0 interceptions. This was the game that I really didn't know which way to go with predicting it. These are 2 teams I really don't pay that much attention to. And I ended up picking the Cardinals to win this just mainly because of Kyler Murray. And they do get the W here, 20-13. Kyler had 21 completions on 29 attempts, 163 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 picks. Spencer Rattler, 27 completions on 46 attempts, 214 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. And they finally did it. They barely did it, but they finally did it. I said, please, please, this is gonna be the year that the Bengals finally start the season not being below 500 through their first 4 games. They're finally gonna start the season off with a win. I almost picked the Browns here, and the Bengals almost let me down, but they get the win by 1 singular point, beating the Cleveland Browns 17-16. Joe Burrow, 14 completions on 23 attempts, 113 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 picks. Joe Flacco, 31 completions on 45 attempts, 290 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. Now it says their Fant was their leading receiver for the Bengals. So what was going on with Jamar Chase in this game? Did he not play? Let's see. I just want to see his stats for this game. He had, wow, 2 receptions on 5 targets for 26 yards. He was only targeted 5 times. I guess Joe Burrow didn't pass the ball that much. Still, that feels low. Alright, we had this nice big sea of green here. All these ones I got right. But then Drake May and the Patriots let me down. I thought they were going to beat the Raiders here. But Pete Carroll, his debut with his new team, gets the win in Foxborough with Geno Smith, 20-13. Geno Smith, 24 completions on 34 attempts, 362 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Drake May, 30 completions on 46 attempts, 287 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Okay, finally to a game I did watch, 49ers versus my Seattle Seahawks now. I saw all offseason people talking about, oh, the Seahawks team has improved, we're gonna have like a top defense, but I knew better than to buy into the hype. I knew better than to believe the Seahawks team would be anything different than what they have been, and the 49ers just absolutely whooped us. And mind you, this is a 49ers team with an injured Christian McCaffrey. He was playing, but he was not 100%, even though he carved us up, missing a wide receiver 1 and missing a wide receiver 2. So this is probably the worst 49ers team on paper of like the entire 2020s, and we couldn't get a win, and Tariq Woolen looked worse than he did like his rookie year. Like, it looks like he's regressed, if anything. And it was just a brutal game. And Sam Darnold, I knew that Sam Darnold was fool's gold. Like, he was a product of an offensive line and coaching and coordination that was amazing. And we do not have an amazing offensive line. We have an unproven coach. We do not have a great offensive coordinator, and Sam Darnold did not look good in this game, and I am so frustrated that we signed him instead of just tanking and trying to get a top pick in this year's draft and grabbing like Arch Manning or somebody. But yeah, very frustrating loss. Brock Purdy had 26 completions on 35 attempts, 277 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Sam Darnold, 16 completions on 23 attempts, 150 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. This Tennessee Titans team really impressed me, and I picked the Broncos to win, and they did get the win in the end, but this was a very close game. The Broncos came out and basically completely controlled the fourth quarter, which is why they won this. But in the first half, the first 3 quarters, the Titans were hanging right with them. Cam Ward, I don't think he necessarily did anything that like wowed me. I don't like he didn't make any massive play that I can remember. Again, I only watched maybe 3/4 of this game or something like that. But he didn't look shaken, he didn't look rattled, he looked calm, collected, which is what you want. Because obviously this is a Titans team that had the first overall pick, so they were the worst team in the league last year. But he looked calm, he looked collected. I can't remember any huge mistakes that immediately come to mind, but I might have just forgot. But I thought he had a very promising debut, with Bo Nix and what's supposed to be a very good Broncos team. Yeah, but the Broncos end up winning this 20-12. Cam Ward, 12 completions on 28 attempts, 112 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Bo Nix, 25 completions on 40 attempts, 176 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. Lions, Packers. I picked the Packers here. I knew Micah Parsons was going to be a problem in this game. People have been trying to downplay how good he is, how much of an impact he's going to be for this Packers team. I said it in my prediction video. This Packers team, getting Micah Parsons, in my mind, has immediately elevated them into like dark horse Super Bowl contender. I don't think they're now a favorite for the Super Bowl. I still think that's very clearly like the Ravens, the Eagles, the Bills. I think the Chiefs are now maybe even a tier below that. The Lions are a tier below that. I think the Packers team, this Packers team with Micah Parsons, is maybe up there with like that Chiefs Lions tier. He was such an X factor in this game. He was pressuring Goff over and over. I think he got a sack or 2. I can't remember exactly. But you noticed him out there. He left his mark on the game, and he has raised the floor for this Packers team. I also was not impressed with the Lions pass rush. I thought that Jordan Love had way too much time and space to operate. I felt like he was never really pressured that much. Overall, the defense for the Lions just left a lot to be desired. Their offensive line left a lot to be desired. And I feel like the Lions are really going to be kicking themselves that they were not able to get the job done and get a ring over the last 2 seasons, because it feels like you're maybe kind of starting to come down the other side of that hill now. And things are not going to be as good going forward as they have been. And this Packers team, as a fan of an NFC team, it terrifies me. And the Packers and Seahawks specifically, there's a lot of dislike there. But as a football fan, this team impresses me. And their front office has done some really good work here, assembling a good squad. 27-13 in favor of the Packers. Jared Goff had 39 completions on 39 attempts, 225 yards, 1 touchdown, and his trademark 1 interception, which was a really bad interception. Jordan Love 16 for 22, 188 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 picks. Texans versus the Rams. I think I'm downgrading this Texans team a little bit. I picked the Rams to win this one, and they did win it. I thought this Texans team was going to be better than this, though. They looked really bad. And the Rams did win this game, but I feel like they weren't extremely impressive. It was just sort of too, I don't know the exact wording for it, but both the teams looked not amazing. They looked sort of mediocre-ish, but the Texans being more so. But this Texans team, again, feels like a team that missed the boat a little bit. But Stafford, obviously, he really impressed me. Puka really impressed me. I knew Puka was going to have a big year this year. He did not get a touchdown, but he got 130 yards on 10 receptions. I know he's just going to absolutely crush it this year. 14-9 in favor of the Rams. Stroud had 19 completions on 27 attempts, 188 yards, no touchdowns, 1 pick. Stafford, 21 completions on 29 attempts, 245 yards, 1 touchdown, no pick. Now let's talk about, I said this was going to be game of the week, and not only was this game of the week, this Ravens-Bills game might be game of the year, and it's already week 1, or it's only week 1, I should say. This was one of the craziest football games I've seen in a long, long time. Kind of remind me of the Nick Foles Eagles Super Bowl, that level of crazy, the comeback, everything. These might be the 2 best teams in the league this year, and they were duking it out in week 1, and it was so entertaining. I predicted the Bills here simply because of home field advantage, and they do get the win after an absolutely insane 22-point fourth quarter to win it by 1 point after a 32-yard field goal. This comeback. I saw the DeAndre Hopkins, the crazy DeAndre Hopkins touchdown, the one-handed touchdown pass. And then Josh Allen comes out, he gets a rushing touchdown for that. And you're okay, they're still in it. Then Derrick Henry breaks off a 50-yard touchdown. And in my mind at that moment, I was like, that just crushed the Bills' spirit. Derrick Henry just killed them. Then they come marching back, they get the comeback, they win by 1. It was so good. Coleman and Allen and the field goal. It was such an amazing game. I watched all 4 quarters of this game. I'm so glad I did. One of the best football games I've ever watched. And I saw some fans, I saw some Ravens fans, so upset. And, I can understand giving up that big of a comeback and feeling some sort of way about that. But these are potentially the 2 best teams in the league. In the Ravens, they put up 40 points on a Super Bowl caliber team. I don't think Ravens fans have anything to worry about. And their entire offense was basically 3 guys. It was Lamar and Derrick Henry running a lot of play action, option plays and all that. And then Zay Flowers got a ton of yardage. How many yards did Zay Flowers have? Zay Flowers had 143 yards on 7 receptions. Like, Zay Flowers really, really impressed me. This game, I said that, I think in my predictions video, I said that I thought Puka might have the most receiving yards this season. But I think Zay Flowers might be up there. He really impressed me this game, and that this is against a really good Bills defense. This Ravens team, Zay Flowers could have multiple, 100 plus, 150 receiving yard games this season. He really impressed me. And I don't think the Ravens should feel bad about this loss. Obviously giving up the comeback, giving up 21 points in a quarter, that isn't great, but at the same time, it's a good team. This is an all-time game, and the only real issue I see with this Ravens team is the secondary didn't seem to be the best, especially out on the edges. It felt like the Bills had a lot of room to operate the receivers, but that's really the only thing that I think you maybe work on, be the secondary. But I didn't see any glaring issues with the Ravens in this game. Lamar Jackson had 14 completions on 19 attempts, 209 yards, 2 passing touchdowns, 1 rushing touchdown, 0 interceptions. Josh Allen, 33 completions on 46 attempts, 2 passing touchdowns, 2 rushing touchdowns, and 0 interceptions. Crazy game. I also think that the Bills need to run the ball more. They only had their rushing yardage, especially when you look at the rushing yardage the Ravens got. That's one thing I think the Bills need more, a better run game. Okay, this game, I have a lot of thoughts about this game. I predicted the Bears to win this game. Man, I'm just saying right now, these are going to be a lot of hot takes. I'm probably going to get some flack for this, but I have a lot of hot takes about this game. So the first half of this game, I thought J.J. McCarthy looked absolutely terrible. They were barely letting him throw the ball. And then when they did let him throw the ball, there was a point where J.J. threw a pick six while in a clean pocket and not being pressured. Just one of the worst. You cannot throw that interception type plays. He had all day in that pocket and he threw a pick six. And I made a note that it does not look like he spent a year on the bench learning offense. So for reference, hold on. I don't know if you're gonna be able to see this. Wow, okay, hold on. I have to keep adjusting my phone brightness here. Here's all the notes I made just about this game. This is all just about this game. I said, does not look like JJ's been on the bench learning the offense. And then I said, Caleb, they had a really impressive first quarter. I thought Caleb Williams in that first quarter, he was making a lot of really good passes. I think at one point, was it 7 or 14? I want to say it was probably 7 passes without throwing an interception. A lot of medium, intermediate length, short passes, stuff like that, but not turning the ball over, getting completions, all of that. But I noticed early on, even in that first quarter where Caleb Williams did genuinely impress me, that he was not throwing to the middle of the field. And I said Caleb is struggling to see the middle of the field, and it's something that became even more apparent later in the game, because there was a point where DJ Moore was wide open for what would have been a touchdown, and Caleb didn't even look his way. He did not see him at all. And I felt like what happened is Caleb would step into the pocket and he would make his first read, but he was having trouble progressing beyond that first read, and it was just really sort of uncomfortable to watch. And it felt like as the game went on, their position sort of shifted, and I even made this note here coming out of the I think into the second quarter or third quarter, is it JJ's turn to read the defense better now? 2 great touchdowns. He had 1 to Jefferson and then 1 to Jones. And as the game went on, JJ McCarthy kept looking better and better and more comfortable. And Caleb Williams started looking worse and worse and less comfortable. And DeAndre Swift looked to sort of be his pressure release valve. If he didn't know what to do, he tried to get the ball to Swift. But then they were running the ball with Swift. He wasn't really doing much. And as the game went on, I made this note. Caleb Williams might be the 6th best quarterback in his draft class. And that's the note I made. It said he cannot make progressions in the pocket past his first read. And that's brutal. And again, this is why. Because people, whenever I do my draft videos or talk about rookies, I get flack from people because people buy into these hype on rookies, especially QBs. Rookie QBs are such a gamble. And this is why I do not watch college football and I don't watch college sports. Because there could be guys who go in and they absolutely dominate the college game. But the minute they go pro and they're playing against the best in the world, they look average, mediocre, or sometimes bad. My problem with college sports, why do I want to watch people who aren't the best? There could be some teams where you could have a team go and win a national championship and only 3 guys on the roster make the NFL. And it's well, and the other team has 1 or 2, and it's well, why do I care? And it's things like this. You see all the hype coming into the draft, oh, he's gonna be this, this, this. Same thing with Lawrence, and then then what happens? Jane Daniels is no question better. Drake May is better. Michael Penix is probably better. JJ McCarthy was better. This game might end up being better. You just look at that QB. Bo Nix is way better. The Bears could have picked any quarterback in that draft class, and they potentially picked the worst one for that first round, which is absolutely insane. That's my hot take. The Bears had the first overall pick. They could take any quarterback, and they picked the worst one. But I think I had a pretty good prediction this week. I only got 3 wrong, so it is 16 games. I got 13 out of 16. 4. Time to pull up my calculator. 13 divided by 16 is 81%. So far for the NFL season, I've predicted 81% of the games correct. Now this is probably the highest this number will ever be. So it's only downhill from here because I basically always finish the season at 500. Anyway, guys, thank you so very much for watching. I do hope you enjoyed the video. I hope you enjoyed this week of football. Let me know how your favorite team performed and any of your hot takes or takeaways from week 1 of the NFL season. I think this is going to be a pretty exciting season. I'm definitely looking forward to watching next week and hopefully mixing up some of the teams we want to watch and checking out some of those teams that I was not able to see this week. If you liked the video, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more content just like this every single week. Until next time, guys. Bye bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another video. We are back with our week 2 review for the NFL season. I didn't remember all my predictions. I just am looking at my predictions now, and I think I did pretty good this week. This might be, after last week and this week, this might be my best, start of the season I've ever had predictions-wise. I'm not confident that I'll keep it going for long, but last week, the games that I watched are bolded and in blue text. I watched like some or all of those games in the blue bold text. So when I get to them, I'll have a little bit more to say. But let's go now to Commanders versus Packers. I picked the Packers to win this one, and they do pick up the W. Get that green there as well. Starting off the week there with the W. With the Packers. And from what I saw, it looked like Micah Parsons was again a man on a mission, much like last week. Now, did I see something about Jaden Daniels getting injured? Yeah, Austin Eckler tore his right Achilles tendon, which was really bad. Daniels said 4 times. So he was not injured. I don't know why I thought that he was. But Eckler's going to be a big loss for them. And there's actually been, it seems like, a lot of injuries up to this point of the season compared to last year. We have a number of quarterbacks who got injured. This week and last week, Joe Burrow is going to miss like 3 months. Then we got J.J. McCarthy, who's going to miss some time. And who else? I know there's 1 or 2 other guys who were hurt. I'll remember them when we get to them. But starting out the week there, the W, Commanders versus Packers. They win it 27-18 in Lambeau Field. Jaden Daniels has 24 completions on 42 attempts, 200 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 picks. Jordan Love, 19 completions on 31 attempts, 292 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0. Wait, 0 interceptions, not 0 attempts. Sorry. I'm tripping. Rams versus Titans. I predicted the Rams to win this game. And they do get a very convincing win here over the Titans. The Titans start 0-2, but to be honest, for this young team, the way they've hung around these last 2 weeks with these teams they've played, I think that they're on the right track, and Cam Ward has looked solid from what I've seen so far. I've yet to watch him in a full game. I need to at some point. I will, obviously, a couple times for the end of the season. But from looking at highlights and just reading what people have been saying about him, I don't think the Titans have much to worry about with Cam Ward. But the Rams do get the win here, 33-19. Matthew Stafford has 23 completions on 33 attempts, 298 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. Cam Ward, 19 completions on 33 attempts, 175 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. Seahawks Steelers. So I thought the Steelers were going to get the win this week. Just with how they looked week 1 against the Jets. And how good Rodgers looked in that game compared to how Seattle looked against a beat-up 49ers team. But we came in and we got the win. The defense really helped a lot here. And it has to be said, like, Rodgers looked so much worse in this game. The Steelers' offense looked so much worse in this game compared to that game against the Jets. Rodgers threw 2 interceptions, only 1 touchdown. DK Metcalf in his return to Seattle got held to only 20 yards on 3 receptions, so he basically got completely shut down by the defense. He did get a touchdown, but it was a short, I think, like little 3-yard touchdown, something like that. So the Seahawks, who completely looked terrible against a bad opponent, beat the Steelers, who I thought looked really good against maybe a decent to mid opponent. So I'm wrong about that one, but I'm not mad about being wrong about that one. 31-17 in favor of the Seattle Seahawks. Sam Darnold had 22 completions on 33 attempts, 295 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Aaron Rodgers, 18 completions on 33 attempts, 203 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. And we had that kick return touchdown. That's right, there were 2. Were there 2 kick return touchdowns? No, it's just the one. Sorry, just the way. Yeah. I was like, wait, why is it showing the Steelers? But they kick off. Pittsburgh catches it. They fumble. Seattle recovers the fumble, and then they get a touchdown. That's right. Okay. Now the first game I watched this week, Bills versus Jets. This was a complete bloodbath. Justin Fields got injured as well. That's right, because Tyrod Taylor finished this game, which actually is, I mean, all of them were unfortunate, but Justin Fields, who's sort of still trying to secure his future in this league, not that Tyrod Taylor isn't, but you know what I mean, gets hurt. I don't know how serious the injury is. Let me look here and see. He left with a concussion, okay. So hopefully he won't miss too much time, maybe a few weeks. That's good. It's not like a soft tissue injury or a ligament or anything like that. I didn't see. I just saw him. They didn't play, but I didn't see what the injury was. But this game, the Bills sort of just felt in control the whole time. They went up really early in this. It was 20-3. Going into halftime, but really it felt like they were kind of just sleepwalking to victory here. The Jets never really felt like a threat. Sorry to mark this as green. The Jets never really felt like a threat in this game. The Bills, they got the rushing touchdown. Josh Allen really wasn't throwing the ball that much. The Bills weren't making big flashy plays because they didn't need to make big flashy plays. They were just killing them. And it was, although the score wasn't as lopsided as, like, for instance, the Lions score, which we'll talk about next. It was a 20-point victory, and it felt like more of a blowout than it is because they didn't get that. It was the dying minutes of the fourth quarter that they got that touchdown, so it was like 30-3 for a majority of this game. And this Jets team is just, especially without Justin Fields, there's not a lot there that is good. 30-10 in favor of the Bills. Like I said, Bills start 2-0. The Jets are 0-2. Josh Allen had 14 completions on 25 attempts, 148 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Tyrod Taylor had 7 completions on 11 attempts, 56 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. And the Jets only had 154 total yards of offense, which is less. It's 25 fewer yards than just Buffalo's passing yards. They only had 54 passing yards, 100 rushing yards. Like I said, it never felt like they were threatening the Bills. It was just never an option that they could win that game. Bears versus Lions. I predicted the Lions to win this one. I thought they were going to have a strong bounce back game after their first week. They were going to come out really strong, especially against this Bears team, who, to say they look shaky would be a compliment. And we sort of saw the same pattern with this Bears team that we saw last week, which is where, like, in the first quarter, the offense looks decent. Caleb Williams looks decent. You get the passing touchdown to Odunze in the first quarter, and then at the end of the half. But then after like the first drive or two, the Bears offense just completely disappears. Like, I don't know if it's a defensive adjustment or what it is, but it's almost like the Bears offense, they come out, they're like super pumped up, high adrenaline, they're rolling, they're going, they get a touchdown, yeah, and then they just like come down off the high, and then they're kind of like, now what, and then they just fall apart the rest of the game. But it happened week 1 against the Vikings, it happened here against the Lions, where they come out so strong, and then they just quickly fizzle out. And it's a very interesting phenomenon. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if that continues. But the Lions absolutely trounced the Bears here, 52-21. Caleb Williams and 19 completions on 30 attempts, 207 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Jared Goff had 23 completions on 20 attempts, 334 yards, 5 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. 3 of those touchdowns to Amon-Ra St. Brown, 115 yards on 9 receptions. That's Madden numbers. I have to say, this Giants-Cowboys game, this game broke my heart. Even though I predicted the Cowboys to win this, I can admit I still have some love in my heart for Russell Wilson. I was bitter at first about his leaving, but now I'm just like, you know what, I hope he does well. And he was doing so well in this game. Russell Wilson had 450 passing yards in this game. He had a QB rating of 123. If I'm not mistaken, I think Russell Wilson had the highest quarterback rating of this entire week. I might be wrong, but I think I'm not. At 123 QB rating, he played nearly a perfect game. Like, Russ Wilson was looking like prime 2010s Russell Wilson, and it was like so good to see. But then the game goes to overtime, and the Cowboys end up winning it on a field goal. And to be honest, the overtime was a complete disaster. It was just a comedy of errors. Like, neither team looked like they wanted to win that overtime. But the thing is, though, if you're the Cowboys, it's tricky because this Giants team is predicted to be one of the worst teams in the league, and the Cowboys like barely scraped by them in OT. So you might be kind of readjusting your expectations at this point for the Cowboys. But yeah, just a brutal game. As somebody who, I was so happy for Russell Wilson and what he was doing with this game, but it just was not meant to be. 40-37 is your final score in favor of the Cowboys. Russell Wilson, 30 completions on 41 attempts, 450 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. Dak Prescott, yeah, here we go. 38 completions on 52 attempts, 361 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Alright, now we have a number of games here in a row that I didn't watch. It's interesting how they end up. This happened last week too, where there was a big run between them, like a big gap. It must just be that was hours of the day. I wonder what that is. So I'll have to look into that a little bit more. But anyways, Browns or Ravens. I predicted the Ravens here. And the Ravens got a very comfortable win over the Joe Flacco-led Browns, 41-17. Lamar Jackson had 19 completions on 29 attempts. He had 225 yards, 4 touchdowns, 0 picks. Derrick Henry, Joe Flacco, is it's very late. Joe Flacco, 25 completions on 45 attempts, 199 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Sorry, I just had to clear my throat there a little bit. Okay, now we have the 49ers versus the Saints and Brock Purdy. That's another one of our QB injuries. I think we have 4 starting QBs injured. Brock Purdy is the last one there. It goes out injured this game, so yet another injury for this beleaguered 49ers team, but so far it's had no impact on their winning, as they are now 2-0 to start the season. So I don't know how big of an impact the injuries will have on them with their easy strength of schedule. But they do get the win here over the Spencer Rattler-led Saints. Oh no. Wow, they just reported that Robert Redford died. That's actually really upsetting. I just saw that flash live on my little Windows board across the bottom there. That's really upsetting. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to try to move past that to finish the video here. The 49ers win this 26-21. Mac Jones has 26 completions on 39 attempts, 279 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Spencer Rattler, 25 completions on 34 attempts, 207 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Niners win it by 5. Patriots, Dolphins. I picked the Dolphins because the Patriots let me down last week. And they finally decide to get a win now that I don't pick them. That's fine. Patriots win it 33-27. Drake May had 19 completions on 23 attempts, 230 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Oh, Drake May actually had a higher quarterback rating than Russell Wilson at 137, Russ at 132. 2 attack Vilo at 26-32, 315 yards, 2 touchdowns. 1 interception. Drake May also had a rushing touchdown, so 3 total touchdowns from Drake May. Jaguars vs. Bengals. I picked the Bengals to win this. They do, but Joe Burrow goes down, and at first I thought it was like a ACL, MCL or something. I thought it was going to be really bad. They're saying it's a toe injury, and they're expecting him to be sidelined for 3 months, which is really, really bad. Like, at least it's not a MCL, ACL, Achilles, something like that. But 3 months. And the problem is, Joe Burrow got injured off his sack yet again. This Bengals offensive line is an issue yet again for another year in a row. They do not protect Joe Burrow. I saw this stat. Joe Burrow has played 71 games in the NFL and been sacked 201 times. Andrew Luck, who famously retired to protect his health because he was getting sacked too much, got sacked 174 times in 86 games. So Joe Burrow has been sacked more times in fewer games than the guy who retired because he kept getting sacked. And he's been injured now multiple times as a direct result of being sacked. I think he's going to have missed something like 1/3 of all potential NFL games he could have played due to injury. It's just unacceptable. This Bengals team has refused to protect their quarterback, who they have invested all of this money resources into. Even though they won this game, like, the season might be over. Jake Browning's their starting QB threw 3 interceptions. Because I got 2 touchdowns, so it's just like, it's so frustrating. 31-27 is your final score. Trevor Lawrence, 24 for 42. 271 yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Jake Browning, 21 completions and 32 attempts. 241 yards, 2 passing touchdowns, 1 rushing touchdown, and 3 interceptions. Panthers, Cardinals. I predicted the Cardinals here. They do get the win. 27 completions on 27-22 over the Carolina Panthers. Bryce Young, 35 completions on 55 attempts. That's what we were seeing last season, that bad habit where they're having him throw the ball either way too much or way too little. It's like passing the ball 55 times. I know you're losing the game, but like at that point, the other team can just completely sell out on the run, and like it's not a winning strategy. 328 yards for Bryce Young, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. Kyler Murray, 17 completions on 25 attempts, 220 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. And the last of this series of games that I was out to watch, the Colts versus the Broncos. I predicted the Colts to win this one, and they did, but just by the skin of their teeth. 29-28 in their favor. It's funny as Denver was a 1.5 point favorite, so you know some people lost some money on this game. Daniel Jones is 2-0 to start his career in Indianapolis. Bo Nix, 22 for 30, 206 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 pick. Daniel Jones, 22 for 34, 316 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. Alright, Eagles Chiefs. This game was rough. I'm not the type to call people washed. Travis Kelce, clearly his priorities lie outside of football at this point. Week 1, that taking out his own teammate and injuring them in Xavier Worthy. And then this week, dropping like a sure thing touchdown pass. Which, if he catches that, I'm like 99% sure the Chiefs win this game. I don't see how the Chiefs lose this game if he catches that pass. And it has to be said, Patrick Mahomes' deep ball at this point might be non-existent. Which is crazy to say because that was like one of his best weapons not that long ago, but he was overthrowing everybody. I don't remember who it was, but he had a receiver wide open going downfield. If he gets it into his hands, it is a sure thing touchdown. Again, this is the 4th quarter, and he overthrows him. The Chiefs left 14 points on the board this game. 14 points on the board in a game that they lost by 3, and they start 0-2 for the first time since 2014. It literally just feels like if Mahomes isn't doing it, it's not going to get done, and he is not able to do it to the same degree that he was just a few years ago. Meanwhile, this Eagles team is just, they're not playing flashy football, which is the crazy thing. They're just making smart plays, pounding the ball, pick up 3 yards, pick up 3 yards, pick up 3 yards, you know, like they grind it out and they win and it's effective. They just won a Super Bowl, they're 2-0. They win this game by 3 points, they wear you down, they pound you in the trenches, and it wins football games. Jalen Hurts has 15 completions on attempts, 101 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Although he does have 1 rushing touchdown. Patrick Mahomes, 16 completions, 29 attempts, 187 yards, 1 passing, 1 rushing touchdown, 1 interception. Falcons, Vikings, J.J. McCarthy apparently gets injured after this game. I'm not sure. I don't remember seeing any play in this game where I think he would have sustained an injury. But man, compared to last week, he got Offensive Player of the Week. This was a really, really bad game. He got the lowest or second lowest QB rating at the week. I feel like Geno Smith was worse than him. Rating of 37.5. Yeah. 11 completions, 20 attempts for Jim McCarthy. Like, he looked lost all night. Like, watching this game, I genuinely cannot remember a moment that said to me where I was like, oh, okay, there it is. Where week 1, that fourth quarter, the touchdown pass to Jefferson, like, he was sort of making magic happen in those moments. So because he was able to do that week 1, I'm not like giving up on him, but it's just like he looked like a totally different player than he did week 1. It has to be said that he was playing the Bears week 1, so like, it's the Bears. But the Falcons, they look calm, they look composed. Michael Penix, you know, he got the job done. He's not super flashy. He's not throwing the ball that deep, that far. I still like watching Penix. I don't see like a Pro Bowl QB or anything like that. But I see a guy who can be a starter in this league for a while, and that's fine. Falcons in this game 22-6, Penix 13 for 21, 135 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. J.J. McCarthy 11 for 21, 158 yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Buccaneers, Texans. I predict the Buccaneers. They get the win here, and I have to say, another amazing game. So last week, that Bills-Ravens game was an absolute treat to watch, and this week, I'm really glad I decided to into this Buccaneers-Texans game because the rest of the games were sort of so-so. The Giants game, Cowboys game was alright. Bills-Jets was boring as a neutral. Eagles, jeez, it was okay, but you kind of always knew the Eagles were going to win. Falcons-Vikings was pretty boring as a neutral. Buccaneers-Texans was a very exciting game, especially that fourth quarter. Baker Mayfield magic, rushing on a 4th and 10, converting the first down, like just leading this crazy fourth quarter drive, 80 yards downfield, getting the W. I predicted this Buccaneers team to win the NFC South this year, and I just got more and more convinced that they will after this performance. Like, the resiliency. Baker Mayfield continues to be a great leader across the board, and the Texans, they're now 0-2, and like, compared to the expectations for this team, sort of their trajectory from like 2 years ago, last year, I'd be lying if I said I didn't have some concerns. I feel like they are not on the right path at the moment. Yeah, it feels like they need to make some changes. They need to get things, to get this ship right, because it feels like they've taken a step back, whereas this Buccaneers team, I don't think they've necessarily taken a step forward, but I'd say they're just as good as they were last year, and they were pretty darn good last year. 20-19 is your final score. Baker Mayfield, 25 completions on 38 attempts, 215 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 picks. C.J. Stroud, 13 for 24, 207 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. finally, Chargers Raiders. I thought the Raiders would win this one. They did not, and this was a vintage Geno Smith experience. And I have to say, as a Seahawks fan, I do not miss this version of Geno Smith. There was a point towards the end of the game. It was fourth down. They go for it on fourth down because it was like the fourth quarter. They have to score to stay alive. It's fourth down, and Geno threw it out of bounds. Like the worst. Like at that point, it's literally fourth down. Just throw it down the field and pray your guy grabs it, because if the other team grabs it, at least the ball is further down the field than it will be if you throw it out of bounds. Like, this was a vintage, terrible Geno Smith performance. And this Chargers team looks really good. They have a really good offensive line. They have a really good defense. They're solid, and as somebody, I've said many times, I'm a huge Justin Herbert fan. I want to temper my expectations a little bit, because I'm like, oh, maybe Justin Herbert could win a Super Bowl. And so I try to chill the hype train a little bit, but they look really solid. That offensive line, the defensive line, both like in the trenches, the team's really good. And it'll be an exciting team to watch this year, even though I've like picked against them both weeks. They are a team that I hope does well, and it feels like Quentin Johnston has sort of corrected some of the issues he had. He's had now 2 touchdowns, like 1 in each week. So he's starting to show some of that potential that he was drafted for as well. 20-9 in favor of the Chargers. Just number 19 completions on 27 attempts, 242 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 picks. Geno Smith 24 for 43, 180 yards, 0 touchdowns, 3 picks. So this week I got 13 for 16 for 81% correct, which is the exact same that I got last week. So far for this season I am 26 for 32, which I think should just be 81%, but I'll double check. Yep, 81% for the season and the week. So very consistent so far, but like I said, I do not anticipate that this run of good luck with my predictions will hold up. But anyway, guys, let me know in the comments down below how your team performed this week, or what your favorite game of this week was. I look forward to seeing your comments. If you liked the video, please leave a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more content just like this every single week. Until next time, guys. Bye bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another video. Now, before we start today, I want to give a special thank you to all of my channel members. And the list is, of course, taking forever to load. Okay, here we go. Rhea, James Sucks, Sigurd Arvlot Sudness. I apologize if I did that wrong. I think that's a Swedish name. Cedric Musi, Andrew Peacock, Speed Racer Enjoyer, Michael Marcellus, JHS Cove, Skimp Pix, Box Float, Andreas Anderson, Vince Tremblay 1234, Luke Wenzel, Riley Bergen, Isaiah Robeson, Kian, Noble Bowles, Mr. Sean continued support for my channel. Now, I need to start this week off with an apology. I barely was able to watch football this week. I have been like sick as a dog since Saturday. It's now Tuesday night, and I'm only just today starting to feel marginally better. And like, I was so sick I didn't go to work, and I couldn't even drag myself out of bed to the couch to watch these games. Like, I was like bedridden for 4 days. So I only watched 3 games this week. So my apologies, I'm not going to have a ton to say this week. I still want to do my cover of the games, the recap of the games, and see how my predictions went. And looking at it, I don't think I did that well. But let's get into the sheet now. So here's the games. And as always, the bolded games in blue are the ones that I watched. And I noticed that it seems to be the same handful of teams that are getting the good time slots here in Australia every week. I'm assuming they're the prime time games back in the States, which is making it really difficult. Like, I have not seen either of these teams yet. I've seen the Falcons, I haven't seen the Panthers. I haven't really seen some of these teams yet. I haven't gotten a good look at them, so that's been frustrating. But let's start with the Dolphins and Bills, a game which I did get the chance to watch. And this was, I predicted the Bills to win this. They did get the win. But this game, for quite a while, the Dolphins were looking good. They came out hot on that first drive. Like, they came out of the gate firing on all cylinders. And you could just tell they were sort of hungry, and they wanted to prove the doubters wrong, and they wanted to prove that they could hang with a team like the Bills, and they did hang with them for a little bit. As they come out of the beginning, Gordon gets that one. Tyreek had this crazy catch. I don't remember if that catch was Tyreek's touchdown catch or not, but he had this one just crazy reception at one point, and this game was very, very back and forth for the most part. The Dolphins score, then Bills, Dolphins, Dolphins, then Bills take the lead, and then the field goal ices it, and they win by 10, 31-21. But this game was really back and forth, and I don't know if that's more an indictment on the Bills, or maybe this Dolphins team is better than their record and better than they've looked. Like, we do know they have the offensive talent on this team, and theoretically they do have a good coach. But the Dolphins really did impress me in this game, even though they didn't win the game. Tua Tagovailoa has 22 completions on 34 attempts, 146 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, and 1 interception. Josh Allen had 22 completions on 28 attempts, 213 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Now, Colts vs. Titans. I thought the Titans would win this one, just because I thought that they had played better than their record. I've been impressed with Cam Ward, and it's not to take anything away from the Colts. Obviously, they are now 3-0 for a reason. They're leading the AFC South for a reason. Daniel Jones he looks like he has a whole new life in him. And this Colts team is now rolling, and it doesn't help that the first play of the game is Cam Ward's first career interception, which is taken back for a pick 6. That's not the way you want to start is scoring in this game if you're the Titans. So right off the bat, you're a little bit concerned about that prediction, and the Titans do fall to 0-3, and this is probably the worst game they have played yet this season, as the Colts win 41-20. Daniel Jones had 18 completions on 25 attempts, 228 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. Cam Ward, 23 completions on 30 attempts, 219 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Okay. We move now to the Steelers versus the Patriots. I predicted the Steelers to get the W here, and they did get the W. They advanced to 2-1 on the season, and it was nice seeing DK Metcalf get his passing touchdown there. Not sure how many total yards he had. Let me take a look. One thing I don't like about this website I use for like game recaps is they don't really have individual stats outside of top performers. So let me just look up real quick DK Metcalf. He had 3 receptions for 32 yards and a touchdown, so the yardage is still a little bit below where I'd like him to be at, especially for that WR1 slot. But maybe I'll just take some time for him and Aaron Rodgers to build up that chemistry, because this was a pretty low yardage game through the air for the Steelers. They went at 21-14. Aaron Rodgers had 16 completions on 23 attempts, 139 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Drake May had 28 completions on 37 attempts, 268 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 1 interception. Okay. Jets versus Buccaneers. Okay, Jets versus Buccaneers. Tyrod Taylor versus Baker Mayfield here. Justin Fields out with a concussion. I'm not sure when he's expected to be back. I predicted the Buccaneers here, and they did win this, but just by the skin of their teeth. This was a closer game than I had anticipated. And if Tyrod Taylor does not throw that pick 6, the Jets win this one. I did see the highlight from this game of the blocked field goal return for the touchdown. Not a play you see very often. Has to be up there with one of the rarest plays. I think the 1-point safety is still the rarest play in the NFL, like across the board. But this has to be up there in the top 3, surely. Okay. Buccaneers win this 29-27. Tyrod Taylor, 26 completions on 36 attempts, 197 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception, and that 1 interception, like I said, was a pick 6. Baker Mayfield, 19 completions on 29 attempts, 233 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 picks. So most of the scoring here came from field goals. And then that pick 6 as well. And after last week's performance from Baker Mayfield, where, he put on an absolute clinic, one of the greatest fourth quarter game-winning drives I've seen in a very long time. Was a bit shocking to see that now looking at this. Raiders versus Commanders. I played the Commanders and they did get the W here. guess I'm doing better than I thought I was here. Geno Smith versus Marcus Mariota with Jaden Daniels out. I thought he was injured, and then people were saying, no, he's not injured, and they didn't end up playing, so I don't really know what happened with all that. But I'm not like a college football guy, but I am an Oregon Ducks fan. And so seeing Marcus Mariota out there on the field and having Marcus Mariota opening the scoring with a rushing touchdown here, that's really cool. And the Commanders cruised to a big victory here, 41-24, which is crazy because they were only a 2.5-point favorite going into this. Geno Smith, 19 completions on 29 attempts, 289 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 picks. Marcus Mariota, 15 completions on 21 attempts, 207 yards, 1 touchdowns. Plus the rushing touchdown, no picks. Rams, Eagles. I picked the Eagles here, and they did get the win. They're still undefeated on the season. Win this one 33-26. Wow, this game was all LA until the end of the game. That whole first half. It was 19-7 in favor of the Rams going into halftime, but then Philly, back-to-back passing touchdowns and a blocked field goal return touchdown happened twice in the same game. Or not in the same game, but in the same week. That's actually crazy. Twice in the same week. Matthew Stafford, 19 completions on 33 attempts, 196 yards. 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Jalen Hurts, 21 completions on 32 attempts, 226 yards, 3 passing touchdowns, 1 rushing touchdown. No interceptions. Saquon Barkley had a bit of a quiet game. 46 yards on 18 carries, averaging only 2.6 yards per carry. That's also very low for Barkley. So the Rams were doing a good job containing him. Falcons, Panthers. I predicted the Falcons here, and man, they got shut out 30-0. I don't think anybody was predicting that. Atlanta was a 4.5-point favorite here. Penix had a QB rating almost as bad as J.J. McCarthy had last week. Got a pick 6 for Michael Penix. That's bad. That's really bad. I'm kind of glad I didn't watch this game. I'll have to go back and watch some highlights or just see what went wrong here with the Falcons, because I definitely was not expecting this sort of performance from this Falcons team. The Panthers win it 30-0. Penix 18 completions on 36 attempts, 172 yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, one of which was a pick 6. Bryce Young, 16 completions on 24 attempts, 121 yards, no passing touchdowns, but he did have a rushing touchdown, and no interceptions as well. We had the Injury Bowl, Bengals versus Vikings. Jake Browning in for Joe Burrow, who was hurt, and the more we hear about his injury, it looks like it might be worse than we thought. And Carson Wentz, who's in for J.J. McCarthy. So I thought the Bengals would win here just because the overall talent on the team around Browning on offense, I thought that would overcome, but the Vikings blew them out 40-10. Jake Browning not only threw a pick 6, but he also, there was also a fumble return for a touchdown, so that's 14 points coming off of turnovers against the Bengals, which one score coming off a turnover can completely torpedo your week and give you a loss, but 2 of them in the same game is basically impossible to come back from. 40-10 in favor of the Vikings. Jake Browning, 19 completions on 27 attempts, 140 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 picks, one of which was a pick 6. Carson Wentz, 14 completions on 20 attempts, 173 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Here we just have all my L's coming in a row. Texans versus Jaguars. I predicted the Texans here because I thought, again, that the Texans were better than their record. This was a team that not that long ago was considered sort of a dark horse championship contender. They were a team of the future for a little while, and I hadn't lost that much faith in them, but I think there might be alarm bells now going off in Houston because they are now 0-3. They're third in the AFC South, and CJ Stroud is looking bad this year. Like, he is not looking like the CJ Stroud from last year, or even the year before that. Like, just his stats have not been great this year, just looking at his on-paper stats. 17-10 in favor of the Jags is your final score here. CJ Stroud has 25 completions, 38 attempts, 204 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 picks. Trevor Lawrence, 20 completions, 40 attempts, 222 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception. They combined for 426 passing yards, and there was only 1 passing touchdown between the two teams. I feel like that would have been a terrible game to watch live. Okay, we're on the back half of the course now. Packers versus Browns. I'm gonna have to go back and watch some highlights from this game to see what went wrong here for the Packers. But man, just looking at these stat lines, this is not the Packers team that I saw the first 2 weeks of the season, because I watched in full both Packers games, week 1, week 2. They were firing on all cylinders. They looked like the team to beat. They looked like a top or second tier team in the NFL. And this Browns team has definitely not looked like that. So I really am going to have to go and watch this game and see what exactly went wrong here for Green Bay, because this is a bit shocking to me. 13-10 in favor of the Browns. Jordan Love, 18 completions on 25 attempts, 183 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. And then Joe Flacco with 12 completions on 36 attempts, 142 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception. Broncos, Chargers. I thought the Chargers would get it done, and they almost didn't. This one was a close one, but they do pull off the win, 23-20, and the Los Angeles Chargers. I almost said the Los Angeles Chargers. Like what? Charger jet? I don't know what I was saying there. Sorry about that. I scrolled over. They get the win, 23-20 there. Very close game. Los Angeles Chargers are 3-0 and leading the AFC West. Bo Nix, 14 completions on 25 attempts, 153 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions, and Justin Herbert, a bit of a weird game from him, just looking at the stat line here. 28 completions on 47 attempts. He was absolutely slinging that ball. He had 300 passing yards. But to be throwing the ball that much and have that many yards and to only win the game by 3 is a bit... It's not great. 1 touchdown, 1 pick. That feels like he threw the ball way too much. But hey, the Chargers are 8-17 on 3rd down, so I can't fault him too much for that. Alright, finally, a game I did watch. I know there was a really big gap there. But as a Seahawks fan, this... Oh, I've seen there Seahawks. I don't know why I put Colts there. I predicted the Seahawks to get the win. And we did get the win this week. And this game as a Seahawks fan was like cathartic. Which is so funny because we're 2-1, right? But we're still bottom of the NFC West. And I really feel like that loss to the 49ers to start the year might come back to haunt us as we get to the end of the season. Because right now this Seahawks team is top 5 in both offensive and defensive rating across the entire league. But because of how strong the NFC West is right now and all the wins that every team in the division will have by the end of the season, like we still could miss the playoffs even being that strong of a team because of that one bad loss to start the year. But this was an amazing game. It was great seeing Jackson Smith and Jigba come out the game and get a touchdown to start things off. He's really filling into that wide receiver 1 slot really well. And then we had the 61-yard punt return later in the game. And overall, it was just such a great offensive onslaught. And like, for the Seahawks, it feels like offense has been a weakness for a while now. And it was just like, it was so nice to finally see like a good, well-oiled offense that was just dismantling a team. I feel like we hadn't seen that in a very long time. And I know it's just the Saints, and the Saints team is probably the worst team in the league, but man, it was still just cathartic to watch. Like I said, 44-13 in favor of the Seahawks. Spencer Rattler, 28 for 39, 218 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Sam Darnold, 14 completions on only 18 attempts. He did not really have to do that much, because Kenneth Walker was absolutely tearing things apart. 218 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Cardinals, Niners. I predicted the Cardinals here, and they lost by 1 single point. What's crazy is the over-under on this game was 1.5 points. I bet you so many people lost money on this game. So many people had their parlay busted on this game. It was like taking the under on a 1.5 point spread. Especially with these two teams. Like, you'd be crazy to do that, but man. The Niners win this 16-15, and they go 3-0-0 to start the season. And the fact that this 49ers team, who are basically entirely comprised of backups at this point, I think their only starter, ironically, is Christian McCaffrey, who's like the most injury-prone guy on the team, but he's the healthy one. And they're still getting these wins despite everybody on their team being hurt. It's just very frustrating. As a Seahawks fan, as a fan of a team in the SUS, it's extremely frustrating. But I think Bosa also got injured in this game, so like now they have yet another injury. So maybe that the injuries will finally now catch up to them and they'll start taking some L's, but I'm not convinced. Like I said, 16-15 in favor of the Niners. Murray, 22 completions on 35 attempts, 159 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 picks. Mac Jones, 27 completions on 41 attempts, 284 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Cowboys, Bears. I thought the Cowboys would have this one, especially against this Bears team who has looked really bad the first 2 weeks of the year, weeks of the season, where, like I've said before, it feels like they have 1 or 2 good drives and then they just suck the rest of the game. But they somehow dismantled this Cowboys team 31-14. This is such a weird week. The Packers losing, the Bears winning, the Texans losing, the Falcons losing. Like, this is such a weird week. I don't know. The Bills almost losing. Dak Prescott, 31 for 40, 251 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 picks. Caleb Williams, 19 completions on 28 attempts, 290 yards, 4 touchdowns, 0 picks. I don't know how I saw this because I wasn't watching this game. Maybe it was on a TV I walked past or something. But I saw that that first touchdown pass to a Doonsay, and that was a beautiful pass by Caleb Williams. That might be the best pass I've ever seen him make. And he had 2 deep bombs in this game. He had 1 65-yarder and 1 35-yarder in this game, which is good to see for people who want to see him succeed. Chiefs Giants 22-9. I actually should pull this one. I didn't see this whole game, but I did see half of it. I predicted the Chiefs to win here, and they did. Although early in the game, they looked rough. They definitely looked shaky. At points I feel bad for Russell Wilson, seeing him sort of go out the way that he has at the moment, throwing 2 interceptions in this game. And I know this Giants team isn't a great team, so it's but still, just seeing Russell Wilson end his career like this, when I feel like early on a lot of people had him on a Hall of Fame trajectory. Now I'm not convinced that he will make the Hall of Fame. It feels like his position as sort of one of the big names of the 2010s quarterback classes is just sort of fizzled out, and nobody really talks about him or thinks about him in the same vein as some of those other guys anymore, where for a while it was looking like he would be among those names. But the Chiefs end up getting back here, especially completely dominating the second half of the game, where they just pull away from the Giants and they win it 22-9. Patrick Mahomes had 22 completions on 37 attempts, 224 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. Russell Wilson, 18 completions on 32 attempts, 160 yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Now this game, man, I predicted the Lions to win this, and this was like my upset pick of the week that I thought people might push back on and say I was crazy. But I just had a feeling, and I do not trust this Ravens defense. And even though I did not do that well this week, I'm proud of this prediction because I was 100% committed to this one here. The Ravens are 1-2, and it really feels like the Lions, I don't want to say they solved Lamar or figured out Lamar, because he's still obviously like an MVP candidate. He's going to be in, all that. Like, he's still an elite level player, and there really is no shutting him down. But I felt like the Lions did as good of a job as you basically can do, and sort of provided the blueprint on what you need to do to shut down Lamar here. And it helps that they have that two-headed beast of Gibbs and Montgomery, who, they completely, you compared them to Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry only got 50 yards this game. Montgomery got 150, and then an extra 80 or so from Gibbs. And watching those two running backs just go in there for the Lions, this whole Lions offense was just humming this whole game. And it felt like they were just really, really good at shutting down the Ravens offense when it mattered. There were still moments early in the game, Henry busted out this massive 28-yard run for a touchdown, and obviously the Ravens were still getting their big chunk plays, but it felt like when it mattered during those big game-changing moments, the Lions were consistently getting stops when they needed to get stops, and scoring when they needed to score, going for it when they needed to go for it, things of that nature. And there was one point, I think, a big turning point for me, and something that frustrates me about the modern NFL. There's a point where the Ravens had a fourth down rather, and the Ravens went for it on fourth down instead of kicking the field goal. They were right in the red zone, and Lamar almost got sacked, dropped the ball. It was this really weird sequence. But I'm so tired of the analytic decision making there, because if you just kick the field goal there, well then as you get towards the end of the game, it's only a 5-point game, or it just completely changes the calculus instead of it being an 8-point game at the end. That is one thing that I know statistics say that that's the best way to do it, but I don't know. It bothers me that it's sort of, you see more and more people just going for it so aggressively on fourth downs. But the Lions do get the win, 38-30. Jared Goff had 20 completions on 20 attempts, 202 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. Lamar Jackson, 20 completions on 27 attempts, 288 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, and Lamar Jackson did not get a rushing touchdown this week. It's a little bit weird to see. But definitely a bad week for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this week I had 9 for over 16. So if I do 9 divided by 16, I got 56% this week. So going 81% back-to-back weeks, dropping down to 56%. This is gonna tank my rating. So I have 35 for 48. Okay. And that's 73%. So it hasn't completely killed my ratings, but I still need a strong week next week to not get cratered by this. So thank you guys so much for watching. I promise I'll be healthier this coming week and actually watch more games. Let's see, looking at the schedule right now just to see what games are on at which time. So on the 26th we have Cardinals Seahawks at 10 a.m. I'm definitely going to be watching that. So that's your Thursday game, my Friday game. 27th, 28th, Vikings Steelers 11:30 a.m. I'm definitely be watching that. That should be a fun game. And then Packers Cowboys at 10:20 on the 20th. So if you see, I don't know if you'll be able to see because of my screen, but you see all these games. These are all at 3 a.m. my time here in Sydney. These are all 3 a.m. games. And then these are at 6:05 a.m. For reference, I wake up to go get ready for work at 6:30 a.m. And then we have 10:30. So that's really the only game I can watch. And then on the 30th, we have Jets Dolphins at 9:15 and Bengals Broncos at 10:15, so I can watch both those. But that'll be next week's games. Anyways, thank you guys so much for watching. I do hope you enjoyed the video. I hope that your team had good outcomes this week, and if you're in a pick'em league, you did better than I did. Anyway guys, if you liked the video, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more content just like this every single week. Till next time, everyone. Bye bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another video. Now, I usually don't do this, but I'm recording this the morning of the day this video will go live. But NFL is in the books. Before we get into it, I want to give a special thank you to all of my channel members. Andrew Peacock, Rhea, James Sucks, Sigurd Arflodsonis, Speed Racer Enjoyer, Michael Marcellus, JHS Gove, Skimp Pigs, Box Float, Andreas Anderson, Vince Tremblay 1234, Luke Wenzel, Riley Bergen, Isaiah Robeson, Kian Noble Bowles, Philly Fitz, Evan Foot, and Micah Carter. Thank you so much to all of my channel members for your continued support. You're the ones that keep me going with all this stuff. So, NFL week is in the books. Week 4 is done. And before we really get into the games, the Tyreek Hill injury is one of those things. And I think I talked about this a couple years back when I was reviewing the game that Damar Hamlin had his really bad injury and all the rest of it. But it's one of those moments where it really puts into perspective, like, as a fan, what it is that you're really like watching and supporting and getting enjoyment out of. Obviously there's the whole CTE aspect as well, and what we've seen from that. Then like watching his leg on that injury, and just knowing like something like that, he'll likely never play again. I think that was probably the curtain call for Tyreek Hill there, but it's just one of those things that really puts it into perspective and makes you question, like, man, what am I really? You know, these guys literally putting their body and the health on the line, and obviously they make, you know, tens of millions of dollars, so there'll be certain people who think because of that, you know, they won't have too much sympathy for them, and to an extent I can understand that position. But at the same time, you know, they really don't have any other skills outside of that, and so many of the guys end up broke, like, within a few years of leaving the league, plus with some of these terrible injuries and head injuries and stuff like that, so just one of those moments. Anyways, let's get into the games. So the order is gonna be a little bit weird today. I'm not gonna go through these in order. I don't know what happened, but things got all rearranged here. But these are my predictions that I made earlier in the week. The bolded games in blue are the games I watched at least a little bit of. Where is the Steelers Vikings? Here it is, Steelers Vikings. I only watched like the first half of this game. It was on at like midnight my time, so I watched most of the first half, then I ended up falling asleep, so I only watched part of this game. Okay. We're gonna start with Vikings Steelers. They had Carson Wentz in a QB against Aaron Rodgers. This was an international game played in Dublin. And, you know, Carson Wentz, maybe it's because I thought that Carson Wentz would sort of blend in Ireland. He sort of fits in, you know, being the redhead and all that. Now, ultimately, I thought that the Vikings had overall a better team outside of the quarterback position. I thought they had better coaching staff as well, the Vikings, but ultimately, Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers here to get the W, so I start the week off. I'm taking an L. That's not what I wanted. I wanted that. So I start the week off taking an L. The one, honestly, I did not find the first half too very exciting. Kind of looking at the play-by-play here, it seems like the second half might have been a little bit better. But there was that great 80-yard touchdown pass down to DK Metcalf, Aaron Rodgers, to DK Metcalf. And, you know, I'm not an Aaron Rodgers fan or a Steelers fan, but I am a DK Metcalf fan, and I hope that, for his sake, that him and Aaron Rodgers can start to build that chemistry a little bit better. Because DK, being their wide receiver one, he hasn't really had those big breakout moments yet that we sort of all know he is capable of, and that we saw him get from time to time in Seattle. So now sort of having him be the leader of that wide receiver core, and having Aaron Rodgers of all quarterbacks, I've been waiting for that big moment for him, and hopefully this is it, and this gets him going for the rest of the season going forward. The Minnesota Vikings attempt a fourth quarter comeback here with back-to-back touchdowns as well as a 2-point conversion. That's good, but ultimately they just fall short. And the Pittsburgh Steelers win this by 3 points, 24-21. Carson Wentz has 30 completions on 46 attempts, 350 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Aaron Rodgers has 18 completions on 22 attempts, 200 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. Seahawks, Cardinals. So I thought the Seahawks would win here, and they did, but I'm telling you, as a Seahawks fan, this game made me mad as a Seahawks fan, because we got through the entire first half, and we were completely in control in that first half. We were up 14-3. The offense was rolling. Sam Darnold looked probably the most confident he has looked all season. With the play calling, with the team, all that, I thought Sam looked really good. Obviously not our biggest win, but just his body language and all that, and it seemed like in that first half the coaching staff was trusting him to throw the ball. They were trusting the offensive line to block for him. And then the second half, it just sort of all changed, and it's so frustrating, and this always frustrates me when a team will get the lead, and once they have the lead, then they completely change the play style that's been working for them up to that point. And I understand, burning the clock or things of that nature to try and extend your possession time while you have the lead. But the Seahawks weren't even doing that. There was one point where it was just 3 run plays and then a punt. And it's just why are you bringing in these quarterbacks if you don't trust them in these situations? And as the second half went on and on, you could just feel the momentum shifting, and the Cardinals were getting hotter and hotter, and they were finding the holes in the secondary. Their offense was flowing, you could just feel a touchdown coming, and then ultimately it did come. And that was the Marvin Harrison one, which I think that one was particularly bad. If I remember correctly, he beat Witherspoon for that touchdown, but Marvin Harrison Jr. was so bad in the first half of the game that the Cardinals fans were booing him, and at one point he got a reception and they did a sarcastic cheer, because they're oh my god, this bum finally got a reception. And then for him to get the first passing touchdown for the Cardinals and beating, I believe it was Witherspoon, but I might be incorrect, of all people, to get that touchdown was just sort of insult to injury. The dude was looking like the worst player on the field 20 minutes ago, and now he's starting to come back and getting the momentum rolling. And then there was another one to DeMarcado, and then we were at a tie game, and it was so frustrating. And this was always my concern with the new coaching staff, because Mike he was a defensive coordinator first and foremost, and so that's always the concern when you have a defensive coordinator as head coach, because they're always going to play a more conservative offense. And so that entire second half offense was just extremely frustrating to watch. Ultimately we get the win after the field goal, but it should not have come down to that. This should have been a comfortable win. But coming out of halftime, the team was just playing different. Their mentality was different. The play calling was different, and it almost resulted in a loss to a division rival, which, already having a loss to the 49ers, a loss to the Cardinals as well, could have already been putting the season in jeopardy only a month into the season. So not yeah, it's good that we got the win, but I'm still frustrated about the game overall. 23-20 in favor for the Seahawks. Sam Darnold had 18 completions on 26 attempts, 242 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. Kyler Murray, 27 completions on 41 attempts, 200 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Okay. The Saints versus the Bills. I predicted the Bills to win this one, and they did. I believe the Bills are one of only a handful of teams that remain undefeated after week 4. I think there's only 2 or 3 undefeated teams. I think it's the Eagles and the Bills. And that might be it. I'll have to look, but the Bills maintained their undefeated streak to start the season, getting the home win 31-19. Spencer Rattler had 18 completions on 27 attempts, 126 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. Josh Allen, 16 completions on 22 attempts, 209 yards, 2 passing touchdowns, 1 rushing touchdown, 1 interception. Titans versus the Texans. I predicted the Texans here to get their very first win. I think the most memorable thing coming out of this game was Cam Ward's post-game sort of press conference. If you didn't see it, he basically said, like, yeah, we're ass, we're not good. I imagine those comments, although accurate and maybe appreciated by some of his teammates, probably were not appreciated by coaching staff and maybe some other teammates. So that honesty, especially being a rookie, like, definitely is refreshing. But that was sort of a funny moment coming out of this game. Texans shut out the Titans 26-0. Cam Ward, 10 completions on 26 attempts, 108 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception. CJ Stroud, 22 completions on 28 attempts, 233 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. And it's funny because those earlier weeks, weeks 1 and 2, I thought that although the Titans did not win, I thought that there were like positive building blocks for the team. I was like, oh well, they lost the game, but the offense looked decent, and Cam Ward looked comfortable. And I was like looking at, I saw some positives there. And I wasn't able to watch this game, but just looking at the score lines, it seems like those positives might be starting to maybe go by the wayside a little bit here. Hopefully I'll be able to catch them again sometime soon. Browns versus the Lions. I predicted the Lions, and the Lions do get the win, 34-10. Joe Flacco for the Browns had 16 completions on 34 attempts, 184 yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Jared Goff, 16 completions on 27 attempts, 168 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. And I did see the punt return highlight from this game, but really just looking at the scoreline, this was one of those that also seemed pretty much over in the first half, 20-7 going into halftime. And a team like the Lions, that's going to be a hard team to close that sort of gap on. And it was 3-14 in the second half, so the deficit just got bigger and bigger for the Browns. Commanders, Falcons. I picked the Falcons here. It seemed like an upset pick because they were coming off that really bad loss, but I also knew that Mariota was starting this game, or it did start this game. I'm not actually sure when Daniels is supposed to be coming back. I thought he just had a concussion issue, but I suppose that can't keep you out for multiple weeks, because they have the independent doctors and all that doing the checks as well, which is a good thing. But I predicted the Falcons here. actually the favorite coming into this match. That's crazy. I thought that they would be the underdog, but no, they actually were a 2.5 point favorite coming into this game, and they get the win 34-27. Marcus Mariota 16 completions on 27 attempts, 156 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Michael Penix 20 completions on 26 attempts, 313 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Hopefully we can get to a game that I watched here shortly. Eagles Buccaneers. Thought the Eagles would win this, and the Buccaneers actually were in this game as well, which I think that bodes well for the Buccaneers. Like, this Buccaneers team it's one of those teams that impresses me with their consistency season to season. You know, they come out of the Tom Brady years, however long ago that was, and they've had a little bit of a shaky transition period, but ever since Baker has been in there, I think a lot of people keep anticipating them to take a step back or to kind of fall off a little bit, and it certainly helps that they're not in the strongest division, but this is the Buccaneers team that just seems solid, and they're always sort of right there in the playoff picture the last few years, and I've been continually impressed with how Baker has been leading this team since he got in there. I did see the block punt return from this game, because what I've been doing, I've been watching Red Zone a lot recently, because I get Red Zone included with my Disney Plus package here in Australia. But the problem is with watching Red Zone is I feel like I don't really get an accurate read on what's happening in the games. So like, I did technically see bits and pieces from this game through Red Zone, but I also feel like I didn't really watch the game, because you're kind of just like watching highlights live, and it doesn't really, like, I don't remember what I'm seeing really. Whereas if I watch like that Seahawks Cardinals game, for instance, if I had watched that through Red Zone instead of watching the full game, it would have been hard for me to feel that momentum shift, or just those little moments. Like, you miss some of that stuff, you miss some of the nuance of the games. So for the most part, I prefer watching the full broadcasts. But the Eagles, they remain undefeated, 31-25. Jalen Hurts 15 completions on 24 attempts, 130 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Baker Mayfield 22 completions on 40 attempts, 289 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Panthers Patriots, I picked the Panthers here. This seems like a coin flip to me, but no, it was Drake made New England Patriots getting the W in Gillette Stadium in a blowout win, 42-13. Another punt return touchdown in this game. There must have been at least 3 or 4 this week then. I wonder if this week, I'm sure it didn't, but like the highest amount of punt return touchdowns in a single week of football, it definitely seemed like we had a higher than normal amount of those this week. But the Patriots blew them out 42-13. Bryce Young had 18 completions on 30 attempts, 150 yards, a touchdown, no picks. Drake May, 14 completions, 17 attempts, 203 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 picks. Chargers, Giants, Jackson Dart getting his first, I think his first career start, pretty sure, in New York, replacing Russell Wilson. And Jameis Winston is still your QB3. And this was like, I don't understand why you're throwing this rookie to the Chargers for his first game. I felt like they should have saved him until next week against the New Orleans Saints. But he proved me wrong. He came out, he got the W against a team who had to that point been undefeated and it looked really good. The Chargers, they're now 3-1. And he started the whole thing off with a rushing touchdown, so like he sort of set that tone early. He didn't get his first passing touchdown until the second half, towards the end of the third quarter. But he did, he won the game. He looked comfortable in the game. He didn't light the scoreboard on fire with his stats, but obviously he got the W. And for the, let's see, Joe Alt, I believe, did go off injured. Now Malik Neighbors did go down with an ACL. So we've got the update on the end. It is an ACL, and he's going to, he's probably going to miss the rest of the season, which that's a big loss for them and their offense. But Giants win this one 21-18. So I have to give myself a red here. Herbert had 23 completions on 41 attempts, turned 3 yards, a touchdown, 2 interceptions. Jackson Dart, 13 completions, 20 attempts, 111 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. And Quentin Johnston, by the way, is sneakily, maybe not sneakily, maybe even loudly, but having a pretty good bounce back year after having a pretty rough year last year, especially when it came to the drops. But he's had, I think, a touchdown in every game this season, or maybe only had 1 game without a touchdown. He has 3 or 4 so far this year, and that's good to see from the young wide receiver who was, struggling with drops last year. That he's sort of cleaned that up a bit. Okay. Finally, a game that I was able to watch. Jaguars versus the 49ers. I thought the Jaguars would get the win here. To be honest, I actually did not think they'd get the win. I was just being a homer because I needed my Seahawks to make up some ground in the NFC West standings. And I needed the Niners to lose, basically. The Niners were the favorite here. In my mind, I probably thought that they were going to win this. But they do end up, the Jaguars do end up getting the win, 26-21. Again, this is a game with a 51 punt return touchdown, 51-yard punt return touchdown. So I think that's been like 4 or 5 games now to this point that have had punt return touchdowns. And it was kind of crazy watching this game because Trevor Lawrence did not look great, and there was a lot of people that, like a lot of the Jaguars fans, I tend to look at like, over the course of the game, I'm watching the game, I'll kind of look and see what fans of both teams are thinking and feeling, just to sort of help me with, this, because I don't keep up with all the behind-the-scenes stuff, all the, the day-to-day stuff with the other teams that aren't mine. I just don't have the time for all that, so reading those thoughts from other fans kind of helps me a bit with that. And it seems like the Jaguars fans are really starting to sour on Lawrence, especially with the sort of hype that he came into this league with. But if you look at this game, he only had the 1 passing touchdown early in the game, and from what I saw, there was a few that he probably could have had 1 to 2 more in this game. But part of it, I do think, is the line. Like, part of it, I do think, is the personnel around him. He doesn't really have the time or the like safety, the comfort to make those those decisions. I feel like he's making a lot of decisions like too quickly. Like he's just, yeah. But looking at the stats, the Jaguars are towards the bottom of the league when it comes to third down conversions and red zone conversions. And also, they're one of the most penalized teams in the league, so they definitely have some things to clean up, especially on offense. But they do get the win here, which is exactly what I personally needed them to do. 26-21, Trevor Lawrence, 12 completions on 31 attempts, 174 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. Brock Purdy looking shaky in his return to the lineup, 22 completions on 38 attempts, 309 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. So this Colts game, I thought that they would get it done again for the same reasons I picked the Jaguars. Unfortunately for me in this case, it didn't pan out. But obviously a lot of the talk, especially for Colts fans coming out of this game, will be about Adonai Mitchell dropping the ball. And this is the thing, I feel like we haven't seen as much in recent years. I feel like teams really hammered home. But dropping the ball before crossing the goal line for the touchdown, which, in this day and age, we know you have to keep possession of the ball as you cross into the end zone, like not celebrating too early, all that stuff. Which I'm sure it's happened in recent years, but I personally just can't remember it from the last few years. It feels like it's been 4 or 5 years since somebody's done that, but I'm sure that's incorrect. That's going to be a lot of the talk here for the Colts fans, and their sort of reasoning for why they lost this game, and I can understand that to an extent. But overall, they hung with this team that looks good in the Rams, a team that is going to be a contender, and the Rams are 3-1. They're third in the NFC West at the moment because of tiebreakers, but this is a Rams offense that has been cooking all year long, a Rams team that's just been picking up wins all year long, and the Colts hung with them. And I expect making a mistake like that, Adonai Mitchell will sort of course correct. There were so many fans like, cut this guy, get him off the team, etc., but he's a young wide receiver. He's still, adjusting to the NFL game, and sometimes mistakes like this, sometimes you can come back stronger than you did before. And I almost expect him to have like a touchdown next week or something like that. We're going to start getting into buys. I don't know if the Colts have a buy this week or next week, but I expect him to I think Daniel Jones is going to try to target him and get him a touchdown or just some good yardage in his next game to get his confidence back up. With the Rams, they just played an all-around great game. Puka with 170 yards, like I said, coming into this season. I predicted either Puka or Zay Flowers to be your wide receiver who gets the most yardage through this season. And I don't know their stats off the top of my head, I'm not aware, but just sort of doing the calculation in my head, I'm pretty sure Puka is ahead at the moment, and Zay Flowers is probably starting to fall back out of contention for that spot. But he continues to be an absolute weapon in this offense that Matthew Stafford can just completely rely on, and for being as young as he is as well, it's just crazy. He is super, super confident in his hands. 27-20 in favor of the Colts. Daniel Jones, 24 completions on 33 attempts, 262 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. Matthew Stafford, 29 completions on 41 attempts, 375 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Bears versus Raiders. I predict the Bears. got it right. And man, Geno Smith, like, at this point, this is back-to-back weeks where Geno Smith has directly cost his team the win. I don't know why I said I didn't watch this. I did watch this game. I don't know what my bad. I saw this game as well. Sorry, like I was saying, Geno Smith cost the Raiders wins in back-to-back weeks here. There's a certain, like, group of Seahawks fans that are like Geno truthers. And I don't know why, because he never did anything in Seattle. So the Seahawks fan, like, I have a certain dislike for Geno just because of how crazy some people I deal with in our fan groups are about him. And, like, they think we gave up on him too early, this, that, or the other. But him and Pete Carroll together in Las Vegas, and Geno Smith is just throwing interceptions like they're water. I don't know what. It's crazy. 3 interceptions in this game. In fact, he had 2 or 3 in the last game as well. And like, this is a talented Raiders team. They're 1-3. But I think if you look at their score lines, if they had a different quarterback, they could probably be 3-1. Like, you look at this game, Max Crosby was just all over the field. They have Chanty, who was getting it done out there, 138 yards. Powers was making an impact. Like, there's a lot of talent on this team. And then there's just Geno Smith right there under center, who's completely, like, unable to utilize that talent. And I think Pete Carroll takes a little bit of the blame here as well. But it was just brutal watching this game. The Raiders were, like, trying to stay in it and trying to, like, you know, fight into this game despite Geno. And then that DeAndre Swift rush at the very end of the game, they don't get the 2-point attempt, but then the Bears defense comes up huge and they completely stop the Raiders as they come down the field, you know, getting all the important stops, because it's only a 1-point game at that point. And then they blocked the field goal attempt at the very end of the game, which Carlson had been, I think he had quite a few to that point. Oh no, he just had the one. But Carlson is pretty automatic, but the Bears get in there, they block the field goal attempt from the outside as well. And that was the game at that point. So the Bears, a really gutsy win, a full team win. It took heroic plays from the offense and the defense to get here. And this Raiders team just continually shooting themselves in the foot and making mistakes, especially on offense. But a good win for the Bears, probably a confidence-building win for them on both sides of the ball. 25-24. Caleb Williams, 22 completions on 37 attempts, 212 yards, a touchdown, a pick. Geno Smith, 14 for 21, 117 yards, 2 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Ravens, Chiefs. I thought the Ravens would win, but the Ravens are cooked. This Ravens team is not a contender. This Ravens team is not a Super Bowl team. Lamar Jackson, there was speculation that he was taking himself out of the game and he did not actually have an injury. I think it's probably a combination of he does have a hamstring injury and he likely could play through it if he had to, but because of the current situation with the team, he is not choosing to do that and potentially risk further injury, and probably the smart play. I was trying to stay with this Ravens team. I was like, okay, they're having issues, they're losing games, but like all the pieces are there, all the talent is there, and on paper, this should be one of the best teams in the league. Now, obviously, they have had a ton of injuries, especially to their defense, especially to their secondary. This was a team that already, even at full health, was going to struggle in the secondary, and now they're completely injured. I think they have like more than 10 starters out or something like that, most of those being on defense. And now with Lamar Jackson as well, I don't know, I haven't seen what the long term, like if he's gonna sit next week as well. But it's just, yeah, this was a brutal game, and you did not have any, Derrick Henry. Like, Derrick Henry basically did nothing this game. Zay Flowers was quiet this game. Lamar was barely running the ball this game. It just, against a Chiefs team that has not looked like the Chiefs this year. You know, this Ravens team was sort of being hyped up to be the next, maybe not dynasty, but like this team was looking, all but unbeatable on paper. The Eagles might, still be better or on that same level, but with this team plus the extra year together, like this Ravens team was so hyped up. Maybe I bought the hype a little bit too much. I thought they were a Super Bowl contender, perhaps a Super Bowl favorite, and they're 1-3, and I don't know where they go from here, because I don't know what you can change. Just overall brutal, and looking at the defense especially, both this week against the Chiefs and last week against, who they played last week? It was Detroit. They allowed the other team to convert 100% of their fourth down attempts. Kansas City was 4 for 4 on fourth down attempts in this game. And I think the Lions last week were 3 for 3 or 5 for 5, something like that. But they cannot stop these fourth down conversions on defense. And the third down conversion rate for opposing teams against the Ravens is also pretty good, 5 for 15 for the Chiefs this week. Now, obviously, Xavier Worthy returned this game to the Chiefs. He's been injured to start the season. Him coming in, he immediately gets 83 yards off of 5 receptions. Immediately is that impact player. He did not get a touchdown in this game, but a lot of his plays were setting up touchdowns that came later, or field goals, things like that. Like, he was immediately making a positive impact, and was basically exactly what this Chiefs team has been missing. And really, as the season goes on, the Chiefs are only going to get more healthy. Now, theoretically, so will the Ravens. Some of those defensive players should eventually be coming back to the lineup, because I don't think any of those were like long-term season-ending injuries from what I'm aware of. But this definitely was sort of a wind back the clock performance for the Chiefs, and the Ravens are now going to be desperately looking for like another win. They're 1-3. They could quickly start, finding themselves buried deeper and deeper, and they need to figure it out quickly here. 37-20 in favor of the Chiefs. Lamar Jackson, 14 completions on 20 attempts, 147 yards, a touchdown and an interception. Patrick Mahomes, 25 for 37, 270 yards, 4 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Packers, Cowboys. This game ended in a tie. Now, what happened the last time we had a tie, which I believe was 2 years ago, was I had to do this, and I gave myself half a point. So that's what we're going to do again here. I was talking about the Bills versus the Ravens to start this season, and how I thought that might be game of the year. This will be up there. This might be a better game than that. This Packers versus Cowboys game, both teams here rising to the occasion. Both these quarterbacks, Dak Prescott and Jordan Love, playing almost like perfect games. They both, Jordan Love with a 118 QB rating, Dak Prescott with a 125 QB rating. this game meant a lot to both of these teams, and they were both fired up, and they came out. And go watch highlights from this game if you didn't see it. I was lucky enough to see this one live. And if that Ravens-Bills game hadn't happened week 1, I would say this is one of the best football games I've watched in a very long time. I think this is better than that game, but I think having a game of that quality already this season, like, maybe sort of dampened this a little bit. And I think this ending in a tie is just sort of so perfect. Like, Micah Parsons in his return to Dallas. Dak Prescott obviously would be feeling some sort of way. Micah's going to want to prove himself. And Jordan Love, Dak Prescott just completely showing out in this game. And this was going to overtime, going to yeah. And now Parsons did get the big sack to maintain the tie, so he did still get his hero moment, but I think he only got the 1 sack. I can't remember any others from this game by him on Dak, but when it was, I think it was when it was 40-40, yeah, if I'm remembering correctly, they were sort of in the red zone, Dallas on offense, and probably pretty good position to score, and then, or no, it was, I'm trying to remember, it's either, that's what forced the field goal, because I think it's both teams, if they kick the field goal, then they go again, and, I don't know, the overtime rules are more confusing than NFL, but either way, he hit a game-saving sack. I don't remember if it was to force the field goal or to prevent a touchdown, because I had a long day, but great game, ends in a tie. We're going to do half a point, 40-40 for both teams. Jordan Love, 31 for 43, 337 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Dak Prescott, 31 for 40, 319 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Dak Prescott also had a rushing touchdown. Jordan Love did not. Jets Dolphins. This was the brutal Tyreek Hill injury in this game. I didn't watch the game in full. I've seen the video of the injury. I would not recommend watching it if you have not seen it. I thought the Dolphins would get the win here. They do get the win, but an already shaky team has lost its best receiver, so it'll be interesting from here on out. The Dolphins are not in a great position. The Jets, though, still remain without a win. Justin Fields has 20 completions on 27 attempts, 226 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. But he did have a rushing touchdown as well to a Tagovailoa, 17 for 25, 177 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Finally, the Bengals versus the Broncos. Jake Browning is still your quarterback for the Bengals here. I thought the Broncos would get it done. They do, 28-3. Jake Browning, 14 completions on 25 attempts, 125 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 picks. Bo Nix, 29 for 42, 326 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. So we had 16 games this week. So I got 11.5. Are we going to do this? 11.5 out of 16. Because we're going to do the half point. 11.5 divided by 16 is 72%. Beautiful. And then 48 plus 16, 58, 64, and 35. We're going to go 46.5 out of 64. 6.5 divided by 64, which is still giving us 73% at the moment. So I'm pretty happy with where I'm at score-wise this point in the season. Still above 70%. Usually I'd be hovering around 60s to 50s by this point. But I feel like I've been doing pretty good so far this season through the first month. We're starting to get the bye weeks next week, so that's going to start messing things up because you're going to have teams who are well rested against teams who are not well rested and things of that nature. But anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching the video. I do hope you enjoyed it. Let me know what you thought of this week of NFL football and how your favorite team performed. If you liked the video, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more content just like this every single week. Till next time, guys. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another video. You'll have to excuse me, my voice, I believe, is a little bit, hoarse today. So I have the gain turned up a little bit, and I'll be whispering a little bit quieter than I usually do. Hopefully it all balances out in the end and sounds fine. Before we get into today's video, I want to thank my channel members: Andrew, Peacock, Rhea, James, Sucks, Sigurd Arflotsunnis, Speed Racer Enjoyer, Michael Marcellus, JHS Cove, Skimp Pix, Box Float, Andreas Anderson, Vince Tremblay 1234, Luke Wenzel, Riley Bergen, Isaiah Robeson, Kian Noble Bowles, Philly Fitz, Evan Foot, and Micah Carter. Thank you to all of my channel members for your continued support. I really do appreciate it. So, week 5 of the NFL season is in the books. And just looking at the matchups here, this is definitely going to end up being my worst week predictions-wise. Can tell you that right now. I've also changed it up, so I'm using yellow for the games I watched instead of blue because I feel like it stands out a little bit better. Also, somebody pointed out that I overcounted last week by 1. So I'm actually gonna have to readjust that there. So let's get into it this week. So I watched the 49ers vs. the Rams game. I watched the Vikings vs. the Browns game. I watched the Buccaneers vs. game. I watched the Chiefs Jaguars game. Why don't we do this? Let's go through all the games that I watched first and foremost and get those all out of the way instead of going game by game by game. That might be the move. So we'll start with the 49ers versus the Rams. I originally predicted the Rams here. The 49ers end up getting the win, but I will tell you, this was a really, really good game. And Mac Jones, at this point, looks better this season than Purdy has looked in this season. And I don't remember who it was, but I saw that there's a comment from some commentator saying, like, if you give Mac Jones Shanahan this offensive line, like, he can beat Brock Purdy. And we're seeing that here. And so just on the level of Mac Jones having this career resurgence, leading this 49ers team to a 4-1 record. just great for him. And I think this is now 2 overtime games that the Rams have played this year, if I'm not mistaken. No, they've only played the one. I thought there was one team that played 2 overtime games, but maybe I'm mistaken. But the Christian McCaffrey-Mac Jones combination was working very well. And what's funny is I think I was saying that McCaffrey and Purdy had like gotten their chemistry figured out in that connection. But then looking at Mac Jones and McCaffrey here, they also have that like instant sort of connection. So then part of me is like, is that just McCaffrey, or is that like Shanahan is planning or whatever? But it seems like McCaffrey just like gels with these guys, these quarterbacks, really well. So the final score is 26-23. Game goes to overtime after a 48-yard field goal from the Rams, but the 49ers end up winning it. Mac Jones had 33 completions on 49 attempts, 342 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Matthew Stafford, 30 completions on 47 attempts, 389 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Okay, Vikings versus Browns. Now, I was only awake for the first half of this game because this was on at like an ungodly hour and started at 12:30 a.m. my time. So I watched until about 1:30, 2 a.m. Then I had to go to bed. But I predicted the Vikings, and the Vikings did get the W here over the Cleveland Browns, who had Dylan Gabriel in at quarterback. Now, at the start of this game, the first quarter kind of started somewhat hot. You had back-to-back drives with touchdowns for the Browns and then the Vikings. Then, this being the London game, I was happy about that. Like, okay, so this London crowd is going to see maybe a bit of a shootout, a high offense game, and if the goal is growing the game, growing the league over in London, because I believe the goal is eventually to put an NFL team in London. You want those high-scoring games, 42-38 or something like that, but then things slowed way down after that, and it was kind of just a slog after that, and the game got really ugly to watch. And the first half ended with a score of 10-7, and that's why I turned the game off. It just wasn't a good game to watch at that point. I do see in the second half it picked up a little bit, and the game ends with a Jordan Addison passing touchdown to give the Vikings the 4-point win, 21-17 over the Cleveland Browns. Carson Wentz has 25 completions on 34 attempts, 236 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. Dylan Gabriel, 19 completions on 33 attempts, 190 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Now, I said I was going to go through all the games that I watched this week, so we'll jump down now to Buccaneers versus Seahawks, the Jersey Bowl. Thankfully, it's not because of the state of New Jersey, but because perhaps two of the best jerseys in the entire league, the Buccaneers retro throwbacks and the Seahawks retro throwbacks. I really, truly do believe that these are the two best jerseys, maybe in NFL history, definitely top 5, definitely in the league at the moment. And both teams should be wearing these jerseys full time. They look so much better. my Seahawks would get the win. We did not get the win. And we're in a very precarious position at the moment. We are 3-2. We are second in the NFC West. But we have lost 2 very, very winnable games this season. That first game against a really injured 49ers team, that one should have been a win. And this game should have been a win as well. The only reason it wasn't was that really, really stupid Jalen Milroe trick play pretty early on in the game, which I don't understand. Like, Milroe being so green and, you know, not like he's not starter quality. He's a guy that's gonna need to sit and learn. Like, the best case scenario, he has to sit for a while and learn. And putting him in that high leverage situation, it leads to a fumble. Buccaneers get the ball on the Seahawks 40-yard line. Great field position at the minimum. They're getting a field goal out of it. You're just giving points away, and it was stupid. And last week I complained about the play calling being too conservative with 3 straight runs and all that, but like, this was just as bad, but in the other direction. So I don't know, maybe I'll never be happy with the play calling. On the plus side, the Seahawks offense is looking really, really good. I think we still have statistically one of the best offenses in the entire league. Darnold threw for 4 touchdowns in this game. We had 5 total touchdowns in this game with the Charbonnet rushing touchdown. And Jackson Smith-Njigba is on track for the best season by a wide receiver in Seattle Seahawks history at his current trajectory. So hopefully, like really, we're in a good spot. We just need to get the stupid stuff ironed out, like the little dumb mistakes that we shouldn't be making is really what we need to be focusing on, because that's has lost us now 2 games. Both of our losses were completely preventable. Buccaneers win it 38-35. Baker Mayfield 29 completions on 33 attempts, 379 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Sam Darnold 28 completions on 34 attempts, 341 yards, 4 touchdowns, 1 interception. And finally, let's go Chiefs-Jags. I picked the Chiefs to win here, but I was happy to be wrong about this one. This is a really feel-good win for this Jacksonville Jaguars team, who is now 4-1 on the season. And that final dying moments of the game, Trevor Lawrence rushing touchdown where he falls down not once but twice and scrambles for the touchdown to win the game, is one of the funniest plays I've ever seen in a football game. And it redeemed himself a little bit because Trevor Lawrence was looking pretty shaky at times on that final drive. I think he had back-to-back downs where he had to scramble and rush out of pressure, and he had thrown an interception a little bit earlier in the game, and he just, he redeemed himself at the end there. But this Jaguars team, their defense is legit. They had that 99-yard pick 6 against Mahomes, which was really good, an amazing pick 6 on that. And their defense just looked legit this whole game. They kept the Chiefs contained. They kept their offense pretty quiet by Chiefs standards. It was just the Jaguars' offense that was really the struggle for them. And at times, Trevor Lawrence did look shaky and uncertain. But he came up big when it mattered, even if it was a bit of an accident. And Chris Jones, his complete lack of involvement in that play is completely, go watch that highlight and just look at Chris Jones. He literally does not move. He's just standing still. For a guy that gets paid as much as he does, he's a multiple Super Bowl winner. The lack of effort on his behalf on that play was one of the craziest things I've ever seen. He could have stopped Trevor Lawrence there, but Trevor Lawrence had 3 rushing touchdowns in this game. Oh no, two rushing touchdowns. Just read that one twice. And the Jaguars go on to win this game 31-28. The Chiefs are 2-3. They are 3rd in the AFC West. Jaguars are 4-1. They're 2nd in the AFC South. Patrick Mahomes 29 completions on 41 attempts, 318 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Trevor Lawrence, he had 18 completions on 25 attempts, 221 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Now, I did only watch these 4 games this week. Truthfully, I've been watching the ALDS and the NLDS. The Mariners just had a great win over the Detroit Tigers. I've been watching the Dodgers series. That Brewers Cup series has been really good, but I have been locked into the baseball at the moment. So I only watched 4 games this week, but anyways, on we go. We'll move on now. Cowboys, Jets. I predicted the Cowboys to win this one. They do get the W 37-22, and this Cowboys offense continues to be rolling here. I said it last week, their offense surprised me in a positive way. And they blow out the Jets 37-22. Completely dominant performance for the Cowboys. The Jets are 0-5, 4th in the AFC East. What is possible? They are not even the worst team in the league, even though they are without a win at this point. Dak Prescott 18 completions on 29 attempts, 237 yards, 4 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Justin Fields 32 for 46, 283 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 picks. Broncos Eagles, here is your big upset win. Part of me was leaning towards picking the Broncos here. I did my predictions video, if you go back and watch that. But my reasoning was the Eagles had not lost at that point, and my rule has always been if a team is undefeated, I keep picking them until they lose a game. But the Eagles have now been defeated, so I can get a little bit more choosy week to week on whether or not I pick them. The Broncos get a really, really big upset win here to get the Eagles their first loss of the season, 21-17. They completely dominate that 4th quarter, scoring 18 points alone in the 4th quarter for the come-from-behind victory to shock the Super Bowl champions. Bo Nix 24 completions on 39 attempts, 242 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. Jalen Hurts 23 completions on 30 attempts, 280 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Texans Ravens, I picked the Texans here. I just knew this Ravens team at this point needs to be put out of their misery. Their season is well and truly over. They're 1-4, 3rd in the AFC North. Cooper Rush is really, really, really bad. He threw 3 picks in this game, and it's a bit of a shame. I had such high expectations for this team. This team had high expectations for themselves. They were a Super Bowl favorite, Super Bowl contender, and to completely fall apart in basically a month and drop out of the playoff conversation entirely is just a bit of a shock, to be honest. They get blown out by the Texans 44-10. The Texans were only a 2.5 point favorite, and they beat the over-under by themselves. C.J. Stroud 23 completions on 27 attempts, 244 yards. touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Cooper Rush, 14 completions on 20 attempts, 179 yards, 0 touchdowns, 3 picks. Derrick Henry did have a rushing touchdown, but again, a quiet game from him. Only 33 rushing yards on 15 carries. Derrick Henry has low-key been bad outside like the first 2 weeks of the season. He has been bad. And I did not think I'd ever be saying that about Derrick Henry. Giants Saints, I felt like the Saints were due for a win here. I know Jackson Dart was coming off that big W, his first career start, but I just had a feeling like it seemed like fool's gold to me, and I'm glad I trusted my gut on that one because the Saints do get their first win of the season, winning 26-14 over the New York Giants. Spencer Rattler in the winning effort has 20 completions on 30 attempts, 225 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 picks. Jackson Dart, 26 completions on 40 attempts, 202 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and Cam Scatabo, who had been getting like a bunch of buzz, especially online, gave up the game, not the game losing, but he gave up the fumble at the end of the game that got returned for a touchdown. And had a pretty quiet game overall. I'm not really sure why this guy has been getting so much buzz across social media and like hype reels and stuff, because I kind of looked at his stats and he didn't really seem like anything special to me, but a lot of people are hyping him up, so if you have any insight into that, let me know. Raiders versus Colts. I thought the Colts would win here. Geno Smith is an absolute disaster, and Pete Carroll feels like he's really just past it. He doesn't know how to coach a winning football team anymore. I say that unfortunately, as a Seahawks fan, I hate to see it, but this Raiders team is, man, they're just bad. They got absolutely blown out in this game, 40-6. Geno Smith put on another disaster performance. I don't know if the Raiders still have that, who was that quarterback they had last season who had the mustache? I don't know if they still have him. I feel like they need to start him. I don't know why they went away from him. I feel like he had a half-decent year last year. I don't know why they brought in Geno. Their only offense was 2 field goals, and Indianapolis hung 20 each quarter in the second and the third on them. Geno Smith, 25 for 36, 228 yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 picks. Dale Jones, 20 for 29, 212 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 picks. Dolphins, Panthers, I went Dolphins. But the Panthers get their second win of the year. Big win for them. They win it by 3. Rico Dowdle absolutely goes off, 206 yards on 23 carries and a rushing touchdown. Like, that's a monster game from him. For the Panthers, Xavier Legette, 2 receptions on 3 targets for 31 yards. Just a good offensive performance across the board there. I felt a little quiet from Legette, but still impactful there in his receptions. 27-24 is your final score in favor of the Panthers. Tua Tagovailoa, 27 completions on 36 attempts, 256 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Bryce Young, 19 completions on 30 attempts, 198 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interceptions. Titans, Cardinals. I really thought the Cardinals would have this. They were a 7.5 point favorite coming into this game. Cardinals had looked good most of this season. Titans pick up their first win of the year. I saw the replay of this, but there was that crazy play. Cam Ward gets picked off, but then the guy who picks him off fumbles the ball. That gets recovered by Tyler Lockett, former Seahawks wide receiver. He was a wide receiver. He recovers the fumble and goes in for the touchdown. I think that's the game-winning play there that gives them the lead. And the Titans get their first win of the season in a heroic effort there. 22 completions. Sorry, I'm exhausted. 22-21 in favor of the Titans. The Cardinals are now 2-3, buried at the bottom of the NFC West. Cam Ward throwing completions on 39 attempts, 265 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception. Now, do they count that? I don't know if they count that as an interception. I'm assuming they have to. So I'm assuming that still counts as an interception, even though it resulted in points for the Titans. Kyler Murray, 23 completions on 31 attempts, 220 yards, 0 passing touchdowns, 1 rushing touchdown. And, 0 interceptions. Okay. Commanders, Chargers. So I didn't realize Jaden Daniels would be back this week. I think I probably still would have picked the same way, regardless. I still would have gone Chargers. But they end up losing here to the Commanders, and I think the Chargers have now lost back-to-back games, which is not good. Yeah, they lost against the Giants and now against the Commanders, and they lost big here. They lost by 17 points in this effort, and Justin Herbert had one of his, just a really quiet game by his standards. So you're not trending in the right direction. If you're the Chargers, they came out of the gate super hot, and it looked like they might be one of those maybe dark horse teams or something like that. But now they're trending the wrong direction, and they need to get another win before they hit 500. Jaden Daniels, 15 completions on 26 attempts, 231 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. Justin Herbert, 22 for 29, 166 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. Lions, Bengals. Finally, mercifully, I get a W in here. The Lions blew out the Bengals. This Bengals team is just bad. I saw some in my comments saying, Zach Taylor needs to get, he's hoping Zach Taylor gets fired. You really never want to see anyone losing their job, but I've been on that Zach Taylor is not a good coach bandwagon for a little bit now. I've brought it up, I feel like for a few years. I know they have the Jake Browning in there, and that'll give him a little bit of leash, but even when it was Burrow in there, they weren't getting wins. The Bengals are now 2-3. Shockingly, they're still second in their division. 37-24 is your final score in favor of the Detroit Lions. Jared Goff's at 19 completions on 23 attempts, 258 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 picks. Jake Browning, 26 completions on 40 attempts, 251 yards, 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. He also allowed himself to be sacked for a safety, which, as a quarterback, you just cannot do that. And finally, Patriots-Bills, talking about undefeated teams and losing. Both the remaining undefeated teams lost this week. The Bills lost to the Patriots. An absolutely brutal loss for them. Patriots winning it on a 52-yard field goal at the very end of the game there. And I don't know if it's just me, but it feels like whenever the Bills are given a national game, they always underperform. But you can look there, I have an absolutely sea of red this week. So many upsets this week. And just looking at it, This was an upset. 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 Like so many upsets this week. It's actually crazy. I wonder if there's ever been a week that has had more underdogs win. I'm sure there has been, but like in a long time, this feels like the week that's had the most underdogs win. Drake made 22 completions on 30 attempts, 273 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Josh Allen, 22 completions on 31 attempts, 253 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. So we had 14 games this week. I got 6 of them correct. So let me get my calculator. 6 divided by 14 is 43% this week. Very, very bad. So we are at 51.5 of 78. So, boom, boom. 66%, so quite a considerable drop there to my ratings, and I'm gonna need a big bounce back week next week, probably at least 70-75% correct at the minimum. To get this number back on track for the season. But thank you guys so much for watching. I do hope you enjoyed this video. Let me know what you thought in the comments down below of this week, how your favorite teams perform, what your game of the week was. My game of the week, definitely that Jaguars Chiefs game. Leave a thumbs up if you liked it and subscribe to the channel for more content just like this every single week. Till next time, guys. Bye bye. Hello, everybody. And welcome back to another video. Now, I have had quite the day today. We had our staff golf day at the golf course that my work owns, which is actually considered like one of the more difficult golf courses in New South Wales. And I haven't swung a golf club since I was like 15 or 16. But if you'll remember when I did my New Year's resolutions, I talked about wanting to do a round of golf this year, so I have marked that off my list, and I had a great time with it. So I definitely think that I want to start getting into golf a little bit here, even though, boy, is it not very cheap, to put it lightly. I had a great time. Might be a little bit sunburned. I put sunscreen on twice, but it was like 30 Celsius out today and just a brutal day. So, but I had a great time. I was not very good, but the best hole I had, I shot a 5 on a par 4. So I was quite proud about that, but everything else I was getting like 6s, 7s, and 8s for par 4s and par 3s. So that wasn't good, but I was proud of that one, the bogey on that one par 4. But it was a very difficult course. Anyways, guys, let's get into it here. This is the matchups and my predictions. And the text here in yellow are the games that I watched this week. Again, baseball playoffs at the moment has been taking up most of my time. But just looking at these preliminary predictions and sort of what I know happened this week, I think I had another bad week this week. And this is actually something I think I talked about about last year. But I think for me, growing up not growing up, sort of becoming a football fan in the era of Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Drew Brees, there was such a strong delineation between good teams and bad teams, but it feels like these last few seasons, I'm not really sure why. There's a lot more parity in the NFL at the moment, which is definitely a good thing. I'll never be against increased parity, but it makes these sorts of things, the predictions and all of that, a lot more difficult. Okay, Broncos versus Jets. Let me pull this game up here. And this was in your Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. I predicted that the Broncos would win this game, and they did, just barely 13-11. This is another one of those ones where it's like, man, why are these the teams we're sending overseas? Like, if the point is to grow the sport, they should have put this Lions versus Chiefs game in England, or like this Bills Falcons game, like something that'd be high scoring. This, like, if I was an Englishman that was just like, oh, let's go check out this NFL thing and see if I like it, and I bought tickets to this event, this would not have convinced me to become a fan of the sport. Just like having Justin Fields go out there and he had 45 yards in this game. There was a point, actually I did watch part of this game. I turned this game off, but I did watch part of it. I think, going into if I remember exactly correctly, it's been a few days, the Jets did not convert a first down until the 2-minute warning of the first half. And at one point, Justin Fields had been sacked for more yards than he had thrown. I genuinely do not think that Justin Fields is going to have a job in this league much longer. Like, this is just a bad show. No, this was a good showing from the Broncos. This is a terrible showing from the Broncos, but it's just a bad showing from him. 13-11 is your final score in favor of the Broncos. Bo Nix, 19 completions and 30 attempts, 174 yards. 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. Justin Fields, 9 completions and 17 attempts, 45 yards. 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. The Jets were 2 for 15 on third downs, 92 rushing yards, negative 10 passing yards. Negative 10 passing yards. God, that's so bad. Alright, Browns Steelers. Dylan Gabriel back in there. I thought the Browns would get this W. I don't know why I thought that. And like, looking in hindsight, I was like, I clearly should have grabbed the Steelers here. I'll have to go back and see what my reasoning was. But I got that one incorrect. Red. The Steelers win this one 23-9. They're currently sitting at the top of the AFC North with a record of 4-1. Dylan Gabriel has second career start, 29 completions on 52 attempts, 221 yards, 0 touchdowns or interceptions. Aaron Rodgers, 21 completions on 30 attempts, 235 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. DK Metcalf still under 100 yards this game. I really thought him and Aaron Rodgers would I thought Aaron would sort of boom, catapult him and get him some really, really high yardage being the wide receiver one for Archers, but it just hasn't happened yet for my guy DK, because I still got love for him. Okay, Chargers versus Dolphins. I thought the Chargers would win it. They do, just barely by 2 points, 29 to 27. Justin Herbert had 29 completions on 38 attempts, 264 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 picks. Tua Tagovailoa, 2 completions on 32 attempts, 205 yards, 1 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. The fact that they had 3 interceptions and only lost by 2, I feel like is more of an indictment on the Chargers than anything else, because that is crazy. Now our final game here before we get to one that I watched again. Titans versus Raiders, and I thought the Raiders would win this despite Geno Smith and his struggles so far this season. They do end up getting the win, and we have our first fired head coach of the year. Brian Callahan, head coach of the Tennessee Titans, was fired following this game. Definitely not the start they wanted this year after getting Cam Ward on this roster. I think they were definitely expecting more out of him, just overall, and he's not delivered to this point. Who knows if the next head coach will have success, because honestly, like, it's not a great roster, but if they had to do something there, like, there was no way that, you have to sort of start everything else, and they could stick around. Now, Seahawks, Jaguars, I was being pessimistic, I think, when I made this pick. Also, the Jaguars did, impress me with the game prior to this. But the Seahawks do end up pulling out this win. There's just some sort of magic hanging in the air in Seattle at the moment with regards to sports. And following this game, Nick Amanwari is now the top graded safety in the NFL. He's in that Pro Bowl rating category at the moment, and he was an absolute dog in this game. And there was, like, we had Witherspoon sitting this game, and there was some big, some big holes on our defense. But this guy, I'm on worry. I don't know how much I talked about him during my draft video of it all, but he was just an absolute beast. He was pressuring, he was covering the field. Like, just watching him, he was making so much stuff happen. And now following this, Sam Darnold is, like, just first in so many categories in Pro Football Focus. First in yards per attempt, second in success rate, third in passer rating, third in QB rating, first in turnover-worthy play rate, which I think means he's throwing the least amount of turnover-worthy plays. First in big-time throw rate, like some of these are, I don't know all these stats, some of them are like some more newfangled stats, but Sam Darnold has really impressed me, because I'm going to be honest, I was a little bit pessimistic with him coming in. I thought Sam Darnold last year was a product of the line and the coaching that Minnesota had, which I thought was much better than anything we had going in Seattle. But I do have to say, with Seattle, he looked confident, he's looked strong, he's making great plays, and I'm actually excited now about, like, knowing we have him here for the next few years. And Njigba as well, another massive game, 162 yards this game, as well as a receiving touchdown. He's immediately come into that wide receiver one spot and just made his mark on this team. Seahawks win this 20-12. Sam Darnold, 16 completions on 27 attempts, 295 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. 17-3 over the Baltimore Ravens. Matthew Stafford had 17 completions on 26 attempts, 181 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. Tyler Huntley, 10 completions on 15 attempts, 68 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. But Derrick Henry had a bounce-back game after a few stingers last little while, 122 yards on 24 carries, but no touchdowns for this Baltimore Ravens offense. Cardinals versus Colts. I picked the Colts to win here. I did not realize Jacoby Brissett would be playing in this game, but he was. But the Colts got the win either way. They're 5-1 now. Their first AFC South after winning this game 31-27. And I have to say, it seems like Jonathan Taylor is sort of back. I know that, like, he was super hyped, super good for a little while, and then I felt like maybe last year, like, wasn't as much attention on him, but he's well and truly in a bounce back year. And the Colts get the win. They're 5-1. I think that's tied with the best record in the NFL at the moment. It's a few 5-1 teams. Jacoby Brissett had 27 completions on 44 attempts, 320 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Daniel Jones, 22 completions on 30 attempts, 212 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Patriots versus Saints. I picked the Patriots here. Boom, they get the win. Drake May has a monster game. I know the Saints had that big win last week, but I just had a feeling they were not going to carry that coming into this week. I thought the Patriots would be too much for them. You know, it's kind of shocking that they got one win, expecting them to go back to back. Like, come on, we can't all climb Everest. Patriots win 25-19. Drake May 18 completions on 26 attempts, 261 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 picks. Spencer Rattler 20 for 26, 227, 0 touchdowns, 0 picks. This does look like it was actually a pretty decent game from Rattler, though. Like, he didn't have a passing touchdown, obviously, but 227 yards on 20 completions. Like, it feels like Rattler is kind of just getting better, which is crazy, because he was like really, really bad not that long ago. But I mean, it is the Patriots, but I mean, hey, the Patriots are 4-2. They're like the AFC East at the moment, so maybe, you know, I need to put a little bit more respect on them. But the Saints, not bad from Spencer Rattler. Bengals Packers. Joe Flacco now with the Bengals, but still not enough to overcome the Packers, so I did predict to win this. I watched a little bit of this game, but only like a quarter of the game, so I didn't feel like I should put this yellow there. 27-18 in favor of the Packers. They were 13.5 point favorite. They didn't quite get there. Joe Flacco 29 completions on 45 attempts, 219 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 picks. Jordan Love 19 for 26, 259, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. And I do want to make a point. I think I may have said this before, but like all these years doing these videos, I've never watched a Red Zone. This year, I've tried watching Red Zone a little bit just to see if it would help me keep up with more teams. And I genuinely feel like I have less of an understanding of what's happening in the games watching Red Zone than I do just like watching the game outright. Like, I feel like you have such a limited scope of what's happening in the games. It's actually basically like you're not Chiefs here. I thought it was going to be an upset pick. The Chiefs ended up being a 2.5-point favorite. But I got my prediction right there. And, I mean, man, what's crazy is again that thing where it's like this Chiefs team looked dead in the water to start the season. It looked like they were going to be, they didn't look like a playoff team, let alone like a Super Bowl team. But now, even though they're 3-3, like they've won 3 in a row now. Oh no, excuse me, no, they won 2, then lost 1, then now they've won 1. And they're looking better and better and better. 30-17, they win this game by Jared Goff, 23 completions on 29 attempts, 203 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. Patrick Mahomes, 22 for 30, 257, 3 touchdowns, 0 picks. Bills Falcons, I saw a little bit of this game, not a lot. I saw the 4th quarter. I thought the Bills would win, but man, no, this Falcons team, they brought the heat, and like you look at this Bills team and you're like, man, what is the issue at the moment? Because this is now 2 weeks in a row that they've lost. I can't remember the last time they've won. They've lost back-to-back weeks. And Bijan Robinson set his career high in rushing yards against them this week, which is just for a team that has Super Bowl aspirations is such a like an indictment on that defense. But they have the bye week coming up, so like maybe they get that right or something. But like I don't know what the issue is. Is it coach? It feels like it has to be coaching. There's so much talent on this team. I know that the talent isn't as deep as it used to be. But I don't know, Joe Brady's gotta do something like, yeah, it's not working at the moment. And I think it's the receivers as well. Like, their receiving is definitely not good enough though, but shout out to the Falcons, to Robinson, Drake London did a massive game. This Falcons team is fun. They're young. They're hungry. They're a team that is like really fun and exciting to see. I love teams like that, like the younger guys, like a lot of rookies or like, you know, guys that are not veterans on that team sort of leading the way, high energy team. They kind of remind me of like the Minnesota Timberwolves teams in NBA. Like connection there, but Falcons in this 24-14. Josh Allen 15 for 26, 180 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. Michael Penix 20 completions and 32 attempts, 250 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions, and Josh Allen throwing 2 picks in this game. Like it seemed like he had cleaned up that interception issue, because I don't know if you like, that was one of the kind of the only major knocks about Josh Allen earlier in his career, was that he threw a lot of interceptions, and they kind of cleaned it up last year into this season, and now it's like boom, a 2 interception game just like that. This Eagles-Giants game was crazy. It actually seems like losing to the Broncos like might have broken this Eagles team's brains or something, or I don't know, maybe they laid out the blueprint, but the body language for this entire team was so bad. Saquon only had 58 yards, and if you looked at like the receiving team, like all your wide receivers, like they looked like they did not want to be there. They had terrible body language. And I've always been critical. Like, I don't hate the Eagles, but I've never hidden my feelings. Like, I don't like the coaching staff over there. I don't like Sirianni. And I've never been shy about that fact. I think that he has ridden the talent around him to a better reputation than he deserves. I actually don't think he's all that great of a coach, and I think the cracks are maybe now starting to show a little bit. It's only a 2-game loss, like they're still leading the division. But at the moment, they do not look like they're going to repeat, and like they lost to this Giants team. Who, yes, they did have a win 2 weeks ago, but like this Giants team should be nothing more than a road bump for this Eagles team. But they lost, and they lost badly. And Jackson Dart had a great game. 34-17, the Giants win this one. Jalen Hurts 24 completions on 33 attempts, 283 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Jackson Dart 17 for 25, 195 yards, 1 passing, 1 rushing touchdown, 0 receptions. You know what's really, really funny actually in my predictions video? I wasn't like talking smack, I was just saying like I don't really understand the hype around Cam Scatterbo. So all I was really saying is like, you know, this guy's getting hyped up, and I'm seeing all these Instagram reels, like these Cam Scatterbo edits. I'm like, what has this guy done to like receive this level of hype? And then he gets 3 touchdowns this game, so I eat my words there, I suppose. Cowboys vs. Panthers. I thought the Cowboys would win it. They do not. The Panthers get the win. They are now 3-3, and they have won 2 games in a row. 30-27 is your final score in favor of the Panthers. Dak Prescott, 25 completions and 34 attempts, 261 yards, 3 touchdowns, 3 receptions. Bryce Young, 70 completions and 2 attempts, 199 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. Okay. Niners, Buccaneers. Mac Jones, again, looking good, although he didn't get the passing touchdown. He got the 2 picks. He was still doing well this game, so it's been interesting, kind of cool to see how good Mac Jones has been looking. This whole time, the Buccaneers felt like they were in control. I know, like, that first half, you had the McCaffrey thing, and it was pretty close in the first half. It was 20-16. The second half was just all 49ers, basically, or excuse me, all Buccaneers, basically. And they end up getting the W. Baker Mayfield's an absolute beast. Cameron Johnson had a good game. Did not drop a single pass. Buccaneers get the win 30-19. Mac Jones 27 for 39. 347 yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Baker Mayfield 17 for 23. 256 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 picks. Now the Bears Commanders, this Bears defense, man. This Bears defense is crazy to watch. I thought the Commanders would win this. I was wrong about that. But this Bears defense is nuts. They forced the fumble in the 4th quarter when the Commanders were leading the game. They get the ball back. Jake Moody wins it. Caleb Williams had a monster game. Jane Daniels had a monster game as well. But this Bears on both sides of the ball just looked like they played a complete game, and they have scored 20+ points in the first 5 games of the season. For the first time since 1995, Ben Johnson. I wasn't convinced. I said early in the season, you know, they lost back-to-back games. To start the year. But they've now won 3 games in a row. I think they have the longest active winning streak at the moment. Don't quote me on that. But clearly, you know, those issues I had early on, they've turned that around. Ben Johnson looks like what he's doing is working, and his offense is looking so much better than what they've had before. The defense offense is looking just as good as it has been in recent years, and they're playing a very exciting brand of football. If you're a long-suffering Chicago Bears fan, like, this is what you've been looking forward to. But here we go. So we had 15 games. I got 9 correct. So 60%. So we're dropping again. 0.1 seems to be 0.5, not 0.1. 60.5 out of 15. 80, 93. There you go. 60.5 divided by 93. 65% so far on the season. So that is where we're at the moment. I need a big week next week. Let's see what we're looking at as far as next week's games go. Hopefully there's some easy ones in there, but I have a feeling there won't be. Steelers, Bengals, Patriots, Titans, Chiefs, Raiders, Dolphins, Browns, Colts, Chargers. Colts, Chargers, tricky one. Rams, Jags, Panthers, Jets, Giants, Broncos, Texans, Seahawks. Okay. There's some tricky ones. Hopefully I can get 70% next week. That's what I'm gonna hold myself to. But anyways, guys, I do hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more content just like this every single week. Until next time, guys. Bye bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another video. Now, today we're going to be getting into this week of NFL recaps. Now, I was only able to watch 3 games this week because I was watching the ALCS, and no, I do not want to talk about it. I may seem oddly chipper now, because I've been listening to like some old school disco music and stuff, but I crashed out pretty hard earlier. I probably got banned off like 4 social media networks. So this week I saw Giants, Broncos, Colts, Chargers, and Commanders, Cowboys all right there. Now, before we start, let's talk about my extra points. If you didn't see my predictions video, I came with this new idea that I would make 4 predictions each week. 1 for the highest combined score, 1 for the lowest combined score, 1 for the team with the most passing yards, and 1 for the team with the most rushing yards. And then each of those would be worth half a point. And then at the end of the season, you guys could decide whether or not I should be able to add those points to my point total or not. So I have a total of a maximum of 2 points I could have earned this week for my bonus picks. And if you guys don't like this idea, I can just scrap it entirely. But I thought that Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers would have the most passing yards of any team this week. That one was incorrect. I thought that the Detroit Lions would have the most rushing yards of any, I thought the Atlanta Falcons would have the most rushing yards of any team this week. That was incorrect. I thought that the highest combined score would be Lions Buccaneers. That was not the case. So 3 for 4 so far, but I predicted that Panthers versus Jets would have the lowest combined score, and that did end up being true. So 0.5 out of 2 is my current extra points. Like I said, at the end of the season we can figure it out. But let's get into it now. Starting with the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Cincinnati Bengals. So not only do the Pittsburgh Steelers not have the most passing yards this week, they did not have the most passing yards in this game. Joe Flacco versus Aaron Rodgers in the AARP Bowl. And Joe Flacco came out on top, with the Browns, who are now 3-4, and they are second in the AFC North. Now the Steelers are 4-2, so they still do have a bit of a lead there in that one spot. But this win in particular, being a division win, could be very impactful at the end of the season if the Browns end up sort of continuing to push in and look better, because they have looked better. You know, I thought that Joe Flacco, I kind of thought it was fool's gold a little bit. That first week he was there, I was like, yeah, but he's old, and you know, this Browns team isn't really that good, especially on offense. It was sort of my thoughts, but they proved me wrong this week, with a 33-31 point win over the Pittsburgh Steelers, game-winning 36-yard field goal to end the game. Aaron Rodgers had 23 completions on 34 attempts, 249 yards, 4 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Joe Flacco had 31 completions on 47 attempts, 342 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 picks. Now we had the Rams versus the Jaguars in Wembley. I picked the Jaguars mainly because this was in London, the London home team. Honestly, looking at this, I don't know what I was smoking at the time. Because even though this Jaguars team, had their defense especially had looked, solid, their offense has been shaky at best. And this Rams team is an absolute monster at the moment. So really, I think I overthought it on this one. But the Rams did end up getting the W this week. I'm telling you, man, the NFC West is just an absolute bloodbath. Speaking of the Seahawks and the NFC West, I swear we are low-key the best, most competitive division in the NFL. We're just getting wins all the time. Rams blew out the Jaguars 35-7. 1.5 point shy of the over-under. Some people definitely lost some money on that. Matthew Stafford total completions on 33 attempts, 182 yards, 5 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Trevor Lawrence, 23 completions on 48 attempts, 296 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. With the Patriots versus the Titans, finally I can put a W up on the board. Finally. There we go. The Patriots did end up getting the W here. 31-13, and the Patriots are 5-2, and they are leading the AFC East. Now, I think a lot of people thought the Patriots would be better this season. I was among those people. I thought that you could even say that they would be good this season, but I don't think anybody thought that they would be leading the AFC East at week 7. The Bills have definitely have some big questions to answer, and they can maybe try to answer them next week. Man, this Patriots team, they're convincing. They're winning convincing games. Obviously, yes, this is just the Titans, but this is a team that looks good on both sides of the ball in New England. Drake May had 21 completions on 23 attempts, 222 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Cam Ward, 25 completions on 34 attempts, 255 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. He also had a fumble that was taken back for a touchdown, but I don't think that's counted as the interception. As a side note, it is really sad to see how far Tony Pollard has fallen. Okay, Saints versus Bears. I picked the Bears here, and they did get the win. But man, this was a rough game from Caleb Williams, especially because I think he's been putting up 200 plus yards like basically every single week. I think this is the first week, if I'm not mistaken, and I very well may be, but if I'm not mistaken, I think this is the first week this year that Caleb Williams has not passed for 200 yards or more. But regardless of that, also, I realize I misspoke earlier, just now. Joe Flacco is on the Bengals, not the Browns. Steelers lost the Bengals. Joe Flacco was originally on the Browns. It's after midnight, you'll have to forgive me. I just realized that. Anyways. But 26-14 is your final score in favor of the Chicago Bears. They are 4-2. I'm like 99% sure they already have more wins this year than they did last year. What was their record last year? 5-12. Okay, they were 5-12, so they have one more win. They have one more win to go. But I think they'll definitely get there. And Swift had a great game, 224 yards on 19 carries. But Spencer Rattler, 20 completions on 32 attempts, 233 yards, 2 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Absolutely nuts. Caleb Williams, 18 completions on 26 attempts, 172 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 pick. I have to say though, this Bears defense is legit. They look good on both sides of the ball at this point. They're one of those teams I really feel like can win any given week at this point, which is a lot of teams this year. This year feels sort of like the definition of any given Sunday, and I think this Bears team's a verting encapsulation of that. I think there's only a couple of teams that really don't have a chance even against the top guys. Dolphins, Browns. I picked the Dolphins. This was another one. It was a 1-5 team versus a 1-5 team. Like, somebody had to win this game, but nobody was going to be happy about it. Final score ends up being 31-6 in favor of the Cleveland Browns. Dylan Gabriel, again, seems like they're going to be sticking with him at this point. Tua Tagovailoa got pulled out of the game for Quinn Ewers, and after Tua threw 3 interceptions for the second straight weeks. It's back-to-back weeks now that Tua has thrown 3 interceptions. And honestly, at this point, I feel like Tua just has to leave the Dolphins. Like, I don't think he's necessarily a terrible quarterback, but it just feels like he needs to get out of Miami to sort of figure out what he needs to do and to get his career back on track. It's just not the spot for him at the moment. Ewers had 5 completions on 8 attempts, 53 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. Dylan Gabriel had 13 completions on 18 attempts, 116 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. This is just one of those games that, I don't know if you're you're a Browns fan, you might have enjoyed it, but just looking at this play-by-play doesn't seem like a very exciting game. Now we have the game that I correctly predicted would be the lowest scoring game of the week, which is the Panthers versus the Jets, but I did get the winner correct. The Carolina Panthers win this game 13-6 for a combined score of 19 points. By the way, the over-under on this game was 39.5 points. Anybody who bet the over on this game deserves to have lost their money, because I don't know where you thought those points were coming from. Also, the Jets were a 1.5 point favorite. Las Vegas, this is why Las Vegas has fallen apart at the seams. The Jets were a 1.5 point favorite, and they were 0-6 going into this game, bro. Like 13-6 in favor of the Panthers. Bryce Young, 15 completions on 25 attempts, 138 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. Tyrod Taylor, 10 completions on 22 attempts, 126 yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. The Eagles versus the Vikings. The Eagles would lost back-to-back games. I really thought that coaching would be the difference here. I thought the Vikings would have the better coaching. But this loss, really, this loss feels like it's on Carson Wentz. He has that big 6 early in the game in the 6th quarter. If he does not have that, the Vikings literally win this game. It would be 21-22 in their favor in that instance. But this, for the most part, was fairly back and forth. But in the end, the Eagles just had a little bit more, and Jalen Hurts had a good bounce back game here as well. After a couple of stinkers the last 2 weeks in those losses. Jalen Hurts had 19 completions on 23 attempts, 326 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 picks. Carson Wentz, 26 completions on 42 attempts, 313 yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, one of those being a pick 6, like I mentioned earlier. Okay, Raiders, Chiefs. I picked the Chiefs here, and they completely shut out the Raiders. 31-0. I really have to question how much longer the Raiders can keep Geno Smith as their starting quarterback. At this point, you have to put in the backup. I don't know how. Geno Smith had 67 passing yards in this game. He only threw the ball 16 times in a game that they got blown out by 31 points. Think about that. Usually when you're getting blown out, you have the quarterback throw the ball more. Let me just compare for you these team stats. The Raiders, bro, reading these stats out, this sounds like a Madden game. The Las Vegas Raiders had 3 first downs this entire game. The Chiefs had 30. The Las Vegas Raiders were 0 for 7 on 3rd down conversions. The Chiefs were 9 for 15. The Raiders had 25 rushing yards. The Chiefs had 152. The Raiders had 70 passing yards. The Chiefs had 282. The Raiders had a combined 95 yards. The Chiefs had 434. The Raiders had the ball for less than 20 minutes. The Chiefs had the ball for 42 minutes. I do not know if you are Pete Carroll. You are losing the game this badly, getting completely dominated from whistle to whistle, and you still have Geno Smith in the game, and you're not even having him throw the ball. But the run isn't even working. Ashton Shanty only had 21 yards. The run was not working. The pass was not working. I'm sorry, Raiders fans, I'm sorry, but this team's a disaster. And this Chiefs team, like I mentioned last week, they are now the favorite for basically everything. They're They're the favorite to have the best record in the NFL. They're the favorite to win the Super Bowl, the favorite to win the AFC, all that, because they're basically the only team at this moment that actually looks like a tier above everybody else. Geno Smith, 10 completions on 60 attempts, 67 yards, 0 touchdowns. O'Day, at least he didn't throw an interception. Patrick Mahomes, 26 for 35, 286 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Alright, finally, this game. Giants versus Broncos. This is one of the craziest games I've ever seen. I thought the Giants were going to win this. And I actually had a comment about this, and I was saying I always pick the Broncos to get upset in these games, and the reason, to clarify my position that I said that, is save for 2 games this season, all of their games, win or lose, have been 1-score games. Whether they win or they lose, like they had one game that was a 1-point win, a couple of 3-point wins, a 4-point win, or 1-point win or loss, win or loss by fewer than a score, basically. If you're less than a touchdown. So in my mind, that's a team that's like ripe to lose games. And then watching this game, it was all New York early, and they weren't like running up the score and dominating them. It was just the Giants they'd have a few drives and they'd score on one of them, and they wouldn't score on the next 2 or 3. But Denver, whenever Denver had the ball, the real issue to me, it seemed like it was Sean Payton's play calling. I feel like I watched Sean Payton throw like 20 screen passes this game, because I know Sean Payton's not taking over the offensive play calling. And I know it's a bit of exaggeration, but it felt like at least once every drive they were going for a screen pass, and it was never working. But honestly, even though the Broncos do end up winning this game, I still think Sean Payton's play calling is an issue, and I think Sean Payton's play calling is part of the reason that the Broncos have been in so many nail-biter games. I just don't think he's a very good play caller. But I don't know if it's a pride thing or what, but I think he needs to bring somebody else in to run the offense. But then this fourth quarter was nuts. The fourth quarter was like all Broncos. You have the two Bo Nix rushing touchdowns, both of them for one for 10 yards, one for 20 yards. Jackson Dart comes back with a rushing touchdown, and then you have a 39 field goal to put the Broncos up 1 and get the win there at the very end. The fourth quarter of this game was absolutely insane. Very, very exciting football game. And yes, this Broncos team is 5-2, but like I said, the way they're winning these games just does not seem sustainable. Kind of reminds me of Liverpool in the Premier League, where basically all their wins came from goals in the 85th minute and beyond, or an added time. But eventually that stops working, and it just doesn't. It just feels like the Broncos' offensive strategy is just not healthy and sustainable at the moment. They need to be getting ahead and controlling the game from the beginning and all that sort of thing. But they do get the win here, 33-32. Jackson Dart did 15 completions on 33 attempts, 283 yards, 3 passing touchdowns, 1 rushing touchdown, and an interception. Bo Nix had 27 completions on 50 attempts, 279 yards, 2 passing touchdowns, 2 rushing touchdowns, 0 interceptions. But I do have to say Jackson Dart looks a lot better than I was expecting him to, and he looks like he might be the guy in New York, which, for New York Giants fans, that's exactly what they've been waiting for. Colts Chargers. I got the Colts here, and they do pull off the win. I make no secret of the fact that, not a Chargers fan, but I always hope the Chargers do well, because I'm a Justin Herbert fan. I really do enjoy watching Justin Herbert play, and he's one of my favorite non-Seahawks in the league, but I have to say the season he's having is a bit concerning. He looked really bad in this game against the Colts. Last week against the Dolphins, they only won by 2 points to a team that just got blown out by the Browns. And then they had the loss against the Commanders the week before. And this Chargers team, it felt like they were on an upwards trajectory, and now it feels like they're going back down. And Herbert in this game especially, he had a lot of yards. He had 3 touchdowns, and that kind of covers up the flaws a little bit, but both of his interceptions were bad. And it just feels like something needs to change in this Chargers offense. It feels like they kind of need a playmaker in the wide receiver spot. Like maybe a guy who can just sort of make things happen in that spot. I don't know. I'm not like an expert, but that's just what it seems to me that they're missing. But the Colts continue their dominant streak. They are now 6-1, leading the AFC South. And they win this game by a score of 38-24. Seeing Jonathan Taylor having this sort of resurgent year this year has been really cool. He had a really good game this week. He had 3 rushing touchdowns on less than 100 yards. Just efficient, good short runs from him. Daniel Jones, 23 completions on 34 attempts, 288 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 picks. Justin Herbert, 37 completions on 55 attempts, 420 yards. Very nice. 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Finally of the ones that I watched, Commanders, Cowboys. I thought the Cowboys would get it here. They do. They double up the score on the Commanders. Now, I did miss something because I know that Jane Daniels started the game, and then at one point he got sacked and Marcus Mariota replaced him in the game. But I wasn't actually watching when that play happened, so I don't know how bad it was. But I know he's already had an injury this year, and honestly, if I'm the Commanders, you're already 3-4. You maybe sort of prioritize Jane Daniels' health this season and just let him sit the rest of the year in rehab. That's maybe what I would do, but that might be overly cautious. I don't know. But this Cowboys offense, they're now second in the NFC East. They do look legit. CeeDee Lamb was an absolute monster this game. He had 110 yards on only 5 receptions. He was just always deep. He always had a lane or something. CeeDee Lamb was a monster in this game, and those were probably my favorite moments from this game, because I've said before, wide receiver is my favorite position in the NFL. I never played football growing up, outside of throwing the ball around in my front yard or whatever, but I always have just loved watching wide receivers. Most of my favorite players are wide receivers. And CeeDee Lamb in this game is a perfect example of why I love wide receivers so much. Jane Daniels, 12 completions on 22 attempts, 156 yards, a touchdown, no picks. Dak Prescott, 12 completions on 30 attempts, 264 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Yeah! Here we go. Packers, Cardinals. Cardinals almost won this one. If it wasn't for that fourth quarter by the Packers, they got the 2 touchdowns there in the fourth quarter. That cemented the 4-point win for the Packers. There was a really funny moment in this game. had stuck in my head so much. I didn't watch this game, so I didn't highlight it, but I did see a few clips from it. So, but there was one moment from this game. Jordan Love was like throwing towards the receiver in the end zone and like overthrew him. But you know, the NFL has like the different like messages in the end zone and things like that. There's one, and I believe it said like "Love wins" or something like that. Obviously, like a some sort of social message. It said "Love wins," but I thought it was funny because at that moment Jordan Love was actively overthrowing a receiver, and at that moment in the game, the Packers were not, in fact, winning. But in the end, Love did win. So maybe that's a message for all of us to take to heart. 27-23 is your final score. The Packers are 4-1-1, leading the NFC North. And the Cardinals are 2-5-0, fourth NFC West. But honestly, this Cardinals team is better than their record. And I still think they can cause some issues in the NFC West, especially if one of the teams goes on a little bit of a slide, like a 2-game, 3-game slide, and the Cardinals are good. Like the Cardinals get 1 or 2 in a row, it could make things a little bit dicey down the stretch. Jordan Love had 19 completions and 29 attempts, 179 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 picks. Jacoby Brissett, 25 completions on 36 attempts, 279 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Falcons-Niners. This is another game I didn't watch, but I saw some clips of. I do not know how this Niners team keeps getting wins. It feels like 90% of their starters are injured. I predicted that the Falcons would get the most rushing yards this week because I'm just looking at the 49ers defense. And I'm like, everyone's hurt, everyone's injured, everyone's out. Like, but this team keeps getting with the only healthy player they have that is like Christian McCaffrey. And somehow that's all they need to win football games. I don't know how they're doing this. There's some sort of black magic Kyle Shanahan has actively doing blood rituals in his basement, and we probably need to investigate him for witchcraft, but the government doesn't take my calls anymore. And if you're wondering, I'm drinking this Kirk's Original Creaming Soda, 0 sugar. Sorry for the weird throat noise. Now, Niners win this game 20-10. Michael Penix, 21 completions on 38 attempts, 241 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 pick. Mac Jones, 17 completions on 26 attempts, 152 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception. And like I said, I thought that Atlanta would have the most rushing yards this week. They had 62, fewer than 100. Not a good game. Speaking of not a good game, I actually did watch this game. I don't know why I didn't. I watched like half of it, I should say. I thought the Lions were going to win this. They did, but man, this was a bit of a slog to watch. Both teams looked rough, especially in that first half, which, like I said, that's all I watched of this game was the first half. And unfortunately, Mike Evans does leave this game with a collarbone injury. I think he had a broken collarbone. And from what I understand, those do take quite a while to heal. I'm obviously not an expert on that, but they can be a bit of a lingering issue. Amon-Ra St. Brown had that like great catch to start the game. It was like this super hype play, and that would end up being like the sole highlight from this game, to be honest. Goff had a really bad interception. Mayfield had a really bad interception, and I expected this game to be a shootout. That was what I said going into this. I was like, oh, both teams are going to put up like 30 plus points. I thought our final score would be like 38-35 or something like that, but now our final score is 24-9. Mayfield, 28 completions on 50 attempts, 220 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Goff, 20 for 29, 241 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. finally the Texans versus my Seahawks. At least one Seattle team got a W this week. 27-19 over the Houston Texans. The Seahawks are 5-2. They're second in the NFC West. And I'm really excited to say I was wrong about. I'm excited to say that I was wrong about Sam Darnold. I was completely wrong. I thought he was going to be a bust here. And I am really happy that we have him on this team. Going toe-to-toe against CJ Stroud, who CJ Stroud is a Mariners fan, so I'm not going to hate him this week. I'm getting the win 27-19. CJ Stroud, 23 completions and 49 attempts, 229 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Sam Darnold, 17 completions on 31 attempts, 213 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. So, that is the week. We had 15 games this week, and I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Same exact scores last week, 9 out of 15. So we're gonna be 69.5 out of 102. And if I'm not mistaken, 69.5 divided by 102 is... that can't be right. Yeah, it's not right. It's 15, so it's 8, 10, 108. It's out of 108. 60.5 divided by 108. 56%. I need a big week. Or I need you guys to let me start adding my extra points in, but anyways, I'm meant to be having a package delivered tomorrow morning. If that is the case, then tomorrow I'm gonna have a really cool video to show you guys. My friend who moved to Mexico sent me a care package with some cool Mexican items in it, and that should be getting here tomorrow. If it does, that'll be tomorrow's video. If not, we'll figure something out, but stay tuned for that. If you like the video, please leave a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more content just like this every single week. Till next time, guys. Bye-bye. What's up, dog? Welcome back to another video. Before we get started today, I would like to give a special thank you to all of my channel members: Speed Racer Enjoyer, Andrew Peacock, Rhea, James Sucks, Sigurd Arflot Sunnis, Michael Marcellus, JHS Cove, Skimp Pigs, Box Float, Andreas Anderson, Vince Tremblay 1234, Luke Wenzel, Riley Bergen, Isaiah Robeson, Ken, Noble Bowles, Philly Fitz, Evan Foot, and Micah Carter. Thank you to all of my channel members for your continued support. It means the world to me. Two things right now before we get into the reviews. First and foremost, let me get my sheet set up properly. There we go. First and foremost, that World Series game 3, that was one of the craziest baseball games extra innings games this postseason have been absolutely insane. So if you haven't been watching the World Series for one reason or another, and you are a baseball fan, it's been such a great series. Both teams have been so good. And this game that just went by, this game 3, was like the definition of a great baseball game. And secondly, this is specifically for any Steelers fans out there. I need to know how you feel about those jerseys you guys wore this week. Because from my point of view, they are some of the ugliest jerseys I may have ever seen in my entire life. And from my perspective, I can't really understand what the designers were trying to accomplish with that jersey, but if you are a Steelers fan, is that some sort of connection to the city or to like the history of the team or something like that I just don't understand as an outsider? Like, please let me know if you think those things are as hideous as I do. Okay, let's take a look at the sheet real quick. So last week I went 9 for 15 or 60%, and I need to give a very special thank you to a commenter, YGuy94, who pointed out that I messed up my math last week, so my score is actually considerably better than I had written down last week. I completely forgot to add like the 9 to the front of this equation. So basically I did the math as if I got every single game wrong last week. So thank you again to him. You basically completely saved my score there. I would not have got that on my own volition. I definitely appreciate that. So as always, the bolded games in yellow text are the games that I did end up watching at least one half of this week. That's for the rule I made for myself, because some of these I've been marking them, but I may have just watched like one quarter or like 10 minutes of the game, or I saw snippets of the game on Red Zone or something. I'm not counting that. These are games I watched at least one half of, if not the entire game. This week I watched Vikings, Chargers, Packers, Steelers, Commanders, Chiefs, and Buccaneers, Saints. And real quick into the game-by-game review, let's talk about the extra points. I thought that the team with the highest passing yards this week would be the Bengals. That was incorrect. I thought the team with the most rushing yards this week would be the 49ers. That was incorrect. They had fewer than 100 yards of rushing offense this week, which, when you have Christian McCaffrey on your team, is brutal. I thought the highest scoring game would be the Dallas Cowboys versus the Denver Broncos, and it came close. They combined for 68 total points, but they were just barely edged out. So they did not end up being the highest scoring game of the week. And I thought that the lowest scoring game of the week would be the New York Giants versus the Philadelphia Eagles, and that was not the case either. That game actually had a pretty decent score. So of the 4 available extra points I have made available to myself, I have scored half a point thus far, and my thinking is at the end of the season I'll just add any extra points onto my total overall scores for like extra credit in school. Alright, let's jump into this, and for some reason I've opened up the games in a different order than I wrote them down. So, Vikings versus Chargers is the first one, and this is a game that I watched. That's at least a positive. I got that wrong. We need to do that. So I did predict correctly that the Chargers would beat the Vikings here. But I have to tell you, this game made me very, very angry for a number of different reasons. So, like, obviously, I wanted the Chargers to win this game. I've said multiple times, I am a Justin Herbert fan. I like the Chargers, even though they're not my favorite team. But Carson Wentz continuing to be in this game, continuing to play in this game, even though he was clearly injured, he could barely move properly, his shoulder was injured. We know now that he's going to be getting season-ending shoulder surgery. There was like a point where he was basically breaking down in tears on the sideline because he was in so much pain and he wasn't able to perform at a level that he expects himself to be able to perform at. And the Vikings coaching staff and the Vikings medical staff continued to put him in the game where he's getting hit, he's getting hands put on him. Like, even if he isn't getting sacked, it's a physical game. He could get even more injured. And it's just gross negligence. That made me mad. And then your Amazon Prime NFL announcer, Kirk Herbstreit, makes some comment about Carson Wentz, saying like, oh, there's your team leader, there's your alpha male, I think were his exact words. Because Carson Wentz is visibly upset on the sideline. And it's like, dude, he's playing through an obvious shoulder injury, and we know now he's been playing through this injury for 3 weeks. And it's like, yeah, there is your leader. Like, there is a guy who is clearly hurt. The fans in the stands can tell that he's hurt, even though the coaching staff can't. And he's still going out there and he's still trying his best. Like, what are you talking about? And as from what I'm aware, he has not issued any sort of apology for that statement. It just seems so Bush League, which is unfortunate because I've really enjoyed the Amazon broadcasts to this point. I think their presentation is great. I think some of the on-air, like, player analytic tracking stuff is great. And I've even liked the commentary team to this point. But making a comment like that is just, like, completely unacceptable. Especially because he's a former player. It's like, Carson Wentz is 10 times the player you ever were. And it's just frustrating. And then the coaching staff, so even though I'm happy the Chargers got the win and they looked good in this game, Justin Herbert, honestly, he didn't have to do too much. He was slinging up some great passes, but only 25 total attempts for a 27-point victory. This just made me mad, and now we know Carson Wentz is out for the season. J.J. McCarthy seemingly is going to be back in that starting position. He's healthy enough to start, but yeah, this game just made me mad. 37-10 in favor of the Los Angeles Chargers. Carson Wentz had 15 completions on 27 attempts. He had 144 passing yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 interception. Justin Herbert had 18 completions on 25 attempts. 227 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. The Jets versus the Bengals, man. I really thought the Bengals were going to take this, and for the first 3 quarters of this game, it looked pretty much like they were going to. But the Jets put on a hell of a comeback, and they end up winning by 1 single point to get their first win of the season. And it's always one of those things feelings, right? When you have a team that hasn't got their first win yet and is getting like into the trenches a little bit. Like if a team starts 0-4 and then they beat you and now they're 1-4, that's not too bad. But the Jets had lost 7 straight games. So at that point, that's the point where you're like, okay, we cannot be the team to lose to these guys. We can't be the ones to give them their first win. And I don't know if you remember, it might have been 2 years ago at this point, the Detroit Pistons in the NBA. They were having like a historically bad losing streak, like a 20-plus game losing streak. When the losing streak gets to like 4 or 5 games, you kind of raise an eyebrow, but if you lose to a team on a 5-game losing streak, you're like, okay, well, they were hungry, they need to get that win back, they want to break the streak. When it gets to like 10 games, you're like, okay, we shouldn't lose to this team, like, this, that, and the other, and if we do, okay, maybe we took the day off, maybe we took them too lightly, whatever. But in that, I remember, like, there was even players talking about in interviews, once that Detroit Pistons losing streak started to get like 20 games, 20-plus games, they would go into, like, the game, and the team was going against the Pistons, but guys, we cannot lose this game, like, we will not live this down if we lose this game, if we give them the W to break this streak. And obviously, the NFL has a much more condensed season, so this is perhaps the equivalent of that. A team loses 7 games in a row. The Bengals are probably like, please God, do not let us be the team that gives them their first win. And they do a 1-point win. How many 2-point conversions did they? Boom, boom. They did 2 2-point conversions, both off of Breece Hall rushing touchdowns. Breece Hall had 2 touchdowns and 133 yards this game. That's crazy. 254 rushing yards for the Jets, 248 passing yards for the Jets, with 502 total yards. And I have to give him credit, Justin Fields popped off at this game. And I really liked his post-game interview. He was saying, like, he was emotional, he was like crying in a closet, like praying, like, you know, please just let us get a win. So I feel good for that team, but man, this is not the outcome I expected. You know, I predicted the Bengals and Joe Flacco did the most passing yards this week, but Justin Fields had more passing yards than Flacco did today. 39-38 is your final score. Justin Fields has 21 completions on 32 attempts, 244 passing yards, 1 touchdown, no interceptions. Joe Flacco has 21 completions on 34 attempts, 223 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Bills versus Panthers. I knew that the Bills were going to be getting a bounce back win here. I did it again, man. I'm off my game today. This just sort of seemed like they were going to be putting the Panthers into the wood chipper, and that's pretty much what they did. 40-9, a total blowout win for the Buffalo Bills, who were only a 7.5-point favorite in this game. Funnily enough, the over-under was put at 48.5 points. The final score was a total of 49 points, so just half a point over there. One of those games that makes you understand why Vegas puts the lines where they do. Josh Allen had 12 completions on 19 attempts. He had 163 passing yards, 1 passing touchdown, and 2 rushing touchdowns. No interceptions. Andy Dalton, 16 completions on 24 attempts, 175 yards, 0 touchdowns. 1 interception. Now, I had not heard about Bryce. I don't know why he didn't play. Wow, Andy Dalton was sacked. realized Bryce Young was injured. That's interesting. I must have missed that. That's my bad. Alright, Niners versus the Texans. Now, I predicted the 49ers to, finally lose a game at, 3 weeks in a row. Because they were so injured and I was not understanding how they were winning the games they were winning. And I kept being like, surely this madness will end. And it just wasn't ending. They kept winning. So I'd finally come to terms with the fact that Kyle Shanahan is using the blood of the innocents to fuel this run that they're on at the moment. But the blood of the innocent well must have run dry because the 49ers finally lose, and of course it is the week that I picked them to win. The Texans beat them 26-15. I thought that the 49ers would have the most rushing yards this week. They only had 48 rushing yards in total. The Houston Texans had 157. Christian McCaffrey had 8 carries for a total of 25 yards. He was their most productive rushing player with only 25 yards. George Kittle had the most passing yards, or receiving yards I should say. And he only had 43 yards, so it was not a very productive day on offense for the 49ers. And Mac Jones, who was still at the helm in this game. The Texans take this one 26-15. Mac Jones has 19 completions on 32 attempts, 193 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. CJ Stroud has 30 completions on 39 attempts, 318 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 1 single interception. Okay, Giants versus Eagles. I picked this as a game I thought might have the lowest combined score. I just thought that it might be a little bit of a defense first snooze fest. But the Eagles decided to pop off in this game. Unfortunately, Cam Scattaboo, I realize it's Scattaboo, not Scatabo, goes down with a pretty nasty injury. He will miss the rest of the season, which is unfortunate because he was having a great year. He was a fun and exciting player to watch who'd kind of become a bit of a viral sensation online, but he'll be done for the year. But the Eagles do end up winning this one by a pretty hefty margin, 38-20. Oh my gosh, I don't know what that was. Jackson Dart had 14 completions on 24 attempts, 193 yards, 1 passing touchdown, as well as 1 rushing touchdown, and no interceptions. Jalen Hurts had 15 completions on 20 attempts, 179 yards, 4 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, and this was the Saquon Barkley game. I've been waiting for Saquon Barkley to have a game like this. 150 yards on 14 carries, 1 passing touchdown, 1 rushing touchdown. Like, he was getting it done all over the field. And if they can get that Saquon bought in, and they can keep those receivers bought in, because that has been with this Philly team, that's sort of always been my fear, is that receiver room, and I mentioned earlier in the year. Their body language not being great, but if they're bought into that pass game, that's what the Eagles need to repeat, basically. Browns versus the Patriots. I thought the Patriots got this, and they did got that. The Patriots are 6-2 on the season. They are first in the AFC East. I knew this Patriots team was going to be improved this year. I knew they're going to be a good team this year. I did not anticipate them being this good. They are legit a threat every week. I think this is a on any given day in the league, which is crazy to say because not that long ago they were bottom of the barrel. And this was the Myles Garrett game. Myles Garrett popped off on this game. I think he set the Browns franchise sacks record or something like that. He may have. I know he set some sort of record in this game. Myles Garrett did, but unfortunately, although the defense was good, the offense was not there. And Dylan Gabriel has continued to struggle. They shipped Joe Flacco out. Dylan Gabriel is struggling. And you know there's going to be voices, especially in the media, social media, asking, should Shedeur Sanders be going in there? Which is exactly why from the beginning I said it was such a stupid mistake to pack this QB room with guys, especially multiple rookies. It does not make any sense. And the Browns, fans will be asking for a change, even though I personally don't think a change will make any difference. But it's a self-inflicted wound once it does happen. Dylan Gabriel had 21 completions on 35 attempts. 156 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Drake May, 18 completions on 24 attempts. 282 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. Bears, Ravens. I thought that the Bears, they've looked comfortable to this point. Their offense and defense have both been just rocking and rolling. And this Ravens team has been in a terrible way. Especially with Huntley at the helm, although supposedly Lamar Jackson will be back next week, but I think they might push him back one more week. I don't know, it feels a little bit too early to me. But the Ravens finally get their second win of the season against the Chicago Bears by a score of 30-16, and they are only a 2.5-point favorite coming into this game. Caleb Williams has 25 completions on 38 attempts, 285 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception, and Tyler Huntley, 17 for 22, 186 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. Zay Flowers had the type of game that I'd like to see from him. Derrick Henry had 2 touchdowns this game, but he only had 71 yards on 21 carries. I feel like his overall production is sort of not where you would want or expect it to be at this point. I'm not sure what his season totals are at this point, but it's a little bit, obviously there's a lot of concern with this Ravens team. They only have 2 wins, but for me that's one of the big concerns, this Ravens team. Dolphins, Falcons. I thought the Falcons would take this, but no, this Dolphins team is an enigma. They are 2-6. They have lost 6 times. And this Falcons team, who did they beat? I thought they had a pretty good win. This Falcons team beat the Buffalo Bills. They beat the Commanders back when they still had Daniels, I think. They beat the Vikings. There's some good wins for this Falcons team. They got blown out by the Panthers. I'm not going to take that away from them, but this is just a weird Falcons team. This is a weird Dolphins team. They're just both very inconsistent. And the Dolphins blew them out 34-10. This was Atlanta was a 6.5-point favorite coming into this game. Tua Tagovailoa, who's basically a walking concussion at this point, had 20 completions on 26 attempts, 205 yards, 4 touchdowns, 0 picks. Kirk Cousins getting in there for the Falcons. Now, I did not watch this game. Why did Kirk Cousins play? Why did Kirk Cousins play? What happened to Michael Penix? Cousins. I'm actually kind of shocked that Kirk Cousins has stayed the backup QB there and hasn't tried to. I think he'll probably be gone at the deadline. There'll be somebody who needs a QB. Maybe he'll go to. Kirk Cousins should go to Las Vegas. Kirk Cousins should join the Raiders, actually. Anyways, Kirk Cousins throwing completions on 31 attempts, 173 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Buccaneers Saints, okay. That Spencer Rattler interception, if you want to call it an interception, that is one of the most disrespectful things. You know, I grew up in the Legion of Boom, Seattle Seahawks. I have seen some disrespectful football plays on defense in my time. He basically swats it down. I don't know the defensive player's name for the Buccaneers. I apologize. But the defensive player's right in Spencer Rattler's face, basically gets up high. He doesn't like swat the ball down, but basically snatches it. And then, like, he's right in the end zone. It's like on the, not even the 5-yard line. Like, they're right there in the end zone, basically. And Spencer Rattler gets in, like, he's gonna try to, like, tackle him or something. And defensive player for the Buccaneers just, boom, just stiff arms him and just, like he's a kid, like, you know, Spencer Rattler, he's an NFL player, he is an elite athlete, do not get it twisted, he's one of the best athletes on the planet, but you know, there's levels to this, and that guy just levels him, stiff arms him, goes right into the end zone. Like, that is gonna be Nelson, Nelson, I don't see his first name, but Nelson. That's gonna be a highlight that is shown on ESPN for years. That guy is gonna, like, make a career doing the convention circuit off of, like, selling signed pictures of that play. Just one of the most disrespectful. Just, God, that was so crazy to watch. A lot of these games I watch at my desk, so at my job we're allowed to have a third monitor up where we watch stuff, and I'll watch things on there. Sometimes I'll watch wrestling or whatever, or like a show, but right now, because it's sports season, I'll have the World Series on my third screen, or I'll have an NFL game on my third screen, and usually like, I'm pretty good at, you know, not reacting to things, but watching that play live at my desk at work. I literally, like, I've audibly reacted to that. The Buccaneers advanced to 6-2. Now, I said I thought they were going to win the NFC South yet again this year, but boy, oh boy, I don't even think it's going to be that much of a challenge for them. Unfortunately, Alvin Kamara, where the Saints did get hurt. Kamara's a guy I've always liked. So that was unfortunate to see. Bad week for running backs. Baker Mayfield had 15 completions on 24 attempts. 152 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Tyler Shaw, who came in after the Spencer Rattler incident, 17 completions on 30 attempts, 128 yards, 0 touchdowns, and 1 interception. Like, I guarantee you that that image will be the thumbnail of this video. Like, yeah. Alright. Dallas Cowboys, Denver Broncos, almost the highest scoring game of the week. At 68 total points. I thought it was gonna be, it was not. But I did predict the Broncos to win this one, and they did. They were pretty much in control of this game from the very, very beginning. You go into the first quarters 14-3. You go into halftime 27-10. Like, they were just all over Dallas in this game, and Dallas, you know, their offense was able to do their things. You had CD making some good plays, you know, this, that, and the other. Prescott doing some stuff. Although he was also throwing, you know, 2 interceptions in this game, which is something to be said. Like, they weren't really getting their offense to the levels it has been at it this season, but I still felt like their offense was good enough, even with the interceptions and the other stuff, where Dallas could have won this game. But their defense could just not get any stops against this Broncos team. I don't know why I didn't watch this one. I did watch this game. I forgot to label that one. They could just not get any stops against this Broncos team. And Bo Nix was just extremely comfortable. He never really felt like he was getting pressured. I don't even know if they got a sack. No, yeah, Dallas did not get a sack. That's what I thought. I was sitting there, I was like, I don't remember him getting sacked in this game. It felt like he was never really under pressure. Final score 44-24 in favor of the Denver Broncos. Dak Prescott has 19 completions on 31 attempts, 188 yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Bo Nix, 19 completions on 29 attempts, 247 yards, 4 touchdowns. 1 interception. Titans, Colts. I predicted the Colts to win this game, and they did. They are 7-1. The Titans are 1-7. This Colts team, man, they are my surprise this season. Honestly, like, I did not expect them. I thought they would be better than last year, and I'm a big fan of this Colts coaching staff. I've said that a lot, how much I like this Colts coaching staff. I've talked about it in the past, but I've never been a Daniel Jones guy, and so really I was like, you know, I didn't have any strong positive opinions on this Colts team. They are maybe the most fun team to watch in the NFL this season. I did not watch this game, but I watched highlights from this game because I like watching this Colts team. They are so fun, and Jonathan Taylor is having such a great, like, bounce back or resurgent year. I think he had it down here either last season or the season before. Jonathan Taylor is a guy that I like. It's really good seeing him succeed. He had 153 rushing yards this game. He had 3 touchdowns this game. And this is the game that Cam Ward yelled at his head coach, so that's good. Cam Ward, 22 completions and 30 attempts, 259 yards. 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Daniel Jones, 21 for 29, 272 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. 2 games left. Packers, Steelers. I erroneously thought this was in Lambeau. It was not in Lambeau. We were in Pittsburgh. My bad on that. So Aaron Rodgers has still not had his homecoming, I don't believe. I predicted the Packers to win this game. They did, although it was all Pittsburgh early. DK Metcalf, man, as much as I love the guy, and he sort of, drafting DK Metcalf sort of reignited my love for the Seahawks, because I had not watched for years after the Legion of Boom fell apart and all that, and the team was just not fun to watch. At this point, I'm really glad that he's no longer on the Seahawks and we have Jackson Smith and Jigba, because even though he is such a gifted athlete, even though he has such, like, natural talent, he makes so many dumb mistakes, draws dumb penalties. Like, he's his own worst enemy out there, which really sucks to say. And him and Aaron Rodgers have not built that chemistry and connection that I honestly assumed that they would have, like, out of the gate this season. And it was just so painful to watch. Yeah, this Packers team is just, they're solid. They're leading the NFC North. They're 5-1-1. I think this Pittsburgh Steelers team, they're 4-3-0. They're still first in the AFC. I think they'll be fine, but the Steelers team is not going to be as good as I think maybe some people thought they might be going into this season. Jordan Love, 29 completions on 37 attempts, 360 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 picks. Aaron Rodgers, 24 completions on 36 attempts, 219 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 picks. Do you want to hear an absolutely insane stat about the Commanders and the Chiefs? Washington has now lost 9 straight games to Kansas City. Their last win was in 1983. I was negative 11 years old the last time the football team in Washington, whatever their name may have been, beat Kansas City in an NFL football game. I don't even know if my dad was old enough to legally drink the last time Washington beat the Chiefs. That is an absurd stat. And the Chiefs have not been a powerhouse team that entire time. Like, that is so unlikely. And the Chiefs absolutely blew them out in this game, which is, I'm happy because I did the prediction, but man, I feel so bad for Marcus Mariota. There was a point in this game, he was just like punching the field, and like, I feel for him, and he's one of my favorite players because of what he did at Oregon and all that, but man, this was just a brutal game, and it started off so slow too. Like, nothing really happened in the first, and both the defenses were looking pretty good. Bobby Wagner had like a really big defensive play. I think he blew up Kelsey or something like that. If I remember correctly, Mahomes threw 2 interceptions this game. Like, the Washington defense was getting to them, but like, they were just clearly outclassed on both sides of the ball, and Kansas City just go in. They have a huge third quarter, but they just sort of steadily, progressively just do more and more and more and get the win here, 28-7. Marcus Mariota, 21 completions on 30 attempts, 213 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. Patrick Mahomes is 25 for 34, 299 yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. And that is the week in football. So I had a pretty solid week, only 13 games this week. So I got 9 out of 13 correct. So I'll pull up my calculator. That is 69% correct. That's exactly. Almost spilled my water. That's 69% correct. That is exactly what we want to see. And we're now at 78.5 out of 121. 78.5 divided by 121. We're creeping up. 65% so far this season, so we're doing better and better. Let me know what you guys thought of this week of NFL football. If your team is not on the bye, how did they do this week? Let me know what you thought in the comments down below. If you're still awake and like this video, please leave a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more content just like this every single week. Till next time, guys. Bye bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another video. Today we are doing our weekly NFL did not have the opportunity to watch that many games this week. Between the World Series and then here in Australia, it was the Melbourne Cup. And, I don't know, the last 2 years, because I've been here almost 3 years now, but I've never done anything for it in the past. But we had a big work event thing for Melbourne Cup, and I'm not super hot on the whole horse racing thing, to be honest, but a lot of my colleagues are really into it, so I was kind of just hanging out with them. And actually I spent a lot of time with my CFO today for Melbourne Cup Day. I was hanging out with the CFO of my company for an hour, and we were just joking around, talking, which was cool because I've never really spoken to him much before except for in passing. And he bought me some dumplings, which was dope. So I didn't get to see a ton of games this week because I've been busy sports schedule and just life schedule. But after this week's starting next week, I should be watching 5 plus 6 games a week because baseball's over and all that. So let's get into the sheet. So this week I watched Chiefs vs. Bills, Seahawks vs. Commanders, and Cardinals versus Cowboys. Let's see my predictions there on the right. Now, first and foremost, before we jump into the results, let's talk about our extra points. So we're up to 6 potential extra points now, and let's look at what I chose. So I predicted that Matthew Stafford for the Rams would have the most passing yards of any quarterback this week. So let's see how many he had. He had 281 passing yards this week. I feel like that will be beaten. And yeah, I've already found a quarterback, and Daniel Jones threw for 342, and that's not even that's just the first one I saw, so I did not get that one correct. I thought that Jonathan Taylor for the Colts would have the most rushing yards this week, but I see that he only had 45 rushing yards this week. That's absolutely crazy. And yeah, I see just the next game I looked at, Rico Dowdle had 130. So no, that was incorrect. I thought that the game with the highest total score would be the Kansas City Chiefs versus the Buffalo Bills. And they combined for 49 total points. Let's see if anybody beat that. And yes, I see that the Niners and Giants beat that, as well as a couple other teams, so I was wrong on that one as well. And I thought that Jacksonville versus Las Vegas would have the lowest total score, but I see that game had 59 total points. So I was wrong on all my extra points. Let me scroll over a little bit so you can see. Those were my predictions. Wrong. So across 3 weeks, I've still only gotten one of those predictions right at half a point. Crazy stuff. Okay. The Baltimore Ravens versus the Miami Dolphins. Lamar Jackson coming back into the lineup. I thought that the Ravens would get the win this week, and they did get the win. So we're starting things off strong here. The Ravens win this 28-6. Lamar Jackson, he had 18 completions on 23 attempts, 204 passing yards, 4 touchdowns, although no rushing touchdowns from Lamar, no interceptions. QB rating of 143.2. I usually don't talk about QB rating, but that is like extraordinarily high. To a deck of a low at 25 completions on 40 attempts, 261 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception. Yeah, this did not seem like it was ever in doubt for the Baltimore Ravens here. They were in the lead from the first quarter, and they held that lead every single quarter for the rest of the game. Basically as good of a result as you could want for Lamar's return. And the Ravens, honestly, even though they are 3-5, they're only sitting in second in the AFC North. So they're actually still sort of in contention, and they still are in a decent spot going forward. Like, their season isn't completely sunk, so it's actually a good spot for Lamar to come back in. Broncos Texans, I thought the Broncos would win this one, and they did, but this is a lot closer than I was expecting it to be. Especially with this Texans team, like, as beat up as they were. The over-under on this game was 41.5 points, and they barely combined for more than 30. The Broncos only put up 18 yards in this. Bo Nix had a really poor game overall. And then Davis Mills on the other side also had a bad game. Just seems like this wasn't really the best. But like I said, the Broncos win this one 18-15. Bo Nix had 18 completions on 37 attempts, 173 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Davis Mills had 17 completions on 30 attempts, 137 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 picks. Now Chargers, Titans. I picked the Titans to win this, and I got some comments about this. I said in the video, like, I had picked every away team to win, and I thought that it was unlikely that that would actually happen. And this game actually was a lot closer than you would have expected. It was only a 7-point win for the Chargers, and they were a 9.5-point favorite. And the Chargers have sort of been, this last little bit, they've been struggling, and then Joe Alt went down with an Achilles in this game, and he's gonna miss the rest of the season. And Joe Alt and Rashawn Slater are now both out for the season, so both of the starting offensive tackles for the Chargers are out. And I think they're gonna definitely struggle from this point moving forward even more. Like I said, I think I even said when I made this pick, the Chargers will still probably win, but I just felt like they were the most likely of that slate of away teams to lose. And the Titans almost got it done. They started it off with a pick 6 on Herbert. But, and they actually led. Yeah, they led the first quarter 14-7, but then the Chargers bounced back 13-3 in the second and 7-3 in the fourth, winning it 27-20. Justin Herbert has 19 completions on 29 attempts, 250 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Cam Ward, 12 completions on 21 attempts, 145 passing yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 picks. Justin Herbert also had a rushing touchdown this game. And I think I saw a tweet saying that Justin Herbert now leads all quarterbacks in rushing yards this season. Usually it's either Lamar or Allen. But Allen hasn't been running the ball as much for those long runs this season. Obviously Lamar's been injured, so. Colts, Steelers. I thought the Colts would win this, but this is the one that ended up being the other way around. The Steelers do end up getting the win here, and honestly, the Colts could have, maybe should have won this, but Daniel Jones, ball security, specifically 3 interceptions in this game. You're just giving the other team the ball way too much, and Jonathan Taylor, I didn't see this one, so I don't know if it was a case of Pittsburgh's defense shutting him down or what, but only 45 yards on 14 carries is not going to do it, especially when the last 2 weeks before this he's been busting off like more than 100 rushing yards per game, so obviously something was different this game compared to those other 2 that he's had before. But the Steelers win this 27-20. They were a 3.5-point underdog. Daniel Jones is 31 completions on 50 attempts, 342 yards, 1 touchdown. 3 interceptions. Aaron Rodgers 25 for 35, 203 yards, 1 touchdown. 0 picks. Jags Raiders. Now I watched a little bit of this game. Not enough for me to put it on the list as saying I watched it. But I did see a bit of this game. I saw the ending, crazy ending to this game. Geno Smith going. That 2-point attempt there at the end. Getting swatted down on the Brock Bowers touchdown. I thought the Jaguars would win. They do by a single point, 30-29. I have to say, I've been harsh on Geno Smith all season. He looked good this game. Trevor Lawrence, 23 completions on 34 attempts, 220 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception. Geno Smith, 29 completions on 39 attempts, 284 yards, 4 touchdowns, 1 interception. And I think, was this the game with the longest field goal of all time? And the Jaguars kicker Cam Little, 68-yard field goal, which is the longest field goal of all time. I think that was, so that was a nice highlight from this game. And that was the first points for the Jaguars in this game. Okay, now the first one that I saw here, the Chiefs versus the Bills. I thought the Chiefs would win this, but no, the Bills come out with the win. And the Chiefs looked really bad in that first quarter. This is Patrick Mahomes, QB rating of 57.2. And I saw a stat that said this is the first game Patrick Mahomes has not thrown for a touchdown since a very long time. Let me see if I can find the exact date here. That was very loud. I don't know what that was. Where is it? Career low completion percentage for Mahomes. 44.1%, the lowest completion percentage of Mahomes' entire career. But where is the, I can't remember right now, but basically, it's been a very, very long time since he has played a game and not thrown a touchdown. But that's what happened in this game. Patrick Mahomes was pressured on more than half of all of his dropbacks. And I have to say, watching this game specifically and then sort of seeing what Chiefs fans are saying because they know their team better than I do, it feels like Jones got paid and then immediately stopped caring. Like, he looks so mentally checked out basically all the time, and it's extremely, extremely noticeable. But the Bills definitely looked like the better team here. Josh Allen with 2 rushing touchdowns in this game, both like 1-yard rushes. And the Chiefs right now, they are 3rd in the AFC West. They're 5-4. If the playoffs started today, they would not be in the playoffs, which is crazy because the last few weeks people have been saying, like I've been saying, they looked like the best team in the NFL. They looked like they were sort of the only team that was good at like sort of all levels. And then that's just, this week is just completely flipped, and now they're almost in crisis mode a little bit. Apparently they're trying to look for a new running back. They want to bring a running back in before the trade deadline, so we'll see what happens there. But Bills win this 20-21. Patrick Mahomes 15 completions on 34 attempts, 250 yards, no touchdowns, and a pick. Josh Allen 23 for 26, 273 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 passing touchdown, 2 rushing touchdowns. No picks, no picks. Bears versus Bengals. I thought the Bengals would have this. This game, these teams combined for 89 points. 89 points. The over-under was 51.5. Joe Flacco threw for 470 yards. Joe Flacco was playing Madden out there, bro. And I see this, the most explosive offenses according to True Media, Nate Dice. The most explosive offense in the NFL so far this season, the Chicago Bears with a 14.1% explosive play rate. The Bears offense 5th in sack rate, 1st in turnover worthy plays, 13th in success rate, 2nd in explosive play rate, 4th in yards per play, 7th in EPA per play. I don't know what EPA is. 3rd in EPA per rush, 8th in EPA per TP. Just an absolutely crazy offense that the Bears have created over there. And I think explosive play, I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's defined as a play that goes for 10 or more yards, or more than 10 yards. But the Bears, they win this 47-42. And the Cincinnati Bengals have become the first team in 59 years to score 38 or more points in back-to-back contests and lose both of them. Like, that is absolutely crazy. You're putting up that many points and you're losing the game. Hold on, where's my I've lost my game. Putting up that many points and losing them, and the problem is Cincinnati's defense looks completely disinterested. And you see some of the locker room stuff coming out right now. It seems like the locker room is basically the offense versus the defense. There's really no sense of team unity whatsoever. It seems like you have the players actively calling each other out, the defensive players sort of making jokes to the media about it, not taking it seriously. I've been saying for years now that Zach Taylor is a bad coach and he needs to go. But I think, like, this season, this game, more than anything, his highlight that Zach Taylor, he does not have control of the locker room. He's not a good coach. And, like, I think the Bengals just need to completely clear house at this point. And I also think we need to have, I saw this stat posted. Somebody posted this in the NFL subreddit. And we talk about the Bengals' offensive line and Joe Burrow and how many times Joe Burrow would get hit or get sacked. And Joe Flacco's sack rate this season with the Bengals is 3.89%. Joe Burrow's sack rate for the last 4 years, 8.93, 6.34, 6.17, 6.86. And then they left a little sort of snarky comment, so are sacks a QB stat? Because, Joe Burrow is obviously struggling behind this line. Joe Burrow is getting hit more than any other quarterback in the NFL, and it's injured him now multiple seasons. Whereas Joe Flacco has come into this team at like 40 years old and is putting up 470 yards in a game like this and is not getting sacked as much as Burrow was. You have to ask yourself, like, maybe it's an issue with Burrow, but the Bears win this game 47-42. Caleb Williams has 20 completions on 34 attempts, 280 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 picks. Joe Flacco, 31 for 47, 470 yards, 4 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Falcons, Patriots. Okay. I thought the Patriots win this, and they did, but boy, oh boy, was this a close one. I don't know why this keeps sliding over. 24-23, the Patriots win this. They were a 5.5 point favorite. And I saw the Stephon Diggs touchdown highlight from this game and some commentary about it, and I do have to say Stephon Diggs has been like the perfect fit for this Patriots team, and I think he is sort of like a pressure release valve for Drake May. Like, Drake May can just sort of rely on him to be in a good spot, and for a younger quarterback I think it's important to have a veteran player like that. Michael Penix had 22 completions on 37 attempts, 221 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 picks. Drake May 19 for 29, 259 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. Panthers vs. Packers. I thought the Packers would have this, but a 49-yard field goal wins it for the Panthers. And the Panthers are 5-4 in their second in the NFC South. And what's crazy is Bryce Young didn't even really do too much this game. Rico Dowdle was an absolute monster. From what I saw in some highlights, this Panthers defense is an absolute monster. And Micah Parsons also had his, for the very first time in Micah Parsons' career, he recorded 0 pressures. We're not even talking about sacks, but he didn't even pressure Bryce Young. And Bryce Young dropped back to throw 20 times in this game, so it's sort of interesting there. It's something to keep an eye on a little bit, I would say. Bryce Young, 11 completions on 20 attempts, 102 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception. Jordan Love, 26 for 37, 273 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception. Honestly, it seemed like neither quarterback in this game had a good night. Now, this is my big surprise of the week. J.J. McCarthy coming back from injury after the whole debacle and everything with Carson Wentz I talked about last week. The Vikings, being 3-4, being at the bottom of the NFC North, this Lions team coming off of a bye week. This Lions team, was supposed to be one of the best teams in the league. I thought the Lions would easily win this. The betting odds thought the Lions would easily win this. They were a 9.5-point favorite. And they lose by 3. The Lions dropped to 5-3-0. And this is one of those things where, like, if the Lions, if they miss the playoffs, this might be one of those games that Lions fans look back at this like, how the hell did we lose that game? Which was sort of the Giants. Was it the Giants game last year for the Seahawks? I think last year the Seahawks, we had that bad loss to the Giants or something like that when they were like really, really bad. And that was the reason that we didn't get into the playoffs. It's just, this might be one of those losses you look back on as an unacceptable loss if you're the Lions, because the Vikings really like 4-4, fourth in their division at this point. I think all they can really do is play spoiler. We still have a lot of season left, but man, J.J. McCarthy had 14 completions on 25 attempts, 143 yards. 2 passing touchdowns, 1 rushing touchdown, 1 interception. Jared Goff had 25 completions on 37 attempts, 284 yards, 2 touchdowns. 0 interceptions. Niners, Giants, finally, mercifully, we're back in the W column. The Niners get a win 34-24. They were a 2.5-point favorite. They won by 10 in this. And honestly, just looking at the scoreboard, it didn't really seem like they're ever too much in danger. It seemed like they were mostly in control most of this game. Mac Jones had 19 completions on 24 attempts, 235 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 picks. Jackson Dart 24 for 33. 191 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 picks. And there were rumors last week that Brock Purdy might be coming back. There are rumors might be coming back this week, so I don't know when Purdy's coming back. His health situation seems very nebulous at the moment. Saints Rams, I thought the Rams would win, and they do get the win. Matthew Stafford does a solid game, 34-10 in favor of the Rams. Stafford has 24 completions and 32 attempts, 281 yards, 4 touchdowns, 0 picks. Tyler Slough, 15 completions and 24 attempts, 176 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Now, I thought I saw something about Puka getting injured. Did I miss something? No. I'm not seeing anything about Puka being injured. Oh, here we go. Nakua went to the locker room in the third quarter to injuring his ribs, so getting tackled on a jet sweep, but the Rams believe he dodged a serious injury. He came back to the Rams sideline in the fourth quarter, said he could play, but it wasn't necessary. Okay, so he seems to be okay. Because he's still my selection to have the most receiving yards of anyone in the NFL this season. Let's see where he is at the moment. I think Jackson Smith and Jigba is in the lead, and I'm not mad about that as a Seahawks fan, but I'm receiving yards, sorted by yards. Jackson Smith and Jigba is 948. Puka's down at 711. Jamar Chase at 831. It might be hard to catch. Puka has more receptions than JSN, but fewer, like 200 fewer yards. Interesting. He was my pick. He's in the top 5, but I don't know if he's gonna get there. Christian McCaffrey has 626 receiving yards. And I bet you he's in the top 10. That's crazy. Christian McCaffrey's in the top 10 for receiving yards and rushing yards. That dude is such an animal. Like, I sports hate him because he's on the Niners, but like his talent is so undeniable. I thought the Seahawks would win this game, and we did, but man, oh man, like I did not expect to win it like this. Like we came out of this absolutely firing. That first half by Sam Darnold is one of the craziest things I've ever seen. There's the turnover, I think it was like the Jane Daniels interception, and then literally the first play after we get the ball back from the turnover, it's another touchdown. We got like 2 touchdowns within 10 seconds of each other, and then another touchdown 4 minutes later. In the second quarter, then we had the touchdown in the first quarter as well. Sam Darnold in the first half was 16 for 16 for 284 yards, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. 25% of his passes in the first half were touchdowns. 25% of his passes were just crazy. Jackson Smith and Jigba didn't even get a touchdown this game. It was like all the rookies. Torrey Horton is one of the rookie wide receivers, had 4 receptions on 4 targets for 2 touchdowns, and then Arroyo White. I don't think Arroyo is a rookie. I think White's a rookie. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, White, he had the big 60-yard one. Just Sam Darnold. I didn't think. I was hesitant about the Sam Darnold pickup, you know that, but I'm completely eating my words on that. He's an absolute beast. Sam Darnold might be our franchise QB for the next few years, which is crazy to say. But man, I feel so bad for Jane Daniels this game, because like, obviously I want my Seahawks to win, but you guys know I'm a big fan of Jane Daniels and the Commanders. I think they're a fun team to watch. And his arm, like, he got tackled bad. His arm, like, it was really messed up, you know, not pointing the right direction, all that. And, like, he was just getting pressured all game long. Like, it felt like we just kept getting hands on him. We kept pressuring him. And honestly, I don't think he should have been in the game anymore towards the end there, because it was already a blowout. Like, Mariota should have been in basically the entire fourth quarter, and Jane Daniels is now probably going to miss the rest of this year, and this is probably just a completely lost season for the Commanders, who, this is not what they were expecting coming into this season. They had such a great, like, they had all this momentum last year. They had a great year last year, beat expectations, things were looking up. And, like, there's finally some good vibes in Washington, and then to have the year they've had now, and now Daniel's probably going to be out the rest of the year, it's such a setback for them, and one that was completely avoidable, honestly. Cardinals Cowboys. I am shocked this game ended up the way it did. This Arizona team is so wild to watch. They're 4th in the NFC West. They are 3-5. And the Cowboys are also 3-5, and they're 2nd in the NFC East. It is crazy how much better the NFC West is than the NFC East. And like, I don't know how the Cowboys looked this bad. This Arizona team didn't look good. This Cowboys team just looked bad, and this might be controversial. I think that Jacoby Brissett is better than Kyler Murray. I think Kyler Murray is done in Arizona. I don't know where he'll go, but Jacoby Brissett looks better at this point in time. They won this game by 10 points, 27-17. Dallas was a 3.5-point favorite. Jacoby Brissett on completions on 31 attempts, 261 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Dak Prescott, 24 for 39, 250 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. And that was the week. I got this one wrong. Not a great week for me. We had 14 games, and I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I went exactly 50% this week, which is not what I wanted. hopefully I don't make a habit of it. So we're up at 85.5 for 135. Now let's pull out the calculator. Calculator. 5.5 divided by 135. We are at 63%. So we dropped 2 percentage points this week. Hopefully we have some easier matchups. Well, I thought we had some easy matchups this week, but honestly, this seemed like a lock. This seemed like a lock. This seemed like a lock. This seems like a lock, but man, I should have at least had 10 or 11 correct this week, but it's just a crazy week of football this week. But anyways, that is that for week 9. We're on to week 10. Predictions in the next 2 or 3 days, whatever it'll be. Whenever that video goes live, but later this week, of course. If you like this video, please leave a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more content just like this every single week. Until next time, guys. Bye bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another video. And today we're going to be talking about this week in the NFL, but unfortunately, something that I don't even like that I have to talk about, but my condolences to the family of Marshawn Neeland. I know that, isn't worth much, but an absolutely terrible tragedy, and I know I've sort of sometimes spoken about mental health in the past on this channel, especially for younger men, and some people have a hard time talking about dealing with their feelings, things of that nature. And I'm reminded of a Jim Carrey quote. I don't know where I saw it. It's very possible that it was in some interview or something of that nature. But Jim Carrey had some quote to the effect of, "I hope everyone achieves all of their dreams," or "I hope everyone achieves everything they've ever wished for," something along those lines, so they can understand that it won't make them happy. Now, why am I reminded of that? We as sports fans especially look at a guy like that, and in our mind, he's made it. He's at the top of the mountain. He's in the league. He's playing on a team. And whatever you think of the Cowboys, they're a very popular team. He has more money than he's ever seen in his life. So in our mind, this guy, he's sitting pretty. Like, what issues could that guy have? Just because somebody is successful in their career, or whatever they present to the world, does not mean that in here everything is alright. And it's a tragedy, and it's a reminder that life is precious, and to take care of yourself, to check in on the people you love, and to check in with yourself. So often we have this mentality to just not explore our own feelings, not try to understand actually feeling, and we'll get angry, or we'll get sad, or this, that, or the other, but we aren't really exploring that, and we try to run from our feelings or buried them. And it's an extremely unhealthy behavior. So, that being said, I now have to try and pivot and talk about these games that I watched. So, let's awkwardly pivot now. And here we go. So these are the matchups on the left. On the right, we have the teams that I thought would win the matchups. And the bolded yellow games are the ones that I got to watch this week. And I just have to say, off the top of my head, there was a lot of bad football being played this week. A lot of bad football. Like, there were so many, when I did my predictions, we looked at the betting lines. There were so many favorites that lost. There were so many low-scoring games, a lot of bad quarterback performances, a lot of just bad defenses. Like, I watched a lot of bad football this week. This Raiders vs. Broncos game was terrible. The Steelers-Chargers game was terrible. This Eagles-Packers game was not good. Like, I don't know what was going on, but this was a really bad week for watching football. We're going out of order here, but I want to talk about my Seahawks here first and foremost. I thought the Seahawks would get the win here, and we did. And I have to say, this was like one of the most cathartic games I've ever watched since that Super Bowl loss against the Patriots. I feel like the Seahawks have not had that big, convincing win on both sides of the ball that the fans can just sort of be like, okay, like, we're here, we're good. Maybe against the Broncos that first year Russell Wilson was there. But I feel like it's just the circumstances around the team in this season right now. The vibes are really, really positive right now. The offense looks amazing. The defense looks amazing. Like, it's just, the vibes are good, and I was watching this game. It felt like the game was over within the first 8 minutes. Legitimately, it felt like the game was over after 8 minutes. Usually when I'm sitting there and watching a game, I kind of pace a little bit, or be sitting there refreshing my phone. I just have a lot of nervous, anxious energy. This game, as soon as that first quarter ended, I was sitting pretty. You have the touchdown to Jackson Smith and Jigba, the defensive fumble touchdown, and then the Halani rushing touchdown, all within 8 minutes in that first quarter. And the Seahawks go into the second quarter up 21-0. The Seahawks go into halftime up 38-7. 2 fumbles returned for a touchdown against Jacoby Brissett. Like, we were swarming Brissett. We were just dominant on the offensive side of the ball. Like, it wasn't even close. Like, they could not get a stop to save their life against Sam Darnold and Jason. And it's funny, is like Sam Darnold only had to throw the ball 12 times in this game. Bridget had that great 4th down stop to save a touchdown. I don't remember if that was the first half or the second half. This game was a few days ago, but the ball was basically in the receiver's hands, and he gets it and he pushes it out before the receiver comes down with it. Like, just beginning to end this game, the Cardinals start to get back into it a little bit in the second half, a little bit more than I was comfortable with, but we'd already won the game at that point. 44-22 in favor of the Seattle Seahawks, and what's funny is we got exactly that same scoreline in another game this week, that 44-22 scoreline. Jacoby Brissett had 22 completions on 44 attempts, 258 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, but he fumbled the ball twice, which was returned for the touchdown both times, and that's not included. And Jacoby Brissett was sacked 5 times in this game. Sam Darnold had 10 completions on 12 attempts, 178 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Just a really, really good game to watch. Quickly, actually, I had put in Sam Darnold to have the highest passing yards this week. That did not end up being the case. I think the most passing yards ended up going to, was it Goff? Yeah. It looks like Jared Goff had the most passing yards this week. Most rushing yards I thought was going to go to the Bears this week. I don't believe they got that. They had 171. So far of all the games I'm looking at, that is the highest. It's still the highest. Hold on a minute. Did I actually get another one here? No. Oh my god, no. The Colts had 323 rushing yards this week, which is annoying because 2 weeks ago I picked the Colts to have the most rushing yards, and that was the week that Jonathan Taylor only got like 40 yards or something like that. Highest score, that'd be the Rams versus the Niners. 42-26, that's 68 points combined. That actually might be the highest. Hold on. Oh, I might have got that one right. Oh, wait, hold on, 20, 50, 65, okay, no, we're still good. Let's go. I got that one right. So, Rams versus Niners did have the highest total score. And I thought Browns Jets would have the lowest. And no, it did not. The lowest score was Broncos Raiders. So, I now have 1 total extra point to my name out of 8 potential extra credit opportunities. Okay. Raiders Broncos. I know that I watched this game wish I hadn't. I don't remember many moments from this game. This is one of those, this was one of the worst games I've seen. I thought the Broncos would win, they did. But it was a 10-7 victory over Geno Smith and the Raiders, who have 2 wins this season. Like, I don't know what has happened to the Broncos. They're first in the AFC West, admittedly. But this is exactly why, like I was talking about early in the year, I have such a hard time buying into this team being legitimate, because so many of their games feel like this, and I don't. Like, they completely, the offense struggled, the special teams struggled. I'm gonna be honest, like, I'm not a very big X's and O guys. Like, I've said that before. I don't really know that much about football. I like watching it, I like talking about it, and I have found success in this channel talking about it. You guys like my NFL videos, and I've built a community with these videos. But for the most part, I don't really know what I'm talking about, and I'll be the first to admit that. But, like, the Broncos have the best record in the league. They've won 7 straight, but I'm looking at this game, and I'm looking at this offense, and I'm like, what is this team gonna do in the playoffs? They barely beat this Raiders team. 1 week, Bo Nix and the offense look amazing. The next week, they look like the worst offense in the league. It's like, you're going against the Raiders. They have 2 wins. Like, why are they pushing you to the brink? It's, I don't know. I don't know what to even say. Like, yeah, this was just a terrible game to watch, and I think I saw somebody in my comments saying they went to this game. I apologize. Like, anybody who went to this game live, yeah. The best thing that I can say about this game, and this is a compliment I've had all season, Amazon Prime Video has come in and immediately made the best NFL broadcast I've seen as far as the technology goes, the way they present the game. I love the Amazon Prime broadcast. Broncos win this game 10-7. Geno Smith has 16 completions and 26 attempts, 143 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception. Bo Nix 16 for 28, 150 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. Falcons, Colts. I thought the Colts would win this game, and they did. I did not watch this one. 31-25 in Berlin. This game goes to overtime, so the Berlin crowd got some good football. But this Colts offense is insane. Daniel Jones threw for 255 yards. Jonathan Taylor ran for 244 yards. And the Colts had 519 total yards of offense in this game. And you compare this Colts team, which is 8-2, to that Broncos team, which is 8-2. And it's like, how do these two teams have the same record? This Colts team, in my opinion, would eat the Broncos alive. But, of course, they couldn't have done this on the week that I picked them to have the most rushing yards. They had to wait and do it 2 weeks later, like I mentioned. Michael Penix, 12 completions on 28 attempts. 177 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. Daniel Jones, 19 completions on 26 attempts, 255 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. And Jonathan Taylor, 3 touchdowns with 244 yards on 32 carries. Absolutely monstrous performance from him. Ravens Vikings. I thought that the Vikings would win this. This was one of my upset picks. Although actually, I think when I looked, the Vikings actually were a favorite, or the Ravens were maybe only like a 1.5 point favorite or something like that. It was actually quite a close game, according to Vegas. But the Ravens do end up winning this game 27-19. Lamar Jackson has 17 completions on 29 attempts, 176 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 picks. J.J. McCarthy, 20 completions on 42 attempts, 248 yards, 1 touchdown. Those 2 interceptions are killer, especially in an 8-point game like this. Those 2 interceptions, you're going to want those back. Patriots Bucks. I thought the Buccaneers would have this. I kind of felt like, I know this Patriots team is good, but looking at what people were saying about this game, it kind of felt like people were disrespecting the Buccaneers a little bit. Like, people forget they're, first in the NFC South. They're leading their division. They're a 6-win team. Baker Mayfield has, had a lot of success, a lot of buzz this season. Don't take anything away from this Patriots team. They're also very good. Drake May has also been very good, but I was kind of just sitting there like, all the conversations kind of been going one direction, and in my experience, sometimes when that happens, the opposite thing ends up happening, but that was not the case here. The Patriots win this game 28-23. Drake May has 16 completions on 31 attempts, 270 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Baker Mayfield has 28 completions on 43 attempts, 273 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Jags Texans. The Jaguars were actually the favorite in this game. This was one of my upset picks when I picked the Texans. And the Texans came through for me just barely. I didn't tag this game as having watched it, but I watched the 4th quarter of this game. Not really for, like, one of my friends texted me basically. And he was like, yo, this Texans team is like going back right now. And I was like, what? And then I turned it on right after that Schultz touchdown happened. And then they scored 26 unanswered points in the 4th to come back and win it after a a fumble recovery, run back for a touchdown against Lawrence. Like, if you're the Jaguars, this feels like a season-altering loss. You're still second in the division. The Texans are now below you in the standings technically, but they should have the tiebreaker, I think. I'm not 100% sure. But this feels like a sort of game that can just completely break the mentality of a game. They were up 29-10 going into the 4th quarter. Literally, it's just like, don't make mistakes. Defense has to hold, get a couple 3-and-outs. But they just couldn't do it, and the Texans stayed with it, and they came back and they hammered them. Davis Mills made a couple big plays. He got that 14-yard rushing touchdown, which, who knew Davis Mills had that in him. Like I said, I was pretty high on this Jaguars team a few weeks back. But this feels like a season-altering loss. This could completely change the trajectory of their season. 36-29 in favor of the Texans. Lawrence at 13 completions on 23 attempts. 158 yards, a touchdown, a pick. Davis Mills, 27 for 45, 292, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. Browns, Jets. I thought the Browns would win this, and this game was close. This is a game I'm glad I didn't watch. It's just 20-27, mind you. 20-27. But the winning quarterback in this game had 6 pass attempts for 54 yards. But they had 42 total passing yards, which means his interception took away 12 yards of offense. The winning quarterback. This is a Browns team, by the way, where defense is part of their identity. That's why I picked the Browns to win. I was like, their defense is gonna get to Justin Fields. It's gonna rattle this Jets team. This is a Jets team that just traded away probably their best player at the trade deadline. Like, they're clearly trying to lose games. And they come out here and win while Justin Fields throws the ball 11 times. And they had a punt return and a kick return in this game. Like, so I look at the score.com for my game recaps, and there's this little thing down the side. I'm actually going to take a screenshot of this and put this in the video. This is crazy. There's this little thing down the side, and it has like the top performers, and so I see player stats. And there's passing, rushing, receiving, and it shows the best player on each team in each category. The best, QB, the wide receiver, and the running back. On receiving for the Browns, you have Jerry Jeudy, 6 receptions, 12 targets, 78 yards, 13 average yards, 1 touchdown. For the Jets, you have Arian Smith, who did not have a reception, was not targeted, had no yards, averaged no yards, and had no touchdowns. They're saying that the best receiver on this team did not catch a ball in this game. That is how bad this Jets passing offense was. And this Jets team won the game. The special teams won the game. Like, I'm actually, now that I've looked at this closer, I'm a little bit upset that I did not. This Browns team had 23 first downs compared to the Jets' 12 first downs. Cleveland converted 6 of their 16 third down attempts. The Jets converted 3 of their 11 third down attempts. They all... How did they lose this game? They had the ball for 10 minutes more than the Jets. But you have to dissolve the Browns. You have to dissolve the Browns. Like, I literally can't think of what else you do after this game. Like, what even is this, bro? Saints, Panthers. I thought the Panthers would win this, man. Dowdle had us all tricked. Dowdle had us all tricked last week. He started this game off with that touchdown, but he had 53 total this game, 2.9 yards per carry. Just a terrible outing for him. 17-7 in favor of the Saints, who are 2-8, by the way. Very fashionable this week, losing to a 2-win team. Tyler Shaw, 19 completions on 27 attempts, 282 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Bryce Young, 17 for 25, 124, no touchdowns, 1 interception. Giants, Bears. I picked the Bears to win this, and this is the game that got Brian Daboll fired, because this was painful to watch. I'm gonna be honest, I only watched the first half of this game. But Jackson Dart looks electric. He gets the rushing touchdown in the first half. He's just looking good all over the field, but he's getting he's getting touched, he's getting swarmed, and I mentioned that. That's why I picked the Bears to win this. They have the better defense. But he goes down and he goes into concussion protocol. And it is the 4th time this season that he has been evaluated for a concussion under this head coach, and he's likely not going to play. Next week, I think Jameis Winston is poised to take over. But yeah, Darter's being evaluated for a concussion. Russell Wilson ended up going into this game. But Jameis Winston will get the start next week. And they just did not do a good enough job. That coach didn't do a good enough job protecting his QB. The O-line didn't do a good enough job protecting his QB. And that seems to be like a theme this season. First with the Vikings, 2 weeks ago at this point with Carson Wentz, and now this. And then even the Commanders with Jaden Daniels against the Seahawks. I don't know why these teams are not protecting their young franchise quarterbacks. Like, there's so many preventable injuries this season. It's just brutal. And it cost the head coach's job. Bears win it 24-20. Jackson Dart 19 for 29, 242 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 picks, plus the rushing touchdown. Caleb Williams 20 for 36, 220 yards, 1 passing, 1 rushing touchdown, no interceptions. And the Bears have 6 wins. When was the last time the Bears had 6 wins at this point in the season? I think it's been a while, right? Like, it's been a while. This is a game I wish I would have watched. The Bills versus the Dolphins. This is a bad loss. This is another one of those season-altering losses, like I mentioned with the Jaguars. I didn't watch this game, but I saw some clips from it, like a lowlights compilation. Josh Allen's body language. I have never seen Josh Allen's body language so bad. Now, admittedly, it was a jury-picked compilation. So maybe in the actual run of play during the game, it wasn't as bad as how it appeared in those clips that I saw. But the defense, from what I can tell, is not the problem here. The defense in the past has been the problem. But it seems like now the offense is the issue. And I know that he doesn't have the best wide receivers to throw to. He doesn't have the best weapons, especially not what he had 2-3 years ago. But man, shout out to this Dolphins team when Tyreek Hill went down. Well, I mean, I'm jumping the gun a little bit. They only have 3 wins, but this is a massive win, to be fair. But they have weathered the storm better than I thought. That's not to say anything too out of pocket, but alarm bells should be going off in Buffalo right now. Okay. The Dolphins win this 30-13. The Bills were 8.5-point favorite, by the way. Josh Allen, 28 completions on 40 attempts, 306 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. Tagovailoa, 15 for 21, 173 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Rams, Niners, our highest scoring game, as I correctly predicted. And the Rams come out on top, although they're still second. They're still behind the Seahawks in the NFC West. 7-2-0 for the Rams. Matthew Stafford. 24 completions on 36 attempts, 280 yards, 4 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Mac Jones, 33 for 39. 319 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 pick. Lions Commanders, this is the second 44-22 score game. Just like the Seahawks game before, Jared Goff had 25 completions on 33 attempts here in the win, 320 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 picks. Marcus Mariota, 16 for 22, 213 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 picks. Steelers Chargers, I really thought the Steelers would get this win with basically the 2 best offensive linemen in Los Angeles out injured, Joe Alt and can't remember the other guy's name off the top of my head, my apologies, but they're both out injured. And Herbert was already having issues even when they were healthy. So I was like, yeah, I think this is the Steelers coming in, but then Aaron Rodgers, this might be the moment. I don't want to oversell it because I've been a noted Aaron Rodgers hater in the past. But this might be the game where he officially looks washed, and I will admit DK Metcalf, who I've said many times, one of my favorite players in the league, he also looks bad. But Aaron Rodgers was sacked for a safety in this game. He had 2 interceptions. He only threw for 161 yards. He only had 16 completions. He had a QB rating of 50.6. And honestly, his bad play covered a pretty, honestly, lackluster performance from Justin Herbert. But yeah, this might be the game. I'm like, okay, Aaron Rodgers might actually be washed. And Mike Tomlin after the game was even kind of being like, Aaron Rodgers did not play well, so 25-10 in favor of the Chargers is your final score. Aaron Rodgers 16 for 31, 161 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. Herbert 20 for 33, 220 yards, a touchdown, no picks. Now I watched this dumb game. I thought the Eagles were gonna win. I swear, but all the games I watched this week, the Seahawks was good, but Steelers Chargers, it was alright, but it wasn't that good of a game. Raiders Broncos was terrible. Eagles Packers was terrible. 7-10 is your final score in favor of the Eagles. A missed field goal, which would have tied the game, mercifully misses at the end of the game, so we didn't have to endure another quarter of this garbage. The Eagles and Packers combined for 4 pass attempts of 10 air yards or more in the first half. All of them were incomplete. Eagles at Packers is the first scoreless game at halftime since 2023. It has been 2 years since we've had a game of 0-0 on the scoreboard going to halftime. And the Eagles and the Packers did it. So let's look at how many points the Packers have scored. So last week the Packers scored 13 points. The week before they scored 35. Before that 27. Before that 27. Before that 40. Let's look at the Philadelphia Eagles, shall we? 38, 28, 17, 17, 31, 33. This game ended 10-7. 10-7. They barely threw the ball in the first half. You would expect this game to be like a snow-covered field, right? Like, oh, it must have been a snowy game in Lambeau. No. Not even a snowflake was on the field. Not a single flake. Nothing. It was clear. The score ended 7-10. I am so mad that I watched this game. Jalen Hurts, 15 completions on 26 attempts, 183 yards, a touchdown, no picks. Jordan Love, 20 for 36, 176 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 picks. I hate this game. I hate that I watched this game. Anyways, there are 14 games this week. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them correct. Scores like that not gonna cut it going forward. Unfortunately, I need to start getting up above, going to the 70% range. But I got 57% correct this week. I started off the season so strong too, so we can have 93.5 out of 9. Let's see what that is. 149. Still at 63%. This is where we're sitting right now. Thank you guys so very much for watching. I do hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, please leave a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more content just like this every single week. Until next time, guys. Bye bye. What's poppin', everybody? Welcome back to another video. And today it's time to do our NFL weekly review. I actually did something I never do, and I did tomorrow's video first, so that should already be edited and uploaded for members if you're seeing this now. I never do that. I don't know what overcame me. Darkness, perhaps. So, I just need to say, I hate the Detroit Lions because I thought my Washington versus Miami lowest score of the week prediction was a lock. And it was looking like a lock up until the final game of this week when Jared Goof, I've refrained from calling him that all year this year, but he well and truly is wearing the Goof label this week, laid an egg and got his passes swatted down about a dozen times to only have 9 points in this game. This was a terrible game in general. This Lions-Eagles game. These offenses were terrible to watch. But Jared Goof, he's lost that privilege laying an egg. Not only lost me my upset prediction here, but he also lost me my lowest score prediction, which Washington Miami had tied for the lowest score of the week up until that point. So already not great. Drake May put up 281 yards this week, which he did not have the most passing yards this week. I thought the Falcons would have the most rushing yards. And I can tell you now, they had 125. I don't think that's going to get it done. No, it did not. And the highest score between the Seahawks and the Rams also was not the case. So I'm 0 for 4 on my predictions, meaning half a point each. We're still at 1 total extra point out of the 10 possible thus far. I introduced this system and have gotten 2 correct this entire time. Not a great start. As always, the games I watched this week are in yellow, bold text. These are games that I watched at least one half of. For example, I only watched the first half of the Cowboys-Raiders game, and I only watched the second half of the Lions-Eagles game. But I think I watched the full games for pretty much all the rest of these, from what I can remember. Okay. Let's get into it with Jets-Patriots. I predicted the Patriots to win this, and they did pretty comfortably. They did not score anything in the first quarter. Justin Fields had that rushing touchdown. But then Trevain Henderson, back-to-back touchdowns in the second quarter on the ground, and then he had a passing touchdown to start the second half. Massive game from Henderson. I have not really heard of this guy before. But again, despite the fact that I do these videos every week, I am not a diehard fan. I'm a very casual fan because I try to mildly keep up with what's going on with every team. And then my Seahawks, I keep a more close eye on, but some things slip through the cracks, and I just haven't heard of this Henderson guy. But he had a really great game this game. Stephon Diggs is obviously like the guy on that receiving team that the wide receiver of that Patriots team that like gets the most love, but having Henderson, who's a running back that can also catch the ball, he also gets like the passing touchdown there. Like, he seems like a dual threat guy, a guy to keep an eye on. And it's funny because growing up in the Tom Brady era, where there was no team I hated more than the Patriots, it's interesting watching this Patriots team and actually like being happy when they win. It's just a fun team to watch. It seems like a nice group of guys. And it's just a likable team for me at this point, which I never thought I'd say about the Patriots. But they won this game 27-14, and honestly, it never really seemed like it was in doubt, despite that slow first quarter. Justin Fields had 15 completions on 26 attempts, 116 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. Drake May, 25 for 34, 31 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 picks. I had predicted Drake May to get the most passing yards this week, and he did get 281, which is impressive, but he got beat out by a couple guys. He got beat out by Bo Nix and Josh Allen, so it was close. Actually, I think he had the 3rd most passing yards this week. Oh no, Bryce Young went dumb. Okay, we had our international game here, the Commanders versus the Dolphins. This was on an ungodly hour, so I was not able to catch it. But I did predict the Dolphins to win. I thought this was going to be the lowest scoring game of the week, because you had these two teams flying out to Spain to play after not being, like, they'd played the week prior. And it was close. It was a 3-point game, 13-16, 29 combined points. 16-13 is your final score. Marcus Mariota still starting for the Commanders, 20 for 30, 213 yards, a touchdown, a pick. I'll always be happy to see Marcus Mariota out there playing on the field, no matter, don't know how much longer he'll be in the league, but, my dad was an Oregon alum, so I grew up being an Oregon Ducks fan, even though I didn't go to school there. And I don't really follow college sports at all, but I always sort of try to keep up with the box scores for the Ducks at least. Tua Tagovailoa, 14 for 20, 171 yards. No touchdowns. No picks. Chargers, Jags. I thought the Jaguars were going to win this. The Chargers were actually predicted. They were the favorites here. always had a feeling this Jaguars defense was going to be a problem, especially with that battered offensive line they have, and it was a problem. It really hurts me to say this, but Justin Herbert looked god awful in this game. He looked so bad. He was sacked 3 times for a total loss of 25 yards. It felt like he was getting pressured and swarmed every time, like he had the ball in his hand. He only had 81 yards in this game. Like, this has to be, I can't think of a worse game he's had than this. But the problem is, I feel like I've said that like 2 or 3 times now this year. It really sucks because it felt like this Chargers team was on an upward trajectory, and I was excited to see where they go. But I mean, I also like the Jaguars. Both these teams are teams that I would like to see doing well. But you know, as a Herbert fan, just watching this game was painful. But this Jaguars defense, man, is insane. You know, growing up as a Legion of Boom Seattle Seahawks fan, like, I always appreciate a good defense and what they can do. But I always sort of maintain that although defense is important, the regular season is decided by offense. But the playoffs is where defense becomes more important. So when I'm doing my predictions week to week, I always sort of favor the team that I think will have the better offense. Because in my opinion, defense, well, yes, when the playoffs start, but they're not going 100% during the regular season. You know, it's just a different vibe. Everyone knows it's a different vibe. But this is one of those instances where it's like, no, the defense will win this game. The offense won't matter. But honestly, it's not like the Chargers have much of an offense at the moment. 35-6 in favor of the Jags. The Chargers were a 2.5-point favorite, by the way. Herbert, 10 completions, 18 attempts, 81 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception. Trevor Lawrence, 14 for 22, 153 yards, 1 passing, 1 rushing touchdown, and 1 interception. Bucks Bills. I thought that the Bucks would win this game just because the Bills have sort of, they've been disappointing me this year, but they get the bounce back win here against a good team. I mean, the Buccaneers are in the top spot in the NFC South. It feels like people don't talk about this team like they're, leading their division. I feel like this Buccaneers team gets disrespected a bit, but I mean, hey, I predicted the Bills to win. I thought I predicted the Buccaneers to win. I'm 90% certain that I just wrote that incorrectly. Let me double check real quick. We'll do it live. Yeah, I did. I did predict the Buccaneers. I knew that I did. I got that one wrong. But the Bills get a bounce back win after a little bit of a slide. They're 7-3 now, but they're still second to AFC East. And honestly, I don't think they get back to first. This Patriots team is rolling. Baker Mayfield. He had 16 completions on 28 attempts. 173 yards, 1 passing and 1 rushing touchdown, as well as 1 interception. Josh Allen, this is a classic Josh Allen, like Brett Favre game. 19 completions on 30 attempts, 317 yards, 3 passing touchdowns, 3 rushing touchdowns, and 2 interceptions. Like, I feel like that's the definition of a Josh Allen game, but exciting game there. Bears-Vikings. I thought the Bears would get the win here. I regret that I was not able to see this one live. I thought this was going to be the game Caleb Williams would get his revenge for that week 1 game where the Bears fourth quarter. And he sort of did. I feel like Caleb Williams didn't have like an amazing game. Didn't have any passing touchdowns. Didn't have any rushing touchdowns. Didn't really have that spectacular of a passing game, but he got the win, which is all that mattered. And J.J. McCarthy looked really bad, and I really wonder what has happened to the J.J. McCarthy that we saw earlier in the season. Because after the benching and then him coming back after Carson Wentz going down, it feels like he's a completely different player. Bears win at 19-17. They are 7-3-0. They're leading the NFC North. I think this Bears team is a playoff team, and I'll be happy to see them in there. I'm happy for Bears fans, bro. They've been dealing with a lot for a long time. Caleb Williams, 16 for 32, 193 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 picks. J.J. McCarthy, 16 for 32, 150 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. Packers-Giants, I thought the Packers would win this, but this game was actually a lot closer than I anticipated with Jameis Winston under the bump there. 27-20 is your final score. Jordan Love, man, I don't know. I feel like he's lost some aura or something, you know, to quote the children. I don't know, there's just something about him that he feels less, I don't want to say intimidating, but I feel like last season he just sort of had this vibe that, like, he was going to come out there and, like, score on you and throw the ball at will, and that just doesn't seem to be there as much. Even though they got the win, I'm not taking that away. Like, he just has less aura about it. I don't know. 27-20 going in favor of the Green Bay Packers. Jordan Love had 13 completions on 24 attempts, 174 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, and Jameis Winston. Famous Jameis, one of my good friends' favorite player, by the way. 19 completions on 29 attempts, 201 yards, 1 rushing touchdown, 0 passing touchdowns, and 1 INT. Texans-Titans, I thought the Texans would win, and they barely did. 3-point victory, 16-13, which was tied with that Commanders-Dolphins game for the lowest score of the week until the Lions reared their ugly head. Davis Mills had 26 completions on 41 attempts, 274 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions, and Cam Ward had 24 completions on 37 attempts, 194 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 picks. The Titans are 1-9. I think the Titans get 2 more wins this season. I just, for the life of me, don't know where they get them, but I think they get 2 more. Panthers-Falcons. I took the Falcons, and I took them to get the most rushing yards. Both were wrong. And Michael Penix goes down this game, and he will be out the rest of the season with Kirk Cousins stepping in to take this game over. I think he came in the 4th quarter or something like that. I think it was, I don't remember exactly. But this was a good game for the Panthers here. Although there was one thing that happened. There's this interview before the game, which was insane. It's a video of a reporter in the press conference before the game. Reporter asking Michael Penix Jr. who was mentoring him on the team, things like that. Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. says he has nobody to rely on the sidelines. This is mostly advice given to him from old high school and college coaches. Like, that is actually insane. They brought in Kirk Cousins, and then obviously it didn't work out, so they did a hard pivot to Penix. And I think it was clear that Penix was a break glass in case of emergency type of guy, and the Falcons thought Kirk would be the guy that could take them there. I was hoping that he could, because I'm a Kirk Cousins guy. But he wasn't the guy. But you have him there. You have him under contract. How is Kirk Cousins not mentoring this kid? Like, he has, Kirk has a long career, more than a decade in the NFL, multiple teams, multiple coaches. Why is Kirk Cousins not mentoring this kid and helping set him up for success? Why are the Falcons not, like, coaching him up, bring him up? It honestly feels like the Falcons as an organization is just asleep at the wheel. And I can't believe he said something like that. Like, that's actually shocking. It's not the coaching staff or the players. It's the ownership and front office. Just seems like they're completely checked out. Which is insane, because you have an exciting young team and they don't care. Panthers win 30-27 in a game that they were a 4.5-point underdog. Bryce Young, 31 for 45, 448 passing yards. Monster game from Bryce Young. 3 touchdowns, 0 picks. Michael Penix, before he goes down at 13 for 16, 175 yards, 0 touchdowns. 0 picks. I don't have Kirk's stats in front of me. Moving now to Bengals Steelers. Boy, was I wrong about the Bengals getting a win here. I think their season's done. I thought they might have a chance. I thought Joe Flacco might keep them afloat for a bit, and then maybe Joe Burrow sneaks in at the end, but I think they're cooked. And not only that, but Jamar Chase gets suspended a game after this for unsportsmanlike conduct. It really feels like team chemistry. This Bengals team is just non-existent, and I've said it like 2 weeks in a row now, I guess, about the team. Like, there's no leadership, there's no accountability, and they lost to a bad Steelers team. Like, to be fair, I know they're first AFC North, they're 6-4, but Aaron Rodgers barely did anything this game. There were 2 defensive touchdowns by the Steelers. Like, this Bengals team is just good. 34-12 in favor of the Steelers. Flacco had 23 completions on 40 attempts, 199 yards, 8 touchdowns, and a pick. Aaron Rodgers 9 for 15, 116 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 picks. Niners Cardinals. I thought the Niners would win this, and they did, but Jacoby Brissett broke an NFL record in this losing effort. He had 47 completions in this game, the most by any quarterback ever. 47 completions, 452 yards, and only 2 touchdowns to show for it. Like, it's actually crazy. Only 22 points, 2 interceptions as well. I'm happy for Jacoby Brissett. I'm sure he would rather the win than the stats. But this guy has been like a perpetual sort of career backup at this point. It feels like he keeps, like, I think, wasn't he the one that had the lung issue or something like that, where his lung got punctured? I can't remember exactly, but it feels like he's just been like tough break after tough break. And he's proving himself on this Cardinals team. Like, obviously he's won that starting job, but like, I'm happy for Brissett, but man, that's just a brutal outcome. 41-22 in favor of the Niners. Brock Purdy, 26. 200 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 picks. Jacoby Brissett, 47 on 57, 452. 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. Seahawks Rams. I thought the Rams would win this, and they did. I was hedging my bets emotionally. I have to say, even as a Seahawks fan, I don't feel that bad about this game. We lost by 2 points in a game where Sam Darnold threw 4 interceptions. Like, the Rams had, we gave the Rams 4 extra drives and they beat us by 2 points. This is probably the worst game Sam Darnold will play all season, and we barely lost it. So honestly, like, yeah, the loss sucks, but I don't anticipate the Niners catching us at this point. Like, I think as long as we beat who we need to beat from here on out, we'll be alright. But, we don't miss a field goal at the end and we win this game. Like, and Sam Darnold has no touchdowns while doing it. Jackson Smith and Jigba looked like the best wide receiver on the field for either team. He had a crazy one-handed catch at one point. Like, if anything, this game gave me more confidence that the Seahawks could make some noise if they get into the playoffs, which I think they pretty much will. But it's 21-19 in favor of the Rams. Sam Darnold has 29 completions on 44 attempts. 279 yards, 0 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Matthew Stafford, 15 for 28, 130 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Chiefs Broncos, like I said, I only watched half of this. I thought the Chiefs would win. This is another 1-score win for the Broncos, and people keep trashing me for betting against the Broncos. Sorry, this should be red. But I keep saying, all their wins and all their losses have been by one score, and sometimes it's like 3 points. I feel like most of them have been 3-point wins. And I've just long maintained, that's not a sustainable way to win football games, the way the Eagles are playing right now, the way the Broncos are playing right now. I just personally don't think that it's sustainable, especially once you get to the postseason. You can't rely on. It's like in baseball, teams that always win by 1 run. I think they call them 1-run teams. We beat them 3-2 or 4-3 here. That can work in the regular season and probably get you a winning record, but it doesn't work in the postseason. You need to be winning by 8, 10. You need to be blowing them out a bit more. And that's my opinion. Maybe you disagree, that's okay, but Broncos win it 22-19. The Patriots just barely beat them out to be the first team to win 9 games this season. Patrick Mahomes, 29 for 45, 276 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. Bo Nix, 24 for 37, 295, 0 touchdowns, 0 picks. I do have to say, watching this game, it felt like Patrick Mahomes had absolute tunnel vision on Kareem Hunt. It seemed like he was really, he would just look at Kareem Hunt and not take his eyes off of him. And it was so bizarre. I've never really seen Mahomes do that before, but he was so locked on to Hunt this whole game. It was weird. Okay. Not Hunt. Not Hunt. Who am I thinking of? I'm thinking of Hunt. Or I'm thinking of Rice. One of the two. Ravens Browns. Thought the Ravens would win, and they do get the win here. I thought the Browns defense could cause some issues with this game. Lamar Jackson had a bad game. Pick 6 for Lamar Jackson, which honestly is rare for him. Dylan Gabriel goes down, Shadur Sanders comes in. And I was saying, I said this, that like in my draft recap video or something, that this was sort of the situation you want to avoid if you're the Browns, is putting yourself in a situation where fans are clamoring for Sanders to come in. Because of this high profile and everything else, like that's why I never understood the drafting multiple QBs things, as you had a QB under contract already. And the Browns basically worked themselves into that nightmare scenario. Now maybe because Shadur had such a terrible first game, like 4 for 16, 47 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 pick. He was sacked twice. He got intentional grounding, a passer rating of 13.5. Like, we're talking like historically bad, 6 yards on 16 dropbacks. So hopefully that poor performance like stops a certain segment of the fan base who has been clamoring for him, still clamoring for him. But I feel like people will be quick to excuse it or something, but this is a situation you cannot have. That's why I thought that you either get Gabriel or Sanders, you don't bring in both. Because now you have a QB controversy. And it's exactly what you don't want if you're the Browns. It's exactly what you don't want. Ravens went 23-16. Lamar Jackson 14 for 25, 193 yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 picks. Dylan Gabriel 7 for 10, 68 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 picks, and finally missing a game here. That's fine, I'll get it back. Lions, Eagles. The Lions had to win. They did not win. Like I said, Jared Goff, it felt like every single pass he was throwing was getting batted down at the line of scrimmage. Apparently it was actually only 5 times, but it felt like it was every time. And then I love the top comment on this video is the contrast between how well coached and prepared the Eagles defense looks versus how sloppy and disjointed the Eagles offense looks is shocking. That's true. Like, I've said it every week, they keep winning, so who cares? And you can call me an idiot for caring about it, but this Eagles offense looks absolutely terrible. And their defense is elite. But I don't think you can have this offense playing like this in the playoffs and like win the Super Bowl. I don't know. 19-6 or 16-9 rather in favor of the Eagles. Jared Goff 14 for 37, 255 yards, a touchdown, a pick. Jalen Hurts 14 for 28, 135 yards, 0 passing touchdowns, 1 rushing touchdown, 0 picks. I'll bring up that Cowboys-Raiders game now. I picked the Cowboys. They did win. I turned this game off at the half because honestly, like, the first maybe like 10 minutes, the Raiders looked like they were sort of in it a little bit. They actually opened the scoring in this game. They had a pretty good end zone drive. Gino got them down into the red zone. It's kind of like, okay, and like, maybe the Raiders are going to hang in this a little bit, but then as soon as that Ferguson touchdown, or no, the Lamb touchdown, like that second quarter, that Lamb touchdown happened. It was great touchdown reception by CeeDee Lamb, by the way. I've really been enjoying what CeeDee Lamb's been doing this season. It's been a lot of fun to watch. It felt like it was just over at that point, and like going into halftime, it was 24-9, and I was like, yeah, like I don't need to watch the rest of this game. I have better things to spend my time doing, so like it was just, bearing an epic collapse from the Cowboys. I was very confident that they'd win this game, and they did. 33-16 in Las Vegas. And to say if you're Las Vegas right now. Or, like, you have the Raiders in there who are bad. Like, they're bad. I want to say struggling, but they're just bad. And now they're looking at bringing in the Oakland Athletics, who are going to be terrible. They have a cheap owner. Like, if you're a Vegas resident, I understand. Like, yeah, I'm a Golden Knights fan, so like, yeah, the Golden Knights are good. They won a Stanley Cup, and the Aces are really good. The Las Vegas Aces in the WNBA. If you're a Las Vegas sports fan, aren't you kind of just like, I'm gonna watch the Golden Knights, I'm gonna watch the Aces, because first of all, they're homegrown, they're not relocation teams, and they're actually good. They've both won championships. And you look at the Raiders and they're a clown show, and you look at the Athletics and they're the entire circus. Like, do you even care if you're a Las Vegas sports fan? I wouldn't care. I'm gonna go to the Golden Knights and the Aces games. I'm not gonna go to this. It feels like it's just for the tourists. I don't know. I don't think it's a good idea to put the Aces in Las Vegas. Or not the Aces, the Athletics. It was a great idea to put the Aces in Las Vegas. Anyway, this week we have 15 games. I got 10 of them correct. I'm sure I could do this math off the top of my head, but I'm gonna use my calculator. 10 divided by 15. Yeah, 67%. Well, 6.6666 repeating. So we are at 103.5 out of 164. 103.5 divided by 63% still, so that has not changed in the slightest. So there we go. Those are my outcomes for this week. Let me know what you thought of this week of NFL football. If your team won, if your team lost. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed the video, or at the very least found it relaxing. If you did, please give a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more content just like this every single week. Till next time, guys. Bye bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another video. I somehow have finally gotten the perfect camera angle, and I don't necessarily know how I got it, so I'm scared to touch my camera. But today we are doing our NFL weekly review. So let's get into it, shall we? So here are my predictions for this week. The games that I watched this week are the bolded games with yellow text. So I watched Seahawks vs. Titans, Jaguars vs. Cardinals, Falcons, Saints, Eagles, Cowboys, and Panthers, 49ers. Before we get into the game-by-game breakdowns, let's go into my extra points. So I thought that the highest scoring game this this week would be the Cowboys versus the Eagles. Now, that game had a combined score of 45 points. So did anybody beat that this week? They did. Patriots Bengals at 46, Steelers Bears at 59. So no, Dallas versus Philadelphia was not our highest scoring game this week. I thought that the lowest scoring game would be the Raiders versus the Browns. Now that game had a combined score of 34 points. But the Vikings versus Packers game only had 29 points. So no, it was the second lowest scoring game this week, which is unfortunate. Very close there, but there's no points or second place here. I thought that the Seahawks would have the most passing yards this week, but the Seahawks didn't even have the most passing yards in their game. So they're out. And I thought the Patriots would have the most rushing yards this week. They had 107. Again, they didn't have the most rushing yards in their game. So I did not get any of my extra points correct this week. And half a point each. I've had 12 opportunities at getting the highest score, lowest score, most passing, most rushing. I've only gotten it right twice. So that's that. Now, last week I went to Denver 15. Already, I think I had a pretty bad week because there was a handful of upsets this week. So I already think I have more than 5 wrong. But let's get into it. Starting with the Bills and the Texans. I thought that the Bills would win, but they'd lose this. They'd lose this to the team who was at the time the 5-5 Houston Texans, with Davis Mills in the starting QB spot. Like, yeah, that one's a bit. This one's a bit. This Bills team, man, like it really is starting to feel like they've sort of missed the boat here. I think that like 2 years ago, 3 years ago is when they needed to have gone all the way, and it sort of feels like they're heading towards a bit of a rebuild or retool at this point. 23-19 is your final score in favor of the Houston Texans. Josh Allen, 24 completions on 34 attempts, 253 passing yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Not a good game from Josh Allen. Davis Mills, 16 for 30, 153 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Josh Allen getting outplayed by Davis Mills. I don't think anybody was anticipating that. Vikings, Packers. I thought the Packers would win this, but man, I did not see this sort of beatdown coming. J.J. McCarthy only had 87 yards. He threw 2 interceptions in this game. And worst of all, as Vikings fans, they might be relieved, although you never want anybody to be hurt, but JJ McCarthy is in concussion protocol and will likely not be playing in the next game, who's against my Seattle Seahawks. And I don't even know who their backup QB is. I'm assuming they have a practice squad guy or something, but I have no idea. Carson Wentz was the backup, but then he got hurt, so JJ went back in, and it's a really, really bad situation that the Vikings find themselves in, especially after the year they had last year. It feels like they took such a massive step back. And if you're a Minnesota sports fan, with what the Timberwolves did, blowing up their team after reaching the conference final, and then what the Vikings did, like, if I was a Minnesota sports fan, I would be fuming right now, dude. Like, two teams who were so close and, like, blew up their team for no reason. Also, I saw this stat that Justin Jefferson is averaging only 53 yards, receiving yards with JJ McCarthy. When Sam Darnold was the QB, he was averaging 90, and with Kirk Cousins, he was averaging 99. It's really looking more and more like moving on from Sam Darnold was a massive mistake for the Vikings. 23-6 in favor of the Packers is your final score. JJ McCarthy has 12 completions on 19 attempts, 87 yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Jordan Love, 14 for 21, 139 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Colts Chiefs, man, I really thought the Colts were gonna have this. Like, I really thought they were gonna have this. I saw that the Colts were like Vegas underdogs coming into this game. I was kind of looking and I was like, okay, like, I think that they'll have this. And the worst part is like, Mahomes didn't even throw a touchdown this game. He had a bunch of yardage, but this was like Butker. It's pretty much all Butker, and then the one like short rushing yard for Hunt. Like, Mahomes never found the end zone, and Daniel Jones did twice, and the Chiefs still won this. Honestly, it feels like Jonathan Taylor is part of the reason. I didn't really watch this game, but Jonathan Taylor only having 58 yards of offense on 16 carries, like, that's definitely part of the reason the Colts lost this game. You needed to get him more involved. Only averaging 3.6 yards. But yeah, the Chiefs win this one in OT, 23-20. Daniel Jones, 19 for 31, 181 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. Patrick Mahomes, 29 for 46, 352 yards, 0 touchdowns. One big Patriots Bengals. This game was closer than I expected it to be, but the Patriots did end up getting the W in the end, 26-20. And this is a game where Drake May threw a pick six as well, so throwing the pick six, still getting the win by 7 points. That's a good showing for the Patriots. I saw some stat. I don't know where I saw it. It's eluding me right now, the exact stat, but it was something about the Patriots. The Patriots and defensive ratings of other teams. I think it was something like whenever teams are playing the Patriots, though that week their defense is like getting the lowest saw it a few days ago, but it's something like the PFF grade for defenses going against the Patriots is the worst PFF grade those defenses get all year. So it's just showing like it's good coaching, it's good scheming, and things like that. Drake May had 22 completions on 35 attempts, 294 yards, a touchdown, and an interception. Joe Flacco, 19 for 37, 183 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. And Henderson, he had that huge week last week. Henderson was part of the reason I picked the Patriots to have the most rushing yards this week, and then he only had 66 yards on 18 carries. Like, Chase Brown had more rushing yards than him for the Bengals. I was definitely a bit frustrated with that, but it is what it is. Steelers, Bears. I thought the Steelers might have this. I picked them. I didn't realize Mason Rudolph was going to be playing when I made that pick. The Bears do end up getting the win here, though, a 3-point win when they were a 2.5-point favorite. And this includes a Caleb Williams strip sack return for a touchdown as well. I mean, 31-28, Mason Rudolph 24 for 31, 171 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. Caleb Williams 19 for 35, 239 yards, 3 touchdowns. 0 interceptions, and the Bears are now 8-3. 8-3 for the Chicago Bears. Drink it in, Bears fans. Like, y'all deserve this after the years and years of supporting this team when they were absolutely, like, down in the dumps. Like, I can't imagine how over the moon you guys are feeling at the moment. These games are coming through in a weird order now. I don't know why they came through in this order, but Jets versus Ravens. I thought the Ravens would win this. They did. 23-10. So we've already got our 3 losses, and I think I already see 1, 2, 3, 4 more. Oh, we're gonna have a rough week. Ravens win at 23-10. Tyrod Taylor at 17 completions on 28 attempts. 222 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Actually a solid game from Tyrod Taylor for the Jets, but Lamar Jackson 13 for 23, 153 yards. 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Giants Lions. Now it did take this game going to overtime for it to happen, but the Lions did win this game. They were taken to the brink by a 2-10 team, but with this win, the New York Giants, or excuse me, with this loss, the New York Giants are now officially eliminated from playoff contention. There is no path left for the New York Giants to make the playoffs, and they are the first team eliminated, even though the Titans technically still have a path to the playoffs. A lot of people thought that the Titans would be the first team eliminated, but no. Somehow it's the Giants. The Lions win it 34-27. Jameis Winston at 18 completions on 36 attempts, 366 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, but it has to be said, Jameis Winston also caught a touchdown pass this game. There was a trick play, and Jameis Winston caught a touchdown pass. Like, this is why I love Jameis Winston. This is why this dude just goes out there and just goes for him. Jared Goff, 28 for 42, 279 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. out of the gate flying on this one. Going into half, it was 16-3 in favor of the Seahawks. And then we come out and Jackson Smith and Jigba gets the other touchdown. And at that point, I didn't turn the game off at that point, but I kind of just stopped, like, really paying attention to it as much, and, like, sort of taking notes on it. So, like, okay, well, this game's over. We won this game. As soon as that third quarter JSN touchdown happened. But then there was that. There was the punt return touchdown for the Titans, and like that was sort of annoying, but in my mind, punt return touchdowns are always sort of like a fluke. Like I'm never, it's not thinking like rely on, it's like, okay, that's annoying, but like we'll get the ball back, we'll go down, like maybe we'll score another one and get that touchdown back. And we did. Charbonnet got it, but then Cam Ward rushes it in, and then we get another one there, and I don't want to say that the Titans almost made a comeback, because they didn't, but it got close at the end. But I do have to say, like, Cam Ward, for all the losing the Titans are doing, it's not his fault, and the dude is talented. Like, watching him in this game, I haven't seen a ton of the Titans this year in general, but watching him in this game, like, you can see he has a good feel for the game. And I'm just sitting here like, man, like, if Cam Ward got drafted, like, I don't know, like, I'm trying to think of a team, it's like, obviously not like one of the best teams, but like, okay, if Cam Ward was like on the Steelers right now, or if Cam Ward was on like the Jaguars or the Buccaneers, like, I think we'd be talking about this guy as like a legit, like, not like best quality, but like high quality starting QB. And you can see all the talents there. He's unfortunately on the Titans. Sam Darnold, 16 completions on 26 attempts, 244 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Cam Ward, 28 for 42, 256 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 picks. Jags, Cardinals, I didn't watch all of this game, but I watched bits and pieces as it was going on. I thought the Jaguars would win it, and they did win it. But man, like, this is such an elite defense. Watching this Jaguars defense, like, I've seen a lot of good defenses over the years. Like, they're sort of, you know, they're a tier below some of those, like, you know, legit, like, elite defenses. But watching this Jaguars team, like, their defense is legitimately really good. They're making plays. That's one thing, like, even with some, like, solid, good defenses, they're not really, like, playmakers. They're just doing the scheme. Like, you know, maybe they're a good player, they're an elite athlete, they're not messing things up, they're just sort of, you know, executing the scheme, but they're not doing that little extra whatever. But the Jaguars, it just feels like there's guys that do have that little X factor. But Trevor Lawrence and this offense, man, it's the same problem I have with the Panthers right now. I feel the same way about the Panthers. But this offense for the Jaguars is not living up to the standard that the defense is setting, and it's just really unfortunate. And Trevor Lawrence, his ball security is a glaring issue at this point. Jags get the win 27-24. Trevor Lawrence 18 Geno Smith was flipping off Raiders fans as he left Allegiant Stadium. Getting fairly loudly booed and heckled as he leaves the game. I thought the Raiders would win this with Shadur Sanders starting and this Raiders team being such an elite defense. I just trusted them to... I thought the defense would win this game. Basically, I expected a pick six or two. I expected a strip sack. That's like Max Crosby in that defense scoring the points basically for the Raiders. But no, that did not end up happening. The Browns win this 24-10. Shadur Sanders 11 completions on 20 attempts, 209 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Geno Smith 30 for 44, 285 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 picks. Shockingly, 0 picks. Quickly, I'm gonna pause this recording and go eat a bowl of cereal because I'm starving, so I will be back. Well, for you, it'll be immediately. But for me, I'm gonna take a few moments here and go eat a bowl of cereal. Absolutely delicious bowl of cereal. So, I need to be 100% honest. I said that I watched this Eagles-Cowboys game. I turned this game off at halftime because it was so one-sided. The Eagles' defense was better. The Eagles' offense was better. Like, it honestly looked like the Cowboys weren't even trying. It was 21-7 going into halftime. And I was like, alright, this game's over. And then the Cowboys came back and scored 17 unanswered points in the second half. And a Brandon Aubrey 42-yard field goal wins the game for the Dallas Cowboys, and maybe the best comeback of the year given the circumstances and the teams involved. Like, man, this is a really bad loss for this Eagles team, because the issue for this team all season has been the offense. And the defense would be good, but the offense would struggle, and they were winning in spite of the offense. Right? That was the issue. Then you have this game where the Eagles defense again gives up 17 straight unanswered points in the second half. Now, of course, you could also say that the Eagles offense did not score any points during that second half, so maybe they share in some of that blame as well, and I would be sympathetic to that outcome. But you have that much of a lead, theoretically you should be able to hold that. So I had to watch some highlights of the second half because, like I said, I turned this off after the first half. I thought I was pretty confident that I knew where this game was headed, but ultimately I had no idea where this game was headed. Cowboys win 24-21. Jalen Hurts has 27 completions on 39 attempts, 289 passing yards, 1 passing touchdown, 2 rushing touchdowns, no picks. Dak Prescott is 23 for 36, 354 yards, 2 passing touchdowns, 1 rushing touchdown, and 1 interception. Falcons Saints. I took the Saints here, and they did not win. Now, watching the first quarter, Saints weren't looking amazing either, but like Kirk Cousins had the big six, and he was just getting pressured a lot, and I felt like his decision making wasn't really great, and he was sort of taking a little bit too long to find his receiver and things like that, make his reads, but ultimately it ended up not mattering in this game as the Falcons win 24-10 in a game where the Saints were a 1.5 point favorite. Kirk Cousins had 16 completions and 23 attempts, 199 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. And Tyler Schaff, I actually thought he had a pretty decent game despite the interception. He had 243 yards on 30 completions, no touchdowns, and a pick. Bucks Rams. I thought the Rams would get the W here, and they did. 34-7. Baker Mayfield 9 completions on 19 attempts. I think they said that he's dealing with a shoulder issue, and he's questionable for next week. 41 passing yards, 1 touchdown, 2 picks. Matthew Stafford, 25 for 35, 273 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 picks. Just Tampa Bay was never actually in this game. Like for them being first in their division, like they got completely outplayed. They did not look like a first place team. And finally, Panthers Niners. Man, I am not a Panthers fan, but this Panthers offense is a joke. This Panthers defense is so good. They had 3 interceptions on Brock Purdy in the first half. At least one of those was an end zone interception. I think maybe a second one was as well. But like the defense for the Panthers was going crazy in this game. They were doing so much. And they kept the Panthers in this game, especially early, but the Panthers offense was just giving them absolutely nothing. There was a point early in this game where it was a Panthers offensive drive. It was 3rd and 13, and they called like a run up the middle. They got it to 4th and 3, and then they punted. How are you gonna call a run on 3rd and 13 just to punt on 4th and 3? At that point, you go for it. The play calling was just so bad. And then early on, there was a drive. It was one of the first few drives of the game. Bryce Young kept running. He kept running out and scrambling and running for like 4 yards, 6 yards, whatever. They get into the red zone. Bryce rolls out. He has a wide open lane. He could have ran it comfortably into the end zone, but instead he throws into like triple coverage and throws an end zone interception. The decision making of Bryce Young is so bad. I was sitting there like, you've been running and scrambling this entire drive, and the one time you decide not to run it and not to scramble is when you have a wide open path to the end zone. And that would have put the Panthers up early in this game and put the Niners on the back foot. Like, it was shocking. This Carolina offense is so bad. The only positive game this offense has had, the only positive game that Bryce Young has had, was that Falcons game. Every other game, like, he's been lucky to look average. And it's just so frustrating, because this defense deserves so much better than this offense. It's actually extremely frustrating. Because this Niners offense was not good. Brock Purdy threw 3 interceptions. Mac Jones is legitimately a better quarterback this season than Brock Purdy is. Brock Purdy has thrown like double or triple the amount of interceptions as Mac Jones in fewer games. Bears offense in this game. He was the only guy who could do anything. All night he had 24 carries in this game. Like, if they didn't have Christian McCaffrey, they would have had nothing. This game was just, like I said, I'm not a Panthers fan, but this was so frustrating. If I was a Panthers fan, I'd be like, you guys gotta draft a new quarterback. Like, Bryce Young cannot be the guy. But anyways, there is the end of the week. 14 games this week. And I got 7 of them wrong. Brutal week this week. This one, all should have been different. I should have only had 2 losses this week, but so many of these teams just drop the ball sometimes, quite literally. So we are at 110.5 out of 178, which gives us 62% on the season at the moment. It's not as big of a drop, but we need more big weeks, and this should have been a big week. And unfortunately it was not. But anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. I do hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, please leave a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more content just like this every single week. Until next time, guys. Bye bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another video. Today we have week 13 of the NFL season of review. Only about a month left of the regular season, and then we'll get into playoff time, and then, like, before we know it, it's gonna be the Super Bowl. What's crazy, I don't know what date the Super Bowl is gonna be on this year, but I might literally be at Grand Slam that day. Not 100% sure. But this week for me, I did not get to watch as many games as I'd like to, because on Monday, which is like a Sunday in the United States, that's when the big bulk of the games happen. We had my work Christmas party, and that was like an all-day event. So, whereas usually on Mondays I have my third monitor at work open, and I'm like watching, games throughout the day, which I'm grateful that I have a workplace that I can do that. My boss has F1 or whatever open up on his third monitor, so it's no big deal. But I was unable to do that this week because we had the Christmas party thing that I was at basically all day long, so I was only able to watch one of the Sunday games. I'm pretty sure we'll see the games here bolded and in yellow that I was able to watch this week. But before we get into any of the matchups, let's do the extra points. So I predicted that the Bengals would have the most passing yards this week. So let's go game. Joe Burrow had 261 passing yards. And I see that Dak Prescott has him beat out, so no, I did not get that one correct. I predicted that the Detroit Lions would have the most rushing yards in hindsight. I did not consider the Micah Parsons angle. Where's the Detroit Lions? The Detroit Lions they had 119 rushing yards. They did not even have those rushing yards in this game. I predicted that the highest scoring game would be Kansas City versus Dallas. Now I think that might be true. Those two teams combined for 59 total points. Here's 55, 46, 28, 40, 51, 59. Okay, so that ties. So in a tie, I still get the point. These are all lower. Oh, 40, 53, 48. So I got a point there. So I have 1.5 extra points. Because Kansas City Chiefs and Dallas Cowboys tied for the highest scoring game this week, and I thought that the lowest scoring game would be the Falcons versus the Jets. Now that combined, they actually had a pretty high score, that 51 points. So I'm sitting at 1.5 out of 14 potential extra points so far this season, which with each extra point being worth half a point. And I'll just stack that onto my total score at the very end of the season, which really all we'll be doing is probably rounding up a decimal point. I don't feel like it'll be too impactful. Okay, let's get into the first game here that I have pulled up, and that is the Green Bay Packers against the Detroit Lions. I thought that the Lions would get the matchup here. I wasn't super confident in this prediction. This felt pretty close to 50-50 in my opinion. Maybe the slight edge in favor of the Lions. But I thought being in Detroit on Thanksgiving, they were a 3-point favorite coming into this. That seemed about right to me. I thought that God made the Lions win by a Super Bowl, this, that, or the other. But it was actually the Green Bay Packers who win it by a touchdown, 7-point win, 31-24. The Lions have now dropped to third in the NFC North. Now I'm always completely upfront and honest. I'm not the best with playoff math and all that, and who gets what spot. That's always sort of been a little bit murky and opaque to me. To be honest, I struggle to wrap my head around that. But I don't know if at the moment the Lions are outside the playoff picture or not, but losing this game to a division rival, definitely not what they needed. 7-5-0, third in the NFC North. The NFC obviously is a super tough division this year. If I had to guess, I would say the Lions would be one of the favorites for one of those wild card spots, but like I said, I'm not really good with the playoff math stuff. Chiefs versus Cowboys, man. So, the Chiefs were 3.5-point favorite here. I predicted Cowboys, and I was somewhat confident in that pick, even though, it was definitely not the favorite pick. I sort of had the feeling that the Cowboys were going to get it done. The Cowboys have really good vibes at the moment. They're surging up. They've won 3 in a row now against some pretty good opponents, and they have the Lions coming up. The Lions who are in a bit of a slump. This Cowboys team who is super hot. I think that will be a really good matchup. That's sort of like a season on the line for both of these teams almost, but this was also a season on the line game for the Kansas City Chiefs, who really needed this win. They're now third in the AFC West. They are 6-6. And I have to imagine this is the worst position that the Chiefs have been in after 12 games during the entirety of the Patrick Mahomes era. But really, watching this game, I can't blame Mahomes. He had a really good game. He had 4 touchdowns this game. Rice especially, I thought was a difference maker for them. He was a guy that I kept seeing in Travis Kelce. I know he's been getting quite a lot of flack this season. People saying that he's washed this, that, or the other, but I actually thought that Kelce was quite impactful in this game. But this was a game that just reminded me of how much I love watching CeeDee Lamb. I've said it a million times, wide receiver is my favorite position in football. Good wide receiver play is the reason that I like watching this sport more than anything else. And right now, CeeDee Lamb is one of my favorite wide receivers to watch, just based on, it's hard to put into words really, but just, I feel like he's always making very exciting, electrifying plays. He's a playmaker on offense, and I feel like he just has one big moment every single game, basically. And every time I get the chance to watch the Cowboys, I always have a great time watching CeeDee Lamb. Final score here is 31-28 in favor of the Cowboys. Patrick Mahomes had 23 completions on 34 attempts, 261 yards, 4 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Dak Prescott, 27 completions on 39 attempts, 320 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. But this was a really fun and exciting game, a good back and forth game. That second quarter especially was like all Cowboys, but this might have been, outside of the Seahawks game, because I'm a Seahawks fan, from a pure spectator standpoint, this Chiefs Cowboys game was my favorite game I watched this week. Bengals Ravens. Now I thought that the Ravens would win this, but Joe Burrow would put up a good performance in the loss. But man, the Baltimore Ravens should be eternally grateful that the AFC North, or that the AFC North is so weak, because they are 6-6 and they're still first in that division. The offense that this Baltimore team is running, or the lack thereof, compared to the talent they have on this roster, I still maintain that from a player personnel standpoint, this Ravens team has to be the most talented offense in the NFL. I'm sure I'm missing something very obvious, and someone will point that out. But just looking at who they have available, but it feels like this is so much of this feels like a coaching issue. Coming into this season, the Ravens were one of my favorites for the Super Bowl. They were definitely a lot of people's favorites for the Super Bowl the extra year of chemistry and development for Lamar and Henry. into this game. And Derrick Henry doesn't even touch the ball the entire second quarter, which is crazy because he had a rushing touchdown in the first quarter, like a long one too, like a 30-35 yard rushing touchdown. And then he just didn't get the ball again for a while. I just don't understand why the coach just seems to randomly ice him out on offense. And then not giving him that many touches. He only had 10 carries in this game. Like, you have Lamar and Derrick Henry on this team. I feel like every game those guys should be combining for, I don't know, 30 touches between the two of them, like 15-15, 18-12, something like that. But between the two of them, you should have like a combined 30 designed rush plays with Lamar and Derrick Henry. And it's just not good enough. Baltimore only had 123 rushing yards. The Cincinnati Bengals team had more rushing yards than the Baltimore Ravens, who again have Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry on their team. Chase Brown for the Cincinnati Bengals, who I am fully and unashamedly going to admit I have not heard of until this moment, had more carries and more rushing yards than Derrick Henry in this game. I don't understand what the play calling is trying to accomplish in Baltimore. I don't understand why you're having Lamar Jackson throw the ball 32 times when, like, I'm not saying he's a bad passer, he's a good passer, but that's not his biggest strength. You use Lamar Jackson's arm to open up the lanes and either free up him or Derrick Henry to run. Like, that seems pretty obvious. Like, him passing the ball should only be used to make it easier for them to run the ball. But they're just not running the ball, and it doesn't make sense. Maybe a Ravens fan who watches the team a little bit more can chime in, but I don't know. The Bengals had 32, the Ravens had 14. Joe Burrow, 24 completions on 46 attempts, 261 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Lamar Jackson had 17 completions on 32 attempts, 246 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception. Bears-Eagles. I should have gone with my gut here. I really felt like the Bears were going to win this game. But every time I pick against the Eagles, I get people in my comments calling me an Eagles hater. Even though I feel like all of my criticisms of this Eagles team are valid and continue to be proven correct by games such as this. Because this Eagles offense is absolutely terrible, and like, there is no way to sugarcoat it. They have one of the best defenses in the league. There's no question about that. But they have one of the worst offenses in the league. They went 4 for 12 on third downs in this game. And I think I saw something, I don't remember the exact stat, but it was something like, at one point in this game, they had gone 7 quarters without converting a third down on offense. And converting third downs is like the second most important thing an NFL offense has to do. Obviously, scoring touchdowns is the most important thing. But the second most important thing is converting third downs, and this Eagles offense is just incapable of doing it. And like, Chicago had the ball almost twice as long as the Eagles, 39 minutes compared to 20 minutes, and I don't care how good your defense is. If your offense can't let them catch their breath, and if your offense is so bad that you're going 3 and out and your defense never gets off the field, they are going to give up touchdowns. They are going to give up, first downs and let the other team get into field goal territory. There's only so much that they can stay out there and, stop things. This Eagles team in Philly getting booed off the field at certain points, I think they have the capacity to figure it out, but I don't know. Or I should say, I think they have the personnel to figure it out. I don't know if they have the coaching to figure it out. I've always been upfront that I like the guys on this Eagles team. I do not like Nick Sirianni, and I do not think he's a good coach. His offense, in my mind, has always been ugly. Anyways, I regret not trusting my gut on this one, but this Bears team, they're 9-3-0. I honestly think if somebody asked me right now, pick a team, pick your Super Bowl matchup, I might say that our Super Bowl will be Bears versus Patriots this year. I feel like these are the two best teams in the NFL at the moment, are the Chicago Bears and the New England Patriots. And I actually think as a if I'm from a neutral fan standpoint, that would be a crazy Super Bowl to watch, this Bears team versus this Patriots team. This game ends 24-15. Caleb Williams, 17 completions on 36 attempts, 154 yards. A touchdown and a pick. Jalen Hurts, 19 for 34, 230 yards. 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. Jags Titans. Going into this, I said I was probably going to be wrong about this, but this is not the start of this week I wanted. I maintain that I do not think this Titans team ends the season with only 1 win. I truly believe this Titans team ends the season with 2 or 3 wins. Just because, Cam Ward is so good, and I just feel like they're not only going to have 1 win, but looking at their schedule, this Jacksonville game seemed like the obvious one. They have Cleveland coming up next week, then the Niners, then the Chiefs, then the Saints, and then the Jaguars again to end the season. I truly believe they win 2 of those next 5 games, so maybe New Orleans, Jacksonville, or New Orleans, Cleveland. I don't think they're beating the Niners or the Chiefs. It's hard, but I genuinely believe this is a 3-win team. So I'm going to have to keep picking them at some points to get those 2 extra wins. Jaguars win this 25-3. Trevor Lawrence, 16 completions on 27 attempts. 229 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Cam Ward, he had 24 completions on 38 attempts. 141 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Falcons, Jets. This was another pick I was sort of iffy on, but I stuck with my guns. I said that I thought the Jets would win this one, and they did. And they now have their 3rd win. But this Falcons team, man, I had such high expectations for this Falcons team coming into this season. And it's just sort of been disappointing. I'm not a Falcons fan, but I wanted this to be a team that did well, and they just haven't. 27-24 in favor of the New York Jets is your final score. Kirk Cousins had 21 completions on 33 attempts, 234 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 picks. Tyrod Taylor, 19 completions on 33 attempts, 172 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. Rams, Panthers, I picked the Rams. The Rams were a 9.5 point favorite. 9.5 point favorite, and they lost. I think just purely from a money line perspective, this probably has to be the biggest upset of the season. If there's another one you can think of, or let me know, but off the top of my head, I can't think of a bigger upset than this, with the 9.5 point favorite Rams losing this matchup. And really, like, if that pick six doesn't happen with Matthew Stafford, they win this game, which is kind of crazy. 31-28 in favor of the Carolina Panthers is your final score. But hey, as a Seahawks fan, we needed the Rams to lose this game. They are still first in the NFC West, but having that loss, I think, increased our playoff odds by like 10% or something like that. And if we beat, who do we have next week? I think we have the Jags with the Falcons. If we beat the Falcons next week, I think we have like a 97% chance. As soon as the Rams lost, I think we have to like an 89% chance. And then when we beat the Vikings, we have like a 93. And then if we beat the Falcons, we go up to a 97% chance. So the Rams losing this game is actually very beneficial for the Seahawks. It made it a lot harder for us to miss the playoffs. So I'm not complaining in that regard, but man, I was very surprised. Matthew Stafford had 18 completions on 28 attempts, 243 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Bryce Young had 15 completions on 20 attempts, 206 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Saints Dolphins, I thought the Dolphins would get the job done here, and they did. 21-17 in favor of the Dolphins. Tyler, I heard them say his name, and it's not the way I've been saying it, but I can't actually remember the way they said it off the top of my head. So Tyler Shay. 26 completions on 38 attempts, 239 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception, and 2 Tagovailoa. 12 for 23, 157 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception. Cardinals Bucks, this game was actually a bit closer than I was anticipating it being. The Buccaneers, obviously, they're 7-5. They're first in their division, the NFC South, but struggling this much against a 3-9 Cardinals team with their backup QB. I guess I'm sort of trying to reevaluate and redistribute my internal power rankings at the moment, and this definitely sort of makes me raise a bit of an eyebrow at the Bucks, but they do get the job done, 20-17 at Raymond James Stadium. Little Raymond James Stadium. Jacoby Brissett, 29 completions on 40 attempts, 301 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a single interception. Whereas Baker Mayfield had 18 completions on 28 attempts, 194 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interception. Niners, Browns. Niners would win here. They did. So now we have the Seahawks, Rams, and Niners all with a record of 9-4-0. Oh, no, excuse me. The Seahawks and the Rams are 9-3-0, and the Niners are 9-4-0. But I think of the three, the Niners have the easiest schedule remaining for the rest of the season. Yeah, they have the Titans, Colts, Bears, Seahawks. They'll probably go 2-2, maybe 2-2. I think the Seahawks have the toughest remaining schedule. We've got 5 games: Falcons, Colts, Rams, Panthers, San Francisco. We could go 2-3 or 3-2 in that stretch, realistically. But I think we'll go 3-2, and I think that should be good enough to get us in. Sorry, back to the Niners. They win this game against the Browns 26-8. But the Browns have the Titans coming up, and I actually think, like I said, I think the Titans get wins, but I think Shadur is gonna get a win with this Browns team before the end of the year. So we're gonna have a really nice, super heated, full-blown QB controversy this offseason. Brock Purdy, 16 completions and 29 attempts, 168 yards, a touchdown, and a rushing touchdown, and there's no interceptions. Shadur Sanders, 16 for 25, 149 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 picks. Texans, Colts. So coming into this matchup, I said that I was gonna not let the Colts' recent performance, or the Colts' recent negative performance, and the Texans' recent hot performance influence my perspective. I clearly was incorrect in that assumption, or in that prescription, because the Texans have now won 4 games in a row. They're third in the AFC South. But I think they're still pretty firmly in the hunt. And they have the Chiefs, Cardinals, Raiders, Rams, and then Colts again coming up. They could realistically go 4-1 over that stretch, and I think the Texans could still get into the playoffs here. And this Colts team is sliding at the worst time. They're on a 2-game losing streak. They have the Jaguars coming up, who are hot and have a really good defense, and this Colts team who looked like they might be a dark horse, like Super Bowl contender just a few weeks ago, are now sort of losing momentum at the worst possible time of the season. Texans win this one 20-16. CJ Stroud, 22 completions on 35 attempts, 276 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 pick. Daniel Jones, 14 for 27, 201 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Vikings, Seahawks. I mean, this is one of the most comfortable wins as a Seahawks fan I can remember in a very, very long time. This team does not do comfortable wins. We're one of those teams historically that have always played up or down to our opponents. But Max Brosmer came in and genuinely had one of the worst games I've ever seen from a quarterback. But honestly, it was not his fault. I felt bad for him, to be honest. Like, he was thrown out to the Wolves, and it was frustrating at first because this Minnesota defense was giving Sam Darnold and our offense a lot of trouble in the first quarter, or really the whole first half. Sam Darnold was sacked 4 times this game for a loss of 30 yards. But I felt like pretty much all of those happened in the first half. Like, I was getting really frustrated early. I'm like, guys, this this Minnesota Vikings team is 4-8. Like, this is perhaps the third or fourth worst team in the entire league. And we're letting their defense completely pick us apart at the moment. And like, the only saving grace was that Brosmer was so bad that he I think he converted 2 third downs this entire game. It was basically a punting fest. But like, our inability to beat the defense early in the game was extremely frustrating, but in the second half things opened up a little bit. Max Brosmer had that pick 6 that was run back early in the game. The only thing I didn't really like in this game from our perspective was Jackson Smith and Jigba got completely shut down. And again, I was sitting there like, you guys are letting a team that has 4 wins shut down your best wide receiver. Like, come on now. And I know a lot of Seahawks fans have kind of got this idea that, like, you know, he might have a 2,000-yard season. But having a game like this where I don't even know, I don't remember him even having a reception this game. I don't know if he did. Yeah, Jackson and Jigma did not catch a pass until the third quarter. Season low of 2 catches and 23 yards. Like, that's not good enough. It's not good enough. Like, only gave him the ball twice. And Sam Darnold also turned the ball over early. I forgot about that. I just now read it. But yeah, like, that was definitely frustrating. And going into this final stretch of the season, I'm not concerned about this Falcons game. But, you know, if our offense is like caught sleeping like that against the Rams, the Niners, even the Panthers, apparently, or the Colts, like, that's not gonna get the job done. Like, you can't only have 2 receptions the whole game. I was like, just throw it out to Njigba. Like, even if he's in double coverage, he'll get the ball. Like, but 26-0 in favor of the Seahawks. The Vikings were shut out for the first time since the year 2007. There are some people who watched this game who were not alive yet in 2007. There might be people watching this video right now who are not alive yet in 2007, which is like uncomfortable for me to think about, that that's an 18-year-old now. Fuck, I'm old. Brosmer, 19 completions on 30 attempts, 126 yards, 0 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Sam Darnold, 14 for 26. Don't know what that was. That was weird. Sam Darnold, 14 completions on 26 attempts, 128 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. But he did have the fumble. Just doesn't count as interception, but it was a turnover. Bills Steelers. I took the Bills here, and they did get the win. But this was just an ugly, ugly game. I saw and read a little bit about it. Aaron Rodgers looks, I think at this point, like he's done. I really, truly think he's done. But Josh Allen also was not great this game, so it's just kind of, And there were a chance to fire Mike Tomlin at the end of this game. I really just think, like, I'm not even a Tomlin hater. I think he's a good, decent coach. Like, he obviously is given the Steelers team a winning record year after year, but those winning records have never mattered. They haven't won a Super Bowl. They haven't gone deep in the playoffs. Like, it's just sort of like, okay, you have a winning season, but all you're getting out of it is a worse draft pick, and like, you're sort of on that treadmill of mediocrity. I could see Mike Tomlin getting out of there this season just because, like, eventually you've given the same speeches, you've told the same stories, you've done, you know, over and over and over, and eventually it stops mattering a bit. Even, I mean, the Hall of Fame coach coaches, championship-winning coaches, some of them still sometimes get fired or need to leave a team. 26-7 in favor of the Bills. Josh Allen, 15 for 23, 123 yards, a touchdown and a pick. Aaron Rodgers, 10 for 21, 117 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 picks. It'll be weird because I sort of get the vibes that Aaron Rodgers might be done after this season, but he's not really like doing a retirement tour thing. It's like, will he like come back for a year if he is gonna do a retirement tour? Like, but I don't think who would bring him back and would he start? And I know it's not as common in the NFL as it is in the NBA, but I don't know. It's weird. Raiders, Chargers, and the Chargers would win this despite their terrible O-line. And they did. I saw this really funny meme today, a video on Instagram Reels, and it was basically like every single offensive lineman for the Chargers is either the worst or second worst PFF graded player at their position in the entire league. Like, they went player by player by player on all their offensive linemen, and they're all like 35th or 34th out of 35 players on PFF ratings. Like, it is actually insane how bad their offensive line is. But despite the loss, Brock Bowers had a really good game. And I really hope that this Raiders front office can figure out how to put the talent on this team, both in the coaching spot, because as much as I love Pete Carroll's not a winning coach in 2025. He's just not. And it's not Geno Smith. Geno Smith is a terrorist. This guy, this is a championship caliber tight end. And if you put a championship caliber QB and other players around him, like, they have a sort of X factor guy here that, teams would kill for. And they just don't have the personnel to unlock him. Chargers 31-14. Geno Smith had 18 completions and 23 attempts, 165 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception. Justin Herbert 15 for 20, 151 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception. Broncos beat the Commanders by 1 single point because the 2-point attempt failed in overtime. That's actually crazy. I'm gonna have to go watch back the ending of that game. I don't know why they wouldn't have just kicked the extra point, tied the game up, and I mean, they were technically in the playoffs, I guess. They weren't eliminated yet, but they may as well have been. But man, I feel like you just take the tie game and try to get another touchdown after that, or get a stop. But the Broncos win that one in OT. They go to 10-2-0 on the season. Bo Nix, 29 for 45, 321 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Marcus Mariota, 28 for 50, 294 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. Okay. Giants, Patriots. Patriots are the first team to get to 11 wins this season with a 33-15 win over the New York Football Giants. Jackson Dart, 17 for 24, 139 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. Drake May, 24 for 31, 282 yards, 2 touchdowns. 0 interceptions up there is my week. We had 16 games. I got 10 of them correct. 10 for 16. So, like some of those, man, I cannot believe So we're at 120.5 out of 170, 180, 194. 194, so we do 120.5 divided by 194. We're still sitting at 62%, so not much has changed there. And the thing is, really this deep in the game with numbers this big, it's gonna take either a really good, like 100% correct week, or a really bad week to like change my decimal percentage too much. So I'll be likely finishing this season like between 58 and 65%, somewhere in that range, which actually I think is still the best I've ever done across an entire season. I usually hover around that 50 to 55% mark. So anyway, guys, thank you so very much for watching this video. I do hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please leave a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more content just like this every single week. Till next time, guys. Bye bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another video. And today we're gonna be talking about recapping week 14 it is of the NFL regular season. Now I'm gonna be honest, this is probably gonna be quite a short recap. We're honestly just getting into that time of the year where the teams sort of are what they are. I can only say so much about the same teams, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. So I will show you. Oh, actually, I'm still taking questions for an upcoming end of the year Q&A video. So any sort of questions, you know, within reason that are appropriate that you'd like to ask, I've asked over the last few videos. I'll be putting those together, and then probably a bit closer to the end of the year, like the final 2 weeks or so of December, I will do a Q&A video. Try to answer as many of those as I can. So here is my sheet for the week. The games that I watched this week are the bolded games with yellow text. So, as you can see, Seahawks, Falcons, Colts, Jaguars, Texans, Chiefs, and Eagles, Chargers are the 4 games that I got to watch this week. Some good games there, some not so good games now. Before we get into the game by game, let's talk about my extra points. Let me adjust my thing here so you can see. So these are the extra points that I predicted in my predictions video. I thought that the Rams would have the most passing yards this week. So let's go ahead and give that a look. The Rams, Matthew Stafford had 281 passing yards. let's see, they had 134 rushing yards, which was not even the most in their game. So I was wrong about that. I thought the highest score game would be the Cowboys versus the Lions, which had a score of 74 total points. I think this is a very strong contender for the highest scoring game. That's 60 points there. That one came close. No. Oh. 60. 73. Bengals Bills was 73. This is 74. That's crazy that those games so close together. But no, we were correct. So Dallas and Detroit was the highest scoring game of the week. I got that one correct. And I thought the lowest scoring game would be Titans versus Browns, which had a combined score of 60 points, and I was incorrect about that one. So coming back up here, I now have gotten 4 of my extra point predictions correct, for a total of 2 extra points out of a possible 16, with those being worth half a point each. Okay, let's get into it now. We had the Cowboys versus the Lions, and I predicted the Cowboys to win this one because of their recent run of form compared to the Lions. Coming into this game, they had just beaten both the Chiefs and the Eagles back to back. So I thought, in my mind, those were the two teams who just played each other in the Super Bowl, even if perhaps neither of them are playing to that same quality at the moment. And then coming into the Lions, who prior to this matchup against the Cowboys had lost to the Packers, gone to overtime against the Giants, lost to the Eagles, and lost to the Vikings. So it's kind of like, well, I think this Cowboys team is a bit better at the moment, but the Lions came back and they ended up winning this game. They're still third in the NFC North, but they're 8-5 after this game. So again, I'm not great with playoff math and all that, but I think they're still in position to get in. 44-30 in favor of the Detroit Lions. Dak Prescott completed 31 of his 47 pass attempts for 376 passing yards. He had 1 touchdown and 2 interceptions. Jared Goff, 25 completions on 34 attempts, 309 yards, 1 touchdown, and no interceptions. Then we come Steelers, Ravens. The Ravens were a 6-point favorite in this matchup, and they ended up losing this game by 5, 27-22 in favor of the Steelers. There was a number of upset losses this week. This one might be the most shocking to me, just because of how bad the vibes were with the Steelers after last week. The fans, wanting Tomlin to be fired. Aaron Rodgers legitimately looked 50 years old. So it's sort of crazy looking at this result now and thinking that this is the same team that we just saw last week. Rodgers had 23 completions on 34 attempts, 284 yards, 1 passing, and 1 rushing touchdown. A rushing touchdown there for Old Man Rodgers. And no interceptions. Lamar Jackson had 19 completions on 35 attempts, 219 yards. Again, 1 passing and 1 rushing touchdown, and 1 interception for Lamar. Now I do have to say, it's great seeing DK finally having a big game here. Even though he's no longer on the Seahawks, I am still a DK Metcalf fan. I know some Seahawks fans have soured on him and turned on him or whatever else, but I really like DK Metcalf, and it's cool to see him have a big game here with 148 receiving yards on 7 receptions. Seahawks Falcons, I thought we would win this, and the Seahawks did win it, 37-9. Now, to be honest, this game had me a bit nervous going into halftime. It was tied up 6-6 going into the half. Both teams only had field goals to their name, and I was really concerned because the Seahawks, we have a relatively tough stretch of games coming up here over the next 4. The Colts now are a bit of an easier ask than they were last week, unfortunately for them. But like I said I don't remember if I said it in my prediction video or last week's review, the Seahawks need to go 3-1 over the last 4 and need to beat either the Rams or the 49ers. If not both, we have to go 3-1, and we have to beat at least one of the Rams or the Niners. And as soon as we went to halftime with this game, tied with this Falcons team, which was meant to be the easiest of these 4 games, I'm gonna be honest, I got nervous. I got real nervous, real quick. But then we came out in the second half absolutely firing. The second half starts off with a Shaheed kick return touchdown. Then Jackson Smith-Njigba gets his first of 2 passing touchdowns. Cooper Kupp gets a touchdown, which is great because I know he's been, he hasn't been the Cooper Kupp we all know and love. But it was great seeing him get a touchdown there. And the Seahawks completely dominated and controlled the second half of this game, leading up to a 37-9 victory over the Falcons. 10-3-0, still sitting at second in the NFC West because the Rams refused to lose a game. Sam Darnold had 20 completions on 30 attempts, 249 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. Kirk Cousins had 15 completions on 30 attempts, 162 yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Titans, Browns. Now, I did pick the Browns to win this, but if you go back and watch my prediction video, I was like, I have been so insistent for weeks now, despite the fact that y'all are calling me crazy for believing this, that the Browns are a 2-win or 3-win team. And I was like, I know they're gonna win another game or 2, but I've predicted them to do it for 3 or 4 weeks now, and they just keep losing. So I was like, even though I think they're gonna win another game, I'm gonna pick the Browns here. And there was a point where the Browns did look like they were gonna win this, but the Titans get their 2nd win of the season, and they win this game 31-29, which is just this is perhaps the funniest outcome because Shedeur Sanders had a great game. I really wanted the Browns to win this just because the QB controversy is very funny to me. 17 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Shadur Sanders, 23 completions on 42 attempts, 364 yards, 3 passing and 1 rushing touchdowns, including a 60-yard bomb to Jerry Jeudy and 1 interception. So, not a great start. 1 for 4 to start this week, to be honest. Dolphins, Jets. I thought the Dolphins would take it, and they did. Who is this guy? Brady Cook. Who is this guy? Who is Brady Cook? Undrafted rookie quarterback Brady Cook made his regular season NFL debut for the Jets when he replaced the injured Tyrod Taylor with 3:39 remaining in the first quarter. Groin injury, okay. I've never heard of this guy before. The Dolphins win this 34-10. To attack Vailoa, 13 completions on 21 attempts, 127 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 picks. And then Brady Cook, 14 for 30, 163 yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. And then we go Saints, Bucks, and the Saints win it. I feel like this is the week of the upsets. I don't know what was happening this week. Like, okay, this might have been a toss-up or even Lions' favorite, but this is an upset, this is an upset, this is an upset. So many upsets this week, and that the Buccaneers hold on that first seed in the NFC South is looking extremely tenuous. Like, the Buccaneers came out and I feel like they looked better than their record for quite a decent chunk of the season. I thought they looked like a good team. But honestly, this last month or so, they have just really not looked like a good team. And they lose here to the Saints, who are 3-10 after this game. They were 2-10 at the time of this game, 24-20. Tampa Bay was a 7.5-point favorite. Tyler Shaw, 13 completions on 20 attempts, 144 yards, 0 passing touchdowns, but 2 rushing touchdowns. 1 for 34 yards and 1 interception. Baker Mayfield, 14 completions on 30 attempts, 122 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Colts, Jaguars. The Jaguars did win, which confirmed my prediction, but it really is unfortunate. Not only the circumstances of this game with Daniel Jones going down with an Achilles injury, likely to be out the rest of the year, but now his backup is also injured, and they're talking about maybe bringing in Phillip Rivers to be the Colts quarterback, and it's like, Phillip Rivers is 44 years old and has been retired for almost half a decade. It is like negligence to allow that guy onto a football field. He will get injured. Like, Phillip Rivers cannot play a full football game at the moment. Like, it's one of the most insane things I've ever heard in my life. But the Colts crashing back down to earth in the manner they have when, like, the first month and a half, 2 months of the season, they had like the best record in the NFL. They looked like the best team in the NFL on both sides of the ball. Like, it was a good feel good story. Like, a lot of people were like, happy for the Colts, their fans, what have you. But now it's really disappointing, and I feel bad for Colts fans. And yeah, this team's fan base didn't deserve this crushing 36-19 in a game the Colts were actually 2.5-point favorites in, which is interesting to me. Riley Leonard had 18 completions on 29 attempts after Daniel Jones goes down with the Achilles injury, like I mentioned. 145 yards, 0 passing, but 1 rushing touchdown, and only 1 interception. Trevor Lawrence had 17 completions on 30 attempts, 244 yards, 2 touchdowns, and no interceptions. Commanders Vikings. This game is a real head scratcher because J.J. McCarthy comes back after playing like the worst quarterback in the league. I'm pretty sure statistically he was the worst QB in the league. And throws 3 touchdowns as the Commanders go on to shut out, as the Vikings go on to shut out the Commanders. Jaden Daniels goes out of this game with an elbow injury. Marcus Mariota comes in and throws a hospital ball to Zach Ertz, who gets like a shoulder to knee contact while he's in midair, and his career is probably over, unfortunately. And this Washington Commanders team, compared to last season and how much hype was around this team, and people are like, oh, this is a team with the future, and just seeing where they're at now is just really, really disappointing, and them getting shut out by this Vikings team who's 5-8 and at the bottom of their division is just, I don't know where the Commanders go from here. Jaden Daniels, 9 completions on 20 attempts, 78 yards, no touchdowns, 1 interception. J.J. McCarthy, 16 for 23, 163 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Bengals, Bills. I thought the Bengals would win this, and they nearly did if it wasn't for that 4th quarter comeback, which puts the Bills in the lead, and then a T. Higgins touchdown is not enough to erase the deficit, and the Bills go on to win 39-34. Joe Burrow had 25 completions on 36 attempts, 284 yards, 4 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Josh Allen, 22 for 28, 251 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Broncos Raiders. I took the Broncos here. They nearly did not pull it off, but they do end up getting the win, 24-17, just barely taking the under. They were a 7.5-point favorite. They won by 7. Bo Nix, 31 for 38, 212 yards, no touchdowns, no bigs. Geno Smith, 13 for 21, 116 yards, 1 touchdown, no picks. Bears Packers. I almost went with the Bears here because I do think, overall this Bears team is one of my top teams in the league. But this being, in Green Bay and Lambeau, I sort of had a feeling, even though the Bears have been the hotter team lately, that the Packers would get the win here, and they do get the win, 28-21. Caleb Williams had quite a quiet game compared to what he's done the rest of this season. 19 completions for 35 attempts for Caleb Williams, 186 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Jordan Love had 17 completions on 25 attempts, 234 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. The Rams Cardinals. I I need the Rams to lose one of these games. Like, we have the same record as them. We're both 10-3. But they have the tiebreak over us because they've beaten us in the division. So I need them to at least. Who do they have coming up? In fact, they're going to have such a dumb, easy schedule. Alright, they got the Lions, then us, then the Falcons, then Arizona. So Atlanta and Arizona to finish the season are like automatic W's. We need to beat them in Seattle on the 18th. That is a must-win for us. And they're going to be coming off of a short rest. They only have 4 days of rest between the Lions game on the 14th and then the Seahawks on the 18th. And realistically, we need them to lose both of those. And then if that happens, Seahawks should be able to rest everybody the last week of the season and just take the L, although it is against the Niners, and that's a divisional matchup. So I don't know. But the Rams do win this game 45-17. Matthew Stafford 22 for 31, 281 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Jacoby Brissett 25 for 44, 271 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Texans, Chiefs, man. This feels like the end. Maybe I'm overreacting, but this feels like Rome has well and truly fallen at this point. Not only are the Chiefs below 500 for the first time in Patrick Mahomes' career. Patrick Mahomes did not throw a single touchdown in this game. He threw 3 interceptions in this game. What's funny is that the Eagles also had a bad game marred by bad QB play with lots of interceptions. It's not like the Texans and Chargers have particularly robust defenses. But this game really sort of felt like we were seeing the end of the dynasty. And that's not to say the Chiefs won't be in the Super Bowl in the future. I think that they likely will. I've long maintained that I think Patrick Mahomes will also retire with 5 or 6 rings like Tom Brady. But I think they're going to have to retool or rebuild for a period here. Let Kelsey retire, maybe get a new head coach, cut some of the old guys, the dead weight, especially some of the veterans on that team who are maybe a little bit too comfortable, and rebuild after 2 or 3 down years. Because this felt like the end of something, and the Chiefs were the favorites here, but I took the Texans. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's an overreaction, but Butker and his misses, the Kelsey drop leading to the Texans getting the ball back, it's just, it was bad. 20-10 in favor of the Texans. CJ Stroud 15 for 31, 203 yards, 1 touchdown, no picks. Patrick Mahomes for 14 for 33, 160 yards, no touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Eagles Chargers. So I was watching the Disney Plus version of this game. They do these things like once a year now, and I've watched all of them. This one was the Monsters Inc. theme, and I think this was the weakest one they've done out of all of them. They've done Toy Story. I think Toy Story was the first one. I think that one was probably my favorite of the bunch. They've done SpongeBob, which was pretty good. I feel like they did The Simpsons, but I might have hallucinated that. And I think that's it. But this one was Monsters Inc. And honestly, this was the weakest of the bunch. It felt like they didn't really have an idea for this. I think they kind of just were like, okay, what are our most popular kids' IPs? And they picked it because it just didn't really flow that well compared to especially the Toy Story one. Like they're all just sort of like normal people, and then randomly it would like. So the weird thing was like randomly there was a point where randomly like Jalen Hurts would just like be lifted up, and then Mike Wazowski would like go in his place. And then like Sully would randomly be one of the players on the Chargers. It was so weird. Like there was this one crazy play where Jalen Hurts threw an interception to a lineman, but then like the lineman fumbled the ball and the Eagles recovered it, but then somehow that Eagles player fumbled the ball and the Chargers ended up with the ball anyway. It was like a crazy sequence, but I have no idea really what happened or who intercepted the ball, because on that play, whoever the lineman was that intercepted Jalen Hurts just so happened to have been replaced with fucking Sully from Monsters Inc. So I couldn't see who intercepted the ball because it was just this big blue monster from Monsters Inc. And they had like these pre-recorded like interviews, but they were like obviously pre-recorded segments with like John Goodman and the other voice cast. I don't know the voice actors, the rest of the cast, my apologies. But it was so clearly like they weren't responding to what had happened during the game, like because they were very sort of generic responses. Whereas with the SpongeBob one especially, I remember they had Patrick's voice actor like in the booth with them. And it's like, come on guys, I'm pretty sure if you threw a few million at John Goodman, he would have come and watched this game with you, maybe even like 500,000, I don't know, but it just felt very lazy, this Monsters Inc. theming. And I feel like if they want this whole like outreach to kids with these different things to succeed, like they gotta mix it up. Chargers win this one in overtime, 22-19. And this Eagles team has now lost 3 games in a row. Dallas, Chicago, and now the Rams. Now they do have the Raiders and the Commanders back-to-back coming up, but then they go to Buffalo. They do finish the season in Washington. I think they go 3-1 over that stretch pretty easily, but to me this just highlights like the Eagles have an inflated record compared to how good they are. They are not as good as their record, and like being first in the NFC East, like the rest of that division is just like it's just not great. Like they have the Cowboys in there, but then you have the Giants and the Commanders are basically like automatic wins. And it's definitely inflated their record a bit. But with the amount of injuries on this Chargers team, like I was shocked. Absolutely shocked that they won this game. But they're 9-4, they're second in the AFC West at the moment. And I think, with 4 interceptions for Jalen Hurts, Jalen Hurts looked really, really bad this game. Like, this might be the worst game I've ever seen him play, and I've always been critical of his passing game, especially when he's forced to throw the ball like more than 15 yards downfield. And if I'm remembering correctly, most of his interceptions, if not all of his interceptions this game, were on deep balls down the field. Which like I had always just sort of like assumed, but like he will eventually, like, he'll get that out of his game, but like he just hasn't to this point. Hurts has thrown completions on 40 attempts, 240 yards, no touchdowns, 4 picks. Justin Herbert 12 for 26, 139 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, and then they win the game in overtime with a field goal in SoFi. And that is week 14. I had a terrible week. 14 games this week. And I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 correct. So I don't have to do the calculations on that. 50%, and that's gonna drop me a good bit here, maybe an entire percentage point or two. Because we're up now to 208. So if I get out my phone, 127.5 divided by 208, 61%, but I'm at the low end of 61. If I have another bad week, I will be into 60 or 59%. I need to go like 80% or higher next week if I'm going to get this thing back on track. But anyways, guys, that was week 14 of the NFL season. We have 1 month left, and then we're getting into the playoffs, into the Super Bowl. And it's all happening. Honestly, this is the part of the season, I'm not even gonna lie to you, I'm starting to check out a bit. Like, I'm not watching as many games. When I am watching the games, I'm not paying as close attention, because I'm sort of kind of like, you know who's good, you know who's bad, and I'm just sort of ready for the playoffs to start. This is why I never liked them adding more games, more weeks. Like, I already felt like towards the end of the season, people were already kind of like, even when it was only 16 weeks, like people were like ready for the season to end the last 3-4 weeks. Then you had like another week, and now it's just, I don't know, too many games, too many weeks in my opinion. But anyways, guys, I do hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, please leave a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more content just like this every single week. Till next time, guys. Bye bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another video. Now, today we are doing our NFL weekly review. I believe we're up to week 14 now, right? Or is it week 15 now? Week 15. Actually, crazy that we're already this deep into the season, but we already have some teams eliminated, some names that I feel like a lot of people would not have expected to be eliminated at the start of this season, so let's hop into it. Here are the games this week, and my predictions. The games that I watched are bolded and in yellow text. Now, before we get into that, these are my extra point predictions. So let's take a look and see how we did. So I thought that the Texans would have the highest passing yards this week. Let's go to the Texans game. CJ Stroud had 200 that's not the most. No. He lost to both Kirk Cousins and Baker Mayfield, so no. I thought that the Colts would have the most rushing yards, even though I predicted them to lose, and I know, just off the top of my head without checking, that was not the case. The Seahawks held them to only 97 rushing yards. So 2 losses right off the bat. I thought that the highest scoring game would be the Bills versus the Patriots, which combined for 66 total points. So it is a strong contender. 57 in that game. 50 in that game, 31 in that game, 34, 24, 60. Okay, so Cardinals, Texans is 60. That came close, but we're at 66. Jaguars, Jets, 68 points. So we had the second highest scoring game of the week there. And I thought that the lowest would be the Commanders versus the Giants. And no, that's not the case either, so I got none of my extra points correct. So we're still sitting at 2 extra points for the season. Okay. Let's hop into our first game here, which is actually the game that I watched. Falcons Buccaneers. I thought the Buccaneers would win this, them being first in the NFC South, although their grasp on that division has become more tenuous by the day. And they almost did win it. I only watched the second half of this game. We had a sort of night and an event on at the first part of this game, so I missed it. But I was able to watch the second half of this game, and it really did look like going into that third quarter, it was 20-14. I was like, okay, this Buccaneers team just needs to hold on. Like, they got this. And then that fourth quarter, and I don't want to say it was all Falcons, because you start off with that Chris Godwin TD and the 2-point conversion. But then you get Bijan and Pitts back-to-back touchdowns. The 2-point fails. So at that point, they're 2 points down. Like, okay, we just need the Falcons to turn on. Honestly, at that point, given Kirk Cousins' history and how he's been playing this season, I really was like, okay, the Falcons are gonna throw an interception or turn the ball over here, and it'll be like a very anticlimactic ending for them, but that was not the case. And the Falcons end up getting the win, starting off the week with a loss. And it's, I don't know, Kirk Cousins hasn't played too much this year, I guess, but this is the most comfortable he's looked all year, which is not a good sign for the Buccaneers, who, I don't know, they're definitely struggling, but I'm sort of assuming that they'll be a playoff team. But if they do make the playoffs, I don't have high hopes for them, which I feel like I tried to hold on because I really like this Buccaneers team coming into this year, and I want to see them do well, but it's just not going their way at the moment. Commanders, Giants. I I thought this would be Giants because Marcus Mariota's starting. Just all sorts of issues with the Commanders, honestly. But this Giants team, not that they were ever good. I mean, this was a 2-11 team versus 3-10 team, so sort of pick your poison. But the extent to which the Commanders controlled this game in the first half, especially 22-7 going to halftime, is just crazy. Excuse me, pardon me, I forgot to do the most important part on that last game. The Falcons won 29-28. Kirk Cousins had 30 completions on 44 attempts, 373 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, and Baker Mayfield had 19 completions on 34 attempts, 277 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Alright, Commanders, Giants. Final score is 29-21. The Giants were a 2.5-point favorite, it must be said. Marcus Mariota 10 completions on 19 attempts, 211 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. Jackson Dart 20 for 36, 246 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Raiders, Eagles. I thought the Eagles would win this, and they did very, very handedly. And the Eagles definitely needed this win. It felt like the vibes were good. Because games like this could be like a get-right game, right? Like this was always basically gonna be a win, because last week, Hurts had 4 interceptions and all that stuff, and like the vibes are just obviously in the dumps. They come out here, the defense looks elite again, the offense looks elite. They only allowed 75 total yards of offense in this game. Now again, it's the Raiders, but like that momentum shift. Sports aren't just statistics and analytics and stuff. It's the mental, emotional aspect as well. And this was an absolute blowout for the Eagles. I'm gonna be honest. I turned this one off at halftime because it was so obviously one-sided. You were 17-0 going to halftime. The Raiders, like they were doing absolutely nothing. They were 3-12 on 3rd downs. And they only had 46 rushing yards, 29 passing yards. So for me, I only really like watching blowouts when it's like my team doing the blowout. Like if you're a neutral fan, I feel like a blowout is extremely uninteresting to watch in general. So I turned it off at the half, but this, I think this could give the Eagles what they need to finish the season strong. What do they have coming up here? They have the Commanders next week. That should be another win. Then Buffalo. That will be a tough game, but it's winnable. And then another game against Washington at home. So, including that Vegas game, and again, absolute worst. They go 3-1 in their last 4 games. They could feasibly go 4-0. And that's exactly the sort of run that you want going into the postseason. Eagles win this game 31-0. Kenny Pickett 15 completions on 25 attempts, 64 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 pick. Jalen Hurts 12 for 15, 75 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 picks. Okay. Browns, Bears. I thought the Bears would get this one done. They do. They're still holding on to that first spot in the NFC North. 10-4. Like, this is. Bears are legit. They're the team, like, if my Seahawks can't win the Super Bowl, my second choice that I would like to win would be this Bears team. They win this one 31-3. They were a 7.5 point favorite. Shadur Sanders, 18 completions on 35 attempts. 177 yards, 0 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Caleb Williams, 17 for 28, 242 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Ravens versus Bengals. This is just an extremely dominant game by the Ravens. They were only a 2.5 point favorite going into this game, but they end up winning it 24-0. Where is that? The Ravens Bengals. And Lamar Jackson did not even have to throw the ball that much. You look at the disparity here. Lamar Jackson, 8 completions, 12 attempts for 150 yards, 2 touchdowns, not big. Joe Burrow, 25 for 39, 225 yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. It's like Joe Burrow was forced to throw the ball 39 times because of the points deficit. He threw 2 interceptions. But all that passing, all that offense, and they just couldn't. They could not even get it done. The Cincinnati Bengals are now officially eliminated from playoff contention, and this is the first time since 2017 that the Bengals have been shut out at home. So just a really bad way to end what has been a bad season for the Cincinnati Bengals, and if you're them, you just have to hope that you can regroup. My personal opinion is you need to completely rebuild the defense. You might need a new head coach in there. I just don't trust Taylor at all. But I think there are still good pieces on this Bengals team. I think that they could get back into things, but it's going to be, they have to do things right. Ravens only 24-0, like I said earlier. Cardinals, Texans. I picked the Texans here. They did get the win. 40-20. They were 9.5 point favorite. Jacoby Brissett had 27 completions on 40 attempts. 249 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. And C.J. Stroud had 22 completions on 29 attempts, 260 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Bills, Patriots. I thought the Patriots would take this. And early on it looked like they would. Like it was all Patriots early. You have Drake May with back-to-back rushing touchdowns. Then Henderson with a rushing touchdown. So it's like, it's 21-0. You know, with 5-ish, 6-ish minutes left in the first half. And the Bills finally get on board with a touchdown, but the Patriots answer back with a field goal to end the first half, so it is 24-7 going to halftime. And I really thought at that point, like, alright, the Patriots had this one in the bag, but then 4 touchdowns for the Bills in the second half, where the only got a rushing touchdown from Trevan Henderson. I mean, he had a monster game, very good game from him. He continues to be a good player. But this game could be instrumental down the stretch for the Bills. Obviously, they're still in second place in the AFC East. But they now have this win over a divisional rival. And the Patriots are going up against Baltimore, then the Giants, then the Dolphins. And I could realistically see the Patriots going 2-1 over that stretch, losing to the Ravens, which would give them a final record of 13-4. And for the Bills, they have the Browns, then the Eagles, then the Giants. And that would get them to 12-5. But if they beat the Eagles, they would also be 13-4 if they win out the rest of the way. But they have that win over the Patriots. So at that point, I actually don't know. At that point, I'm bad at playoff math. But as I've said in the past, but anyway, this could be an instrumental game in determining the 1 seed in the AFC East. And it feels like a bit of a choke job, especially in that second half. From the New England Patriots, a tale of two halves, truly. 35-31 in favor of the Bills. Josh Allen, 19 or 28, 193 yards. 3 touchdowns, 0 picks. Drake May, 14 or 23, 155 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 pick. Jets, Jaguars. I picked the Jaguars. They get the W, 48-20. This is the biggest win of the week. 28-point victory. They were an 11.5-point favorite. Brady Cook in for the Jets. That is not a name I've heard in a minute. Brady Cook, and he was not cooking, it must be said. 22 completions on 33 attempts. 176 yards, 1 touchdown, 3 interceptions. Trevor Lawrence, 20 completions on 32 attempts, 330 yards. 5 touchdowns. 5 touchdowns plus a rushing touchdown. No interceptions. Trevor Lawrence is a bad secondary merchant, though, it must be said. It must be said. Chargers, Chiefs. Man, I picked the Chiefs in this game, or I picked the Chargers in this game. And that the Chiefs were a 4.5-point favorite, but I just had a feeling here. And the Chargers do get the win. And the Kansas City Chiefs have been eliminated from playoff contention for the first time since 2017. 8 straight years of making the playoffs. For the Kansas City Chiefs is just sort of crazy to think about. I've seen a lot of hot takes about, like, the dynasty is ending, the Chiefs are done, Mahomes is done, yada yada yada, especially because he got a torn ACL. In this game, I believe it's the first major injury of the kind in his career, but I don't completely buy into that. Remember Tom Brady, I believe, also had an ACL or something like that, and then he ended up winning 4 rings after the fact, or 3, 4 after the fact. I can't remember how many it was. So, I'm not down on the Chiefs yet, but they're out this year. Chargers win at 16-13. They are the 2nd seed in the AFC West. Who do they have coming up? They have the Broncos ahead of them. The Broncos only have 2 losses, so basically the Chargers need to win out and the Broncos need to lose out. The Chargers have Dallas, Houston, Denver, which they could realistically go 1-2 over that that stretch, so no, I don't think the Broncos have much to worry about there. Justin Herbert had 19 completions on 29 attempts, 210 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, and Patrick Mahomes 16 for 28, 189 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception. Colts Seahawks. We got the win here, but man, this game pissed me off. We were a 13.5-point favorite coming into this game. 44-year-old, 45-year-old, however old he is, Philip Rivers, had been sitting on his couch drinking beer for the last 5 years. 13.5-point favorite, I'll reiterate. And we win this game by 2 points because of a field goal from Jake Myers. In fact, the only points we had this entire game were field goals from Myers. And the first half, especially in this game, was just completely unacceptable. We went 3 and out on like the first 3 drives of the game. In fact, we only converted 2 out of our 13 total third downs in this entire game. Mind you, Colts, 44-year-old Philip Rivers converting 2 third downs against this team. And Sam Darnold was getting pressured, looked horrible every time he dropped back. I really felt like the game plan for this game needed to be you come out with a super explosive offense, get big yardage early, try to run up the score early. I tried to come up like 14-0, 17-0, something like that going into the half. And you force Philip Rivers to throw the ball a lot more than they want him to because you put up a big lead early. And it just seemed like that was not the strategy whatsoever. It didn't work. We went at 18-16, but man, like, this game should not have been this hard. And now we have the Rams coming up in what is a must-win game if we want to win the division. And coming off a performance like this, whereas the Rams came off a performance like they had, like, I'm not confident we win that game next week, but it is a must-win, like I said, especially with where the 49ers are at the moment as well. Because, yeah, the Niners are 10-4. We're 11-3. If we lose to the Rams, we're 11-4. And then the Niners, they're playing the Colts. I think they'll absolutely murder that Colts team. And then the Niners will have the tie break over the Seahawks because they beat us earlier in the year. And it's like we could end up at the 3rd seed after all this while being like the #1 DVOA team for weeks at this point. And it's like it's feeling like a repeat of last season. And it's just extremely, extremely frustrating, and this game just is not giving me much confidence. Seahawks win it 18-16. Philip Rivers 18 or 27, 120 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Sam Darnold 22 for 36, 271 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. We cannot afford to have another game like this the rest of the way. Like, we have to put up like 40 plus points next week. Titans, Niners. I thought the Niners would win, and they did. 37-24. Cam Ward 18 for 29, 170 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Brock Purdy 23 for 30, 295 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Packers, Broncos. I took the Broncos to win, and they did. 34-26. Jordan Love 24 for 76 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 picks. Bo Nix, 23 for 34, 302 yards, 4 touchdowns or interceptions. The Broncos are rolling right now. I really thought this Packers team had a chance here. No, it was in Mile High, which, to be honest, I should have factored in. This Packers team now has the Bears, Ravens, and Vikings to end the season. I know they did just beat the Bears, but it's a close game, 20-21, and I could see it maybe going the other way in the next matchup. But this Packers team is so hard to understand, to be honest. They beat the Bears, beat the Lions, barely lost to the Eagles, beat Pittsburgh, beat the Bengals, tied the Cowboys. I'm just looking at their games here. But losing here to the Broncos, the Broncos team is like a good team, but this Packers team is just so hard for me to wrap my head around, like, where they belong on the power rankings. Alright, Panthers, Saints. I thought the Panthers would take this. I thought their defense would be the difference maker here, but the Saints did end up winning this game 20-17. Bryce Young, 15 completions on 24 attempts, 163 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. Tyler Shea, 24 for 32, 272 yards, 1 touchdown. 0 interceptions. Lions, Rams. I picked the Lions. I had a feeling the Rams would win this, but I needed the Lions to get the win here for the divisional standings, because this would have given the Seahawks the first seed. But I think our fate now rests in our hands, which is the worst possible outcome, because I don't trust our hands. And when Ross St. Brown came out early in this, and I was like, okay, yeah, keep it up, but much like Ska, as we entered the mid-2000s, they could not keep it up. 41-34 in favor of the Rams. Jared Goff, 25 completions on 41 attempts, 338 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Matthew Stafford, 24 completions on 30 attempts, 368 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Vikings, Cowboys. I don't understand JJ McCarthy. That's all I really have to say at this point. I don't understand how JJ McCarthy can have this stretch of being statistically one of the worst quarterbacks of all time. People were showing his stats versus some of the all-time QBs, and he was firmly at the bottom. And he was there week after week after week. He looked completely out of sorts. And then he comes out, he lost 26-0 against Seattle, 23-6 against Green Bay. Just these terrible losses, and JJ McCarthy playing terrible football. And he comes out back-to-back weeks and puts up 30-plus points. Genuinely, I do not know if JJ McCarthy is terrible or amazing. I don't know how I'm supposed to know that. I feel like as soon as the Vikings were eliminated from the playoffs, he started playing better. I don't know. Vikings win at 34-26. JJ McCarthy's 15 completions and 24 attempts, 250 yards, 2 passing, 1 rushing touchdown, and 1 pick. Dak Prescott, 23 for 38, 294 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 picks. And finally, Dolphins Steelers. I'm realizing now I highlighted this game, but I meant to highlight this game. That's mistake. I watched the Bills, Patriots, and the Dolphins, Steelers. I don't know why I got that confused. The Steelers win this one 28-15, which was my prediction. Well, not the score, but the fact that they would win. They were a 3.5-point favorite, but they ended up blowing them out here. Tua Tagovailoa at 22 completions on 28 attempts. 253 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. And Aaron Rodgers, 23 completions, 27 attempts, 224 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. That is a great game from Aaron Rodgers. Only 4 incomplete passes. Like, at his age, that's crazy business. So there we go. That is this week. We had 16 games, and I got 6 incorrect. So I went 10 for 16. So let me do the math. 10 divided by 16. 462.5%. Round that up. We always round up. And let us add it together now. So 137.50. 208 plus 16, 218, 224. So 137.5 divided by 224. Still 61%. So there we go. That is where we're sitting at this point in the season. Thank you guys so much for watching. Let me know what your favorite game of this week was, how your team did, if they won, if they lost, are they still in the playoff picture? Let me know in the comments down below. If you liked the video, please leave a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more content just like this every single week. Until next time, guys. Bye bye. Hello, everyone. I'm recording this video extremely disoriented, you might see. My hair looks a bit knackered. I don't know what it is, but today I was just like exhausted after work, came home, immediately crashed, slept for like 4 hours. I just now woke up, like I fell asleep in my work clothes and everything. This isn't them, but yeah, super disoriented at this point. But we're here, we're fired up, and we're ready to go, and I'm just throwing it out there. If I say anything off the handle in this video, it's because I'm barely alive at the moment. Alright. What week is it even at this point? Hold on. I need to see what week it is. 16. We're right at the finish line. So to be honest, like, checking out a bit, I'm ready. I'm beyond ready for the playoffs to start. I really dislike the extra weeks they've added to the calendar, but it is what it is. Here's the matchups and the predictions that I made right here. Alright. So, before we do that, let's do, there we go, my extra points predictions. I thought the Bills would have the most passing yards this week. And let me check and see if they did. Hell no. Josh Allen had fewer passing yards than Sanders. Celsius, which I don't know the conversion, but cold. Did not think about that. So that wrong. Rushing Patriots. The Patriots had the most rushing yards. Boom, boom, and hell no. They had 79 rushing yards. Rushing yards, that's not going to get it done. Over 2 right there. Highest score Rams Seahawks. I think I got this one. Rams Seahawks combined for 75 total points. Did anything else touch that? No, no. No. 40, 66 close. Oh no, Colts 60, 75. Niners Colts tied it. But we've had this situation before. And so I'm gonna take that. So we get half a point there. And I thought Packers Bears would be the lowest score. Let's see. 16-22, they combined for 38. That might be the lowest. Jets Saints combined for 35. So I got 2.5 out of 20 on my extra points. So, as usual, the bolded yellow games are the games that I watched. Now, the Rams Seahawks game, I was way too anxious, like worked up. I couldn't watch the game, it was too big. I don't know if anybody else has this, but like if it's too high stakes, like I'll just sit there and pace around, and I couldn't do it, I couldn't watch it. But as soon as the game was over, I went back and I rewatched it, like the extended, like 30-minute highlights. So I sort of watched it. All right, but the rest of these, I did watch. Actually, let me really quick. I have to see which teams have been eliminated and which teams are still live after this week. So we're gonna pull it up. So which teams were eliminated this week? Who was eliminated this week? Alright, this is just the total list of eliminated teams. There's I know some of them went out this week, but that's fine. So the Titans, Raiders, Jets, Browns, Bengals, Chiefs, and Dolphins in the AFC. And Giants, Saints, Cardinals, Falcons, Commanders, Vikings, and Cowboys in the NFC are eliminated. Let's talk about one of these teams that was eliminated this week. Realistically, they'd been eliminated for a little while, especially after last week when Patrick Mahomes went down with an injury that likely will keep him out most of next season as well. that's the Chiefs. I thought that they would still be good enough to beat the Titans, but the Titans pick up their third win, and I just want to say, I told y'all, I've been saying from the beginning, this Titans team is a 3-win team. They have 3 wins, and I've been impressed with Cam Ward all year long. And if the Titans can get their head out of there, you know where, and put a good team around this kid, I think that there could be some good stuff in the future for the Titans. Final score is 26-9 in favor of the Tennessee Titans. For the Kansas City Chiefs, in a QB, Chris Oladokun. Now, I thought that it was going to be Gardner Minshew, which was actually part of the reason I picked the Chiefs here, because I thought Minshew was going to be a suitable enough replacement for Mahomes that he would, get something going there. 4 straight losses for the Kansas City Chiefs, which is his longest losing streak since 2017. Gardner Minshew was knocked out of the game with a knee injury early in the second quarter. Okay, so that's why. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Cam Moore, 21 for 28. 228 yards, 2 touchdowns. 0 interceptions. I'm just gonna come down to the Rams-Seahawks game. I'll talk about that now because I did pick the Rams here, but like I said in that video, I was doing an emotional hedge. Like, if the Seahawks win, obviously I'm gonna be ecstatic. If the Rams win, okay, well I get the points for the week, so it was sort of win-win for me either way. But obviously I much preferred the outcome that we got here. Seahawks win at 38-37 after an extremely ballsy 2-point conversion attempt. The touchdown was to Jackson Smith and Jigba, but the 2-point conversion was to, what's his name? A.J. Barner. No, that wasn't it. Who was it? I don't know who it was, but it was the first time he had been targeted all game long. I know that much, like having that be your first target and catching it for the 2-point conversion. And there was the crazy 2-point conversion earlier in the game. In fact, through the fourth quarter, there was multiple successful ballsy 2-point conversions, 3 of them in fact, because this game went to overtime. So there's one after the Shaheed punt return touchdown, which started the comeback because we were down big. We were down like 3 scores. It was 20? It was 30-14 at one point. And then we got the punt return touchdown, 2.6 seeds, and then the Barner touchdown, 2.6 seeds. That sends it to overtime. Then Puka gets the touchdown to overtime, and like honestly, I was getting mad. I was like, bro, how is Puka getting open every time? Like, it felt like just double him and let somebody else stay open and beat you, because it was getting ridiculous at that point. Like, if we would have lost this game, like, I still think the secondary should I'm still don't feel great about that secondary performance and how easily Puka was getting open, but especially in that OD. But that Jackson said that Jigba made up for it, and them going for the 2-point there and be like, you know what, we either win or lose here instead of going for an extended overtime. Like, I love how aggressive that play calling was. Multiple 2-point attempts, succeeding, getting that combined victory on prime time on Amazon. probably the biggest Thursday night football game the Seahawks have ever had. I can't think of a bigger one. One of the best Thursday night football games ever. It has to be up there. I imagine for neutral fans this was an exciting game and just an absolute shootout. Seattle likely has now locked up the first seed in the NFC West. The Rams have now dropped to the third seed. And boy, oh boy, if somehow this loss keeps the Rams out of the playoffs, I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if that's possible. Let me see. The playoff chances for the Rams right now. So okay, this website is crazy. Currently, the Rams are the number 5 seed in the NFC, which sets up for a wildcard game against the winner of the NFC South. If the 49ers beat the Colts, the Rams will follow the number 6 seed. The Eagles are currently the number 3 seed, which means the Rams have to draw to Philadelphia in the first round of the playoffs. There's still 2 weeks remaining, but the Rams would much rather face the Panthers or Buccaneers than the Eagles. The Rams will have a 37% chance to win the West, the Colts win, or a 19% chance the 49ers win. Because the 49ers own the tiebreaker over the Rams based their winning percentage in the division. If the 49ers win out, they take the NFC West and the number 1 seed. They still have the Bears and Seahawks on their schedule. It'll take a lot for the Rams to drop to the number 7 in the conference standings. They have a 1.5 game lead on the Packers with 2 weeks remaining. The Rams would need to lose their last 2 games, and the Packers would need to win out or for Green Bay to overtake Los Angeles. And the Rams have a soft schedule to finish the year. Okay, so it doesn't seem like they're going to lose out on a playoff spot. Because they have the Falcons and then the Cardinals, so that's 2 wins. But boy, if we can guarantee the Rams get the Eagles in the first round, like, hallelujah, hallelujah. Anyways, massive win, massive win. Great spot for the Seahawks to be in. We have who we have next? We have the Panthers next, and then the 49ers. Those are actually 2 tough games to finish out the season. Unfortunately, the Panthers are a good team. The 49ers obviously are a good team, but I think the lowest we can fall realistically, we could go to 3rd, but I think we're locked into a playoff spot pretty much regardless. Matthew Stafford had 29 completions and 49 attempts, 457 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Sam Darnold has 22 completions for 34 attempts, 270 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. And somehow they're still going to find a way to not have the Seahawks as number 1 on the power rankings, even though we now have the best record in the NFL. Eagles, Commanders. I thought the Eagles would win this. They did win it, 29-18. Jalen Hurts had 22 completions on 30 attempts, 185 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. And Marcus Mariota had 7 completions on 14 attempts, 95 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Packers, Bears. I grabbed the Bears here. And they did get the victory, 22-16. What happened to Jordan Love? Jordan Love had a concussion, and I saw the touchdown, the OT touchdown to DJ Moore that Caleb Williams threw And not to say that he hasn't already arrived this year, but that moment, that touchdown really sort of felt like his, like, stepping through the door. I'm here, and I ain't going anywhere, like, sort of movement, sort of moment rather, not movement. And, you know, I was very, very critical of him last year and early in this year. I was talking crazy about him a little bit, and I have to say, like, I'm happy to admit when I'm wrong about things. He completely proved me wrong. This year, he had that rough little start to the season, but Caleb Williams has been on an absolute tear. This Bears team has been on an absolute tear. They've won 2 games in a row, back to back. They have the 49ers next, which could be a tough game, and the Detroit Lions, which could theoretically be a tough game. So, but they have, definitely earned that spot at the top of their division. They're one of the most exciting teams in the NFL. I love the way they play the game. Caleb Williams looks super confident out there. And like I said, I was very critical of him, but happy to admit that he has completely proven me wrong. Malik Willis had 9 completions and 11 attempts, 121 yards, a touchdown, no interceptions. Caleb Williams, 19 for 34, 250 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Bills, Browns. I thought the Bills would win this one. They did, although it was close. 23-20. Like I said, this was in the cold. I didn't realize it was going to be in the cold, or I would have adjusted my predictions accordingly. Josh Allen, 12 completions and 19 attempts. Obviously, they were just running that ball all night long. 130 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Shedeur Sanders, 20 completions and 29 attempts, 157 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. I see the talent there with Shedeur. I do. I've been critical of Shedeur as well, but I do see the talent, and he has a fearlessness, which I think is good. Like, you need to have that sort of short attention span, memory of a goldfish type thing if you're an athlete, and he definitely has that. And you can see the arm talent is there. He can make those big throws. I think for him it's really going to be getting better at reading defenses and getting the interceptions under control. I think there is an NFL QB in there somewhere, but right now he is reminding me of Jameis Winston before the LASIK, and I don't think Shedeur Sanders has any issues with his eyesight that he can sort of fall back on there. Chargers Cowboys. This is the game that eliminated the Cowboys from the playoffs. Chargers win it 34-17, which is what I predicted them to do. Well, not that score, but a win in general. Justin Herbert had a monster game here. 23 completions on 29 attempts, 300 yards, 2 touchdowns, and no interceptions. Dak Prescott, 21 for 30, 244 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. Jets Saints. I think this is going to sound crazy, but I think the Saints need to stick with Tyler as their QB. He has basically single-handedly ruined their draft position. Like, not in a, sort of tongue-in-cheek me saying that, but you can tell he has elevated this team. I didn't think I would be saying that, but, he is an NFL-ready quarterback. The Saints team is 5-10. I know okay, this is just the Jets, but they've won 3 games in a row now. They've beaten teams like Carolina, Tampa Bay. They beat Carolina twice, in fact. They played a really close game against the Patriots. They played a close game against the Niners. Like, this team feels legit. And it feels like if they bring some more talent in, they could be legit. That NFC South division is not that strong. And I think they could be a force in there. The Saints win this one 29-6. Brady Cook in for the Jets. Brady Cook had 22 completions on 35 attempts, 188 yards. No touchdowns, 1 interception. Tyler Show, 32 for 49, 308 yards, a touchdown, no interceptions. Bucks Panthers. I thought that this Panthers team, rather not the Packers, would get the win here. Their defense has really been good this year, and the offense has stepped up to sort of match the intensity that the defense has been having all year long. They're now 8-7-0. They've taken that top spot from the Buccaneers in the NFC South, who at the start of this season with talks about Baker for MVP and this, that, the other, the NFC South sort of looked all but guaranteed for the Buccaneers, and now it has slipped away, and I don't think they're going to get it back. Who do the Buccaneers have coming up? They have Miami and then Carolina again. Now that Carolina game is at home, but yeah, it's crazy the collapse this Buccaneers team has taken. Baker Mayfield is now statistically one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL over the last 2 months, whereas for the first month or so of the season, he was statistically one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. He's done a complete 180. Panthers, 23-20 victory. Baker Mayfield had 18 completions on 26 attempts, 145 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. Bryce Young, 21 for 32, 191 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Vikings, Giants. I thought the Vikings were doing this one. It was a very, very close game, but they did 16-13. J.J. McCarthy, 9 for 14, 108 yards. No touchdowns, although he did have a rushing touchdown. And interception. Jackson Dart, 7 for 13, 33 yards. No touchdown, 1 pick. I think I need to look at some. I haven't watched the Giants in a hot minute. The last time I watched the Giants, Jackson Dart actually looked good. But this man put up 33 passing yards this game. I need to look into what has happened with Jackson Dart, because he was looking legit there a couple months ago, and now he looks like worse than a bum. Looks like if you took a random guy off the street and made him play quarterback, like 33 yards. That's a bit of a joke. Bengals, Dolphins. I took the Bengals here. They get the win, 45-21. Tua Tagovailoa officially has been benched, and he will not be returning to the Dolphins next year. It'll be really, really interesting to see where he ends up, because I don't know what sort of team will be a good fit for him. I don't know. Maybe he'll go to the Giants, actually, with Jackson Dart the way he is. I don't know. But, is Quinn Ewers in today, although not like he performed any better than Tua has been this year. Joe Burrow has 25 completions on 32 attempts, 309 yards, 4 touchdowns, no picks. Quinn Ewers, 20 completions on 30 attempts, 260 yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Okay. Moving on. Thought I heard some, noises out in the backyard, so I had to go check it out, but I think it must have just been the wind or something. Jags Broncos, bro. You Broncos fans have got to leave me alone. I was getting flack for picking against the Broncos. So even though coming into this I was like, man, I'm feeling the Jaguars. I was like, nah, I'll pick the Broncos here because, yeah, at the time they did have the best record. Although that was the Seahawks. But then the minute I finally picked them, they lose. Finally, I was like, you know what, they're right, I'll pick the Broncos. Lose. So for your own sake, you're going to want me to keep picking the Broncos, because when I pick them, they win. Or excuse me, when I pick them, they lose. When I pick against them, they win, which is funny, because that is basically been happening the entire lifespan of my channel with the Broncos. I can't explain it, but like any of my longtime viewers know, this is how I am with the Broncos. It's just how it works. Jaguars win this one 34-20. Trevor Lawrence had 23 completions on 36 attempts, 279 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Bo Nix, 28 for 47, 352 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. Steelers-Lions. I picked the Steelers to win this one. They did win it. I have to say, I've said in the past, I'm a DK Metcalf fan. I still do like the guy, but man, like his temper and his lack of like ability to control himself is, when he was a rookie, it was one thing, because you're kind of like, okay, like he's still young, he's new to this league, get him in with the veteran, he'll get under control, but he has like the most veteran QB in the league now as his captain, like his second most, Philip Rivers around. And he's still having these outburst issues, like punching a fan in the stands. From what I understand, him and that fan have a bit of history, and maybe the fan went there like specifically to heckle him, but like if you know he's there to heckle, you don't get a reaction out of him, you're just like giving him what he wants. And he's been suspended 2 games, so it's like, or yeah, he's been suspended 2 games, so he's done the rest of the season at this point. And I think like because of that, his contract is like no longer guaranteed, and saying like he cost himself saying like $48 million in guaranteed money or something like that. Like the dude is so physically gifted, but just cannot get out of his own way. But I have to give, props to the Steelers here. They played a really good game. The defense especially looked really good, even though if you look at Jared Goff's stats, you might think the defense wasn't that great watching the game. It felt like they were really getting to Jared Goff, and he probably could have had an even better game if the defense was not as good as it was. 29-24 in favor of the Steelers, who are now first in the AFC North. Aaron Rodgers, 27 for 41, 266 yards, a touchdown, no picks, and his touchdown was an impressive one. It was like a half-yard bomb to Gainwell. Jared Goff, 34 54, 364 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. Patriots, Ravens. Zay Flowers is a terrorist. Zay Flowers needs to be. Last year, Zay Flowers fumbled the ball, which cost the Ravens the game. Wait, what did I just do? Oh, I went the wrong one. Is this one? He had that fumble, which cost the Ravens the game in the championship game. And then this year, he has the fumble, which I don't think... I basically eliminated. Let's see, a surprisingly poor season as the Ravens on the verge of missing the playoffs for the first time since 2021. The Ravens' only road to the postseason is to win the AFC North, but to do so would require them to win out and the Pittsburgh Steelers to lose out. Anything short of those results would force them to sit out. Yeah, I don't see any pathway to them getting to the playoffs. And coming into this season, they were one of my Super Bowl favorites. A second season of development and chemistry for Lamar and Derrick Henry. I really did not see how this Ravens team couldn't be the best offense in the NFL. It seemed almost like a foregone conclusion that they would be setting like rushing yards records and things of that nature, and it has been a complete failure for the amount of talent on that roster. A complete failure, and Zay Flowers fumbling this game away. I had him pegged to be the receiving yards leader this season. I thought it was either going to be him or Puka. He's massively underperformed. I'm pretty sure he had some injury issues early, but even then, man, like, this Ravens team is way too talented to be sitting at home on the couch. And as much as I think Harbaugh, you need to have some questions of him, Lamar Jackson, who's a multi-time MVP winner, is having one of the worst seasons of his career at the moment. And with the talent he has around him, he shouldn't be having this bad of a season. 28-24 in favor of the Patriots. Drake May, 31 for 44, 380 yards, 2 touchdowns and a pick. Lamar Jackson, 7 for 10, 101 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, no rushing touchdowns either. Falcons, Cardinals, I took the Falcons here. They do get the win, 26-19. Kirk Cousins, 21 for 35, 197 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Jacoby Brissett, 16 for 31, 203 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. Raiders, Texans, this was close, but I predicted the Texans, and they got it done. 23-21. The game starting off with a Geno Smith pick 6 just feels like I don't think Geno Smith is in the league anymore after this year. I just don't see how I don't see how you keep Geno Smith around. Geno 16 for 23, 201 yards, 2 touchdowns and a pick. CJ Stroud 23 for 35, 187 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. And finally, Niners Colts. I picked the Niners. They win, and I think this has been my best prediction week of the season. Only 3 incorrect, and like one of those was an emotional hedge. So, Niners completely blow out the Colts 48-27. But I do have to say, I was very harsh on the Phillip Rivers pickup. But he, with last week against the Seahawks, and then this week, even though they lost big, it was not really his fault. He did look like he belonged, and what I liked about Rivers is he was very steady. He was very steady the whole game. He looked very smart. He was reading the defense well. This Colts team just couldn't keep up with the physicality and the speed of the Niners, and unfortunately for Rivers, his 1 interception was a pick 6. In the second half, the Niners really pulled away. It was close in the first half. You go into halftime with a 24-17 score, so they were right there in it still. But yeah, they completely pulled away in the second half and outscored the Colts 24-10 in the third and fourth quarters. But for Phillip Rivers, I have to say, like, he still looks like he belongs. But man, he hasn't taken any really big hits yet, and hopefully he doesn't. But there we go, 6 16 games and I got 13 correct. Boom. Which gives me a score of 81% this week. I'm bringing my total up to 150 and a half out of 240, which is a total score of 63%. So we jumped 2 percentage points up this week. And I think that's a very, very, very successful week in my book. So thank you guys so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more content just like this every single week. And until next time, guys. Bye bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another video. Now, this is probably going to be a short one today. Woke up feeling absolutely terrible this morning. Thankfully, I'm working from home over this little period around New Year's, like between Christmas and New Year's and all that, so it wasn't too detrimental, but man, as the Aussies like to say, I have been absolutely crook today. But we gotta get the weekly reviews out, so pounded the cold medicine, and I'm here, I'm ready to rock. So, without too much ado, let's get into our weekly review. Disregard the ladder sitting right there. I had to change some light bulbs today, and I haven't gone and put it back out in the shed yet. I just realized that's in frame. So here are this week's games. As always, the games that are bolded in yellow are the ones that I watched. The Eagles-Bills game, I only watched the second half of that game. But the Seahawks-Bears-Rams games, I watched all of those. I watched, obviously as a Seahawks fan, I was very focused on that NFC West title race, as it's coming down to the wire now. And if you didn't see, I put all my predictions up in a screenshot this week on my community page, just because with the holidays and all that, I didn't have the time to record my usual predictions video, so I did a little bit differently. But okay, now these are going to be a little bit out of order. Cowboys versus Commanders is the first game up. I predicted the Cowboys to win that one, and they did win with a score of 30-23. Dak Prescott, he had 19 completions on 37 attempts, 307 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, and Josh Johnson in a QB for the Commanders. So I guess Marcus Mariota was not in there. Marcus Mariota had a quad and hand injury. This 39-year-old journeyman Josh Johnson, 10th career start since 2021. He had 15 completions on 23 attempts, 198 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, and honestly, he made it a bit of a game, a 7-point game, though, for the career journeyman. I'm sure for him that was a very positive experience. The Lions because you had Max Brosmer in for the Vikings with JJ McCarthy. I don't remember what exactly was wrong with him. And this is a Lions team that, although they are eliminated from the playoffs, like, you thought that they would still have a little bit of something coming in here, coming up against, Max Brosmer. And looking at it, Minnesota only had 3 passing yards this game. So Brosmer passed for 51 total yards, but they lost so many yards through the air. That Minnesota only had 3 passing yards, but Detroit only had 68 rushing yards. Just an absolutely insane game here for the Vikings, who win it. There's no way I actually predicted the Vikings. Hold on. I think I just forgot to change that. I would not have predicted the Vikings. Let me double check that real quick. I have to go check what I posted. Yeah, I predicted the Lions. I predicted the Lions and I got it. I got it wrong, for sure. I got it wrong. 10-23 is your final score in favor of the Vikings. And because they're both 8-8, but because the Vikings win this game, that means I'm pretty sure that, well, I guess unless the Vikings have the Bears next game. Or should the Lions have the Bears, the Vikings have the Packers. Packers are locked into their spots. They're going to be resting people. Vikings might win that game. The Lions could end up 4th in their division here. 23-10 in favor of the Vikings, your final score. Jared Goff had 18 completions on 29 attempts, 197 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. Max Brosmer, 9 for 16, 51 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Broncos, Chiefs. I took the Broncos here. And the Broncos did get the win, 20-13. Bo Nix had 26 completions on 38 attempts, 182 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Chris Ladokin had 13 completions on 22 attempts, 66 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. Now Texans, Chargers, with the Chargers in the spot they were in, I really thought they were going to be fired up for this game. I guess the Texans, they also, I guess these are both teams playing for something here, but the Chargers were favored. I took them there, but ultimately the Chargers fall to the Texans, 20-16 in favor of Houston. CJ Stroud, 16 for 28, 244 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Justin Herbert, 21 for 32, 236 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Ravens, Packers. This Ravens team, like, I think the Packers are resting some guys, because I think the Packers are locked into their seeding no matter what happens. I'm pretty sure, but it's just sort of crazy that, like, this game of all games was the game that Derrick Henry finally decided to, like, be Derrick Henry. This is how people have been wanting him to play all season long. And now, like, now we're coming into the tail end of things. He gets 4 touchdowns in this game, and it's like, alright, bro, like, why weren't you doing this? Like, how this offense should have been running all year long. But it wasn't until now. The tail end and the Ravens have been eliminated, right? I'm pretty sure they have been. Okay, hold on. The Ravens now must hope the Pittsburgh Steelers lose at Cleveland on Sunday. A Steelers victory in Cleveland would end Baltimore's playoff hopes. If the Browns win, the Ravens have to beat the Steelers in Pittsburgh on January 4th to make the playoffs. Okay. So there is still a path for them. I thought they were already out, so that's my mistake. So I guess, maybe the Ravens getting hot right now is fine, but relying on the Browns to win a game is really not the situation you want to be in. It just feels like maybe too little too late, but we'll see. Tyler Huntley in a QB. 16 completions on 20 attempts, 107 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. And for Green Bay, you had Malik Willis, 18 for 21, 288 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 picks. Bucks, Dolphins. This Buccaneers team fell off so hard, man. Like, I don't even know what to say. Going from MVP Baker to whatever this is, and we'll have a discussion about other potential MVP frontrunners in a moment, but losing to this Dolphins team, like with Quinn Ewers at QB, this Dolphins team who has been so up and down, it's just that this is not a loss that sits right with me. I'm not even a Buccaneers fan, but they were 5.5 point favorite coming into this, and it really felt like they had the NFC South title in lock, and then they just slowly let it fall into their hands, and crazy what happened with them. 2017 favor the Dolphins. Baker Mayfield, 33 completions on 44 attempts, 346 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Quinn Ewers, 14 completions on 22 attempts, 172 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Patriots, Jets. So, I think that this game here, well, this is the sort of the cherry on top of an entire season's worth of work, so I don't want to say it's just this game, but I think this is the game that people could sort of point to as the defining moment. I believe that Drake May will be our MVP this year. I thought the Patriots would win it. They did. They blew out the Jets. And Drake May with a performance for the ages. 19 completions on 21 attempts, 256 passing yards, 5 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, a QB rating of 157, and then Brady Cook in a QB for the Jets. 19 completions on 33 attempts, 152 yards, no touchdowns, 1 interception. But yeah, this is me, I'm making my little prediction now. Drake May will be your MVP this season. Steelers, Browns. Wait, this isn't the... Wait, hold on, was this the Browns game? Hold on, was this the game the Browns needed to win? Hold on. Okay, so that was the game they needed. Okay. Hold on. Listen, I've told you guys I'm not good with playoff math. Like, I have said this so many times. The Ravens are presently on the outside looking at the AFC playoff picture. They've dropped 3 of their last 4 games on a 5-game winning streak. Catapulted them to a tight battle top the division against Pittsburgh Steelers, built for a recent downturn. However, a pair of good results in Week 17 will give the Ravens a chance to play a win-and-in game in Week 18 as they battle Pittsburgh for the AFC North title. The Ravens have an estimated 55% chance to make the playoffs after their Week 17 win over the Packers, and the Steelers lost to the Browns. The Ravens entered Week 17 with plus 800 odds to make the postseason. Those odds have improved to minus 160. That gives Baltimore a 61.54% chance of making the playoffs. Okay, so they have to beat the Steelers to get in. I think the Steelers have to beat them to get in. Is that how it's looking? Yeah. And then they would play. Yeah. Okay. So that was the game. I thought that the Steelers would win this one. I'm shocked that they lost it. Because Shatur's been such a turnover machine so far, and the Steelers defense I thought would really punish that and make it worse. But it's crazy how unpredictable, how many favorites, how many underdogs won. Coming down the stretch this year, all the favorites that I picked so far have lost. Lions were favorites, Buccaneers were favorites, Steelers were favorites, Chargers were favorites, and they've all lost. Pittsburgh was a 3.5 favorite. They lose this one 13-6. Aaron Rodgers had 21 completions on 39 attempts, 168 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. Shatur Sanders, 17 completions on 23 attempts, 186 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 picks. Cardinals Bengals, I took the Bengals there. They did get the win 37-14. Jacoby Brissett 21 for 37, 212 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Joe Burrow 24 for 31, 305 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Okay. Saints Titans, I took the Saints. There was a point in this game going into halftime. It was 20-10 Tennessee. And then I was sort of like, oh man, the Tennessee Titans might win a 4th game here. Because I kept predicting them for 3 wins. They might win a 4th. But Tyler Show, he continues to, pardon the pun, show out for this Tennessee Titans team, and I think you have to stick with them going forward. The defense showed up. You got a fumble, strip sack, pick 6, which in a game that you win by 8 points is massive because the Titans are actually a 1.5 point favorite in this game. But Tyler, QB rating of 142.7, 22 for 27, 333 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Cam Ward, 21 for 40, 251 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks, but he did have that strip sack against him. Colts Jags, I took the Jags here. They do get the W. They go to 12-4. I think they're locked in, so I have to imagine they're going to be resting guys next week. They're playing the Titans. Playing the Titans. I don't know if they will or not, but I feel like they'll be in a position to rest their starters. I don't know. They win it 23-17 though. Good win over the Colts. Trevor Lawrence had 23 completions on 37 attempts, 263 yards, no touchdowns. We had 2 rushing touchdowns, however, but 1 interception. Phillip Rivers 17 for 30, 147 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Now the big one, I'm not gonna lie, I was nervous going into halftime of the Seahawks-Jaguars game. because this Jaguars team has a good defense, and I know Bryce Young, even though he didn't in this game, he can get hot. And make some stuff happen, and this game was 3-3 going into halftime. And I was really sitting there because I've already been looking ahead to the Niners. I think a lot of Seahawks fans have been looking ahead to the Niners this whole year, or these last couple weeks here. And I was like, man, if we lose this game to the Panthers, like everything here is just falling apart. You know, we're fumbling the ball right before the finish line, basically, right before the end zone. But thankfully, we came out in that second half, and it was just on. Zach Charbonnet had maybe the best game of his career, 110 yards on 18 carries, 2 rushing touchdowns. He was an absolute beast in this game. Like Charbonnet, is definitely the reason we won this game. Because you take 14 points off the board, it's 13-10. But then also, the Panthers offense plays different like that or whatever. But Darnold 18 for 27, 147 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Bryce Young 14 for 24, 54 yards, no passing touchdowns, but he did have a rushing touchdown and a decently long one at that. Had an interception as well. But we're now setting up next week, Seattle versus San Francisco in San Francisco for the NFC West title. And man, I'll talk about them a little bit. I might just go to that game next and roll it all into one. But I swear that Niners team, go check underneath Levi Stadium for, I don't know, human sacrifices happening or something, because all season long, no matter what punches were thrown at them, so many injuries, Mac Jones having to be your starting QB, all these negatives happening with this 49ers team, and they are now theoretically in a position to win the division against the Seahawks and win the NFC West. It's you were looking at this team week 4 with all the injuries they had, and basically just being Christian McCaffrey and a bunch of backups and third stringers in some instances, and you're like, man, how the hell did they pull that off? I think some voodoo maybe at play, some santeria. So I think we need to have a full-fledged investigation to what's happening with the 49ers. Oh, I forgot to mark it. I predicted the Seahawks to win, and they did. Rams, Falcons. Oh boy, baby. I was hate watching this game. I'm not even gonna lie. I was hate watching this game. I predicted the Rams, but I'm happy to be wrong here. They're now locked into that third spot, the NFC West. I think they're guaranteed a playoff spot. I'm pretty sure they're guaranteed a playoff spot. The Rams all 12 of the 14 spots are clinched ahead of week 18. Okay, NFC. So wild card race: Niners, Rams, Packers, San Francisco. I think they're locked in no matter what, but at the moment it's looking like they'll play the Eagles in the first round. Okay, so Rams can either get the number 5 or the number 6 seed no matter what. Okay, and at they're either the 5 or the 6. And the 5 seed plays Carolina, the 6 seed plays Philly. And I think they have to beat who do they play next week? I know they play the Cardinals, so they'll beat the Cardinals. That's a foregone conclusion if they lose that game. But Niners beat the Seahawks, then the Rams go to 6. The Seahawks beat the Niners, the Rams are 5, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. But I was talking earlier about the MVP frontrunners after Baker Mayfield fell off. Matthew Stafford was all but being crowned as the MVP of this season, but I think this game well and truly has perhaps taken that away, where he had the 3 interception game, one of them being a pick 6. That happened early. I mean, this game was all Falcons early. It was 21-0 going into halftime. I was a bit upset to see them bring it back and score 17 in the third quarter, because like I said, I hate watching this game. It's like, man, if the Rams bring this one back and win after the Falcons come out, I was never going to forgive Kirk Cousins. But the game wins on a 51-yard field goal from Gonzalez to break the 24-24 deadlock and deliver the win to the Atlanta Falcons, 27-24 in Atlanta. And again, another big upset this week. The Rams were 7.5-point favorites, almost 8-point favorites. So many upsets this week. Stafford, 22 for 38, 269 yards, 2 touchdowns, 3 picks. Cousins, 13 for 20, 126 yards, 1 touchdown, no interceptions. Giants, Raiders, I don't know why I picked the Raiders to win this. I think it's just because the Giants have been struggling so much. Not that the Raiders haven't been, but the Raiders got blown out, which is crazy because the Giants were only a 2.5-point favorite in this game, but they win it by 24. Jackson Dart has 22 completions on 30 attempts, 207 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. And Geno Smith has 20 for 28, 176 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 picks. Now this Eagles-Bills game, this is the one that I only watched the second half of, but this is such a frustrating game, and I'm not even a Bills fan. Like, the Bills had them right where they wanted them. The offense, the Eagles' offense was not good this game. Jalen Hurts only had 110 passing yards. Now we were like, it was like basically barely above freezing and raining. In New York, the conditions were not great, but I feel like the Buffalo defense did about the best that they could have been expected to do, but the offense was just not delivering, and eventually Josh Allen had to get it done on his legs with back-to-back rushing touchdowns to end the game. But then they're in a position, so unfortunately the extra point is blocked on the first one, so they only get 6, they don't get 7. But then Josh Allen, he runs it in, and they could go, they could get the extra point and tie. They could tie, but now Badgley had missed already in that game, so I can understand from that perspective. Like, okay, you don't want to lose theirs. They go for 2, but then the 2-point conversion fails, and obviously hindsight's 20/20. But that Eagles offense had been so, the entire game, but really that second half, the Eagles offense was so bad. Not that the Bills offense was good, but I feel like if I'm the Bills, I honestly try and take my chances in OT. Maybe like pray that the Eagles win the coin toss, try and get a 3 and out, and then just kick a field goal and go home. Like, I don't know, something. But like, as soon as I saw them go for the 2-point conversion, I was like, no, because I just didn't trust the Bills offense to convert the 2-pointer. But I also didn't trust the Eagles offense to win it in OT. Like, it was just such a weird game. But anyways, the Eagles do win it by 13-12. Jalen Hurts had 13 completions on 27 attempts, under 10 yards, 1 touchdown, no picks. Josh Allen, 23 for 35, 262 yards, no touchdowns, or no passing touchdowns, 2 rushing touchdowns, no picks. And with the Bills' loss and the Patriots' victory, the New England Patriots have officially won the AFC East. I think for the first time since Tom Brady left, but don't quote me on that. Finally, Bears-Niners. This game was entertaining as hell. This game was no defense being played. Not a lick of defense. This was another, like, I was watching this one, I thought the Bears would win. Not a lick of defense being played, but Brock Purdy, him getting the pick six on his first pass of the game, I was jumping out of my seat. I was like, let's go Bears, Chicago. Holding it down, because I did not want next week to matter. I want us to be able to rest, like, Rams lose. If Niners lose and Rams lose, like, we can play the Niners, rest our starters, get blown out, it don't matter. But now we have to play our starters next week. The game's gonna be high intensity. And I think no matter what way that game goes next week, like, it's gonna be so high energy and so draining at the end of it that whatever we get into the playoffs, like, it's not gonna be there. Like, I've seen it all the time in hockey, where, like, your conference final, your division final is so high stakes and so high energy. Maybe there's, like, a lot of fights, like a bit really rough series back and forth, and then, like, it's this hard fought 6-7 game series. I know the NFL doesn't do that, but the same sort of logic is what I'm thinking of. But then when you get out of that series into the next series, like, all of your emotion and energy was so focused on that last series that you just get, like, dog walked in the next round. And I think that could happen to the Seahawks with this Niners game in Week 18 being so pivotal. It's my fear. Bears nearly win at the end with Caleb, firing into the end zone for a touchdown, but it is, incomplete. But this whole game back and forth was just so much fun. A combined total of, 80 points total in this game. Don't quote me on that, but I think that's the highest combined score for an NFL game this entire year. I'm watching it live, not truly as a neutral, because I was obviously pulling for the Bears here, but not having, like, an emotional attachment to either team. That was one of the most fun games I had, watching this season, so having it be here so close to the end, especially because I'm probably, like, next week is not going to be a fun week for me, regardless of whether the Seahawks win or lose. I'm going to be, pacing. I'm going to be an emotional wreck next week. Like, the anticipation, the nerves, like, the pacing with everything. So, this is a nice, entertaining one here. Caleb Williams, 25 for 42, 330 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 picks. Brock Purdy, 24 for 33, 303 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 1 interception. So I did not do well this week. 16 games. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 16 correct. I got a lot of them wrong. This might be my worst week, actually. I'm coming in here on a downswing, 44% correct this week. Absolutely brutal. Which means my 157.5 out of 256. So 157.5 divided by 256 is I dropped down to 62%. So now thankfully this late in the game I can't drop too far in 1 week, but still not what I want to see. But thankfully I have those extra points coming at the end of the season after next week, so hopefully they can give me a little bit of a bump. Anyway guys, thank you so very much for watching this video and all of these NFL recaps this season. We're almost done with the regular season. One more week of the regular season, then we're on to the playoffs. And that's where the real fun begins. So, if you liked the video, please leave a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more content just like this every single week. Until next time, guys. Bye bye. Hello, was actually getting ready to go to bed, I thought that the Ravens Steelers game was tomorrow. I don't know why I marked this. I did not see this game. The Ravens Steelers game, I don't know. I thought it was tomorrow. As like the Monday game. I didn't realize that it had already happened until I opened up my phone, I was laying in bed, and I was seeing highlights from the game. I was kind of sitting there, and I was like, hold on, is this like an old game? Is this from... And then I was like looking at it, and I checked my score app. And I saw the game had finished. I was like, oh, I was gonna watch that tomorrow. Like, I was not prepared to do this video at all today. So thankfully, before I fell asleep, I checked my phone and I saw those highlights. Because that was, yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate on my behalf. But anyway, the Seahawks game, man, this one was good. The Seahawks were dominant beginning to end. We felt in control. There's a little bit of a moment there in the fourth quarter where it felt like, okay, maybe something's gonna happen here to make this game a little bit interesting, but that ended up not happening. But the Seattle defense especially was dominant. The offense, I feel like maybe left a little bit to be desired, but this defense looked so good from opening snap to the end of the game. There were some big moments for the offense. That big third down conversion on 3rd and 21 or something like that it was. Sam Darnold and the offense and Zach Charbonnet especially had another big week, but they're putting us in a position to win, to get the field goals. Jason Myers with 2 field goals in this game. And it feels good winning the division. We've not done that since, I believe, the Legion of Boom years was the last time that would have happened. It's a good feeling. I'm excited having the week of rest. It can sometimes be, it can sometimes not be as much of a blessing as you think, but letting the guys get a little bit healthy. Whoever we face up against, they're gonna have another game of wear and tear coming into it. I'm feeling good. As a Seattle fan, I'm feeling good. I did predict that this was gonna be the highest scoring game of the week, which was blatantly not the case. This was the lowest scoring game of the week, only 13-3 in favor of the Seahawks. Sam Darnold had 20 completions on 26 attempts, 198 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Brock Purdy, 19 for 27, 127 yards, no touchdowns, 1 interception. I said he's good to at least 1 a game, but I don't think they're counting that McCaffrey moment as an interception, although I feel like that was somewhat Purdy's fault the way through that ball, but towards the end, it likely would have resulted in a touchdown, but the ball kind of bounces off McCaffrey's hands and Seattle recovers it. But I don't think that's counting there. Okay, Packers-Vikings. I thought that the Vikings would win this one because the Packers were resting basically everybody. And they weren't shy about that. They had Clayton Dune and a QB. I've never heard of Clayton Dune before. And the Vikings do get the win here. 16-3. Clayton Dune had 6 completions and 11 attempts, 34 yards. No touchdowns, no picks. J.J. McCarthy, 14 completions on 23 attempts, 182 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. Let's compare to the Broncos, Chargers. Chargers, another team that course, I picked the Chiefs here just because I thought, even with the backups, they'd be alright. But I didn't realize the Raiders were also throwing in the backups, and Aiden O'Connell was better than Geno Smith. So the Raiders actually, they pick up the win here, 14-12. Shane Kelly for the Chiefs, who I think is a different backup than was playing last week. 7 completions on 14 attempts, 88 yards, no touchdowns, no picks, 8 no call, 10 for 22, 102 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. Also, there's some rumors that this is Pete Carroll's last game, and he'll either be let go or sort of pressured into retirement. It's just not been a very successful season with Geno and Pete Carroll. Been an absolute disaster for the Raiders, who are looking for a culture shift. And this is sort of the limp across the finish line here for the Chiefs, who are having a really bad year after many, many good years. And this potentially being Travis Kelce's final game, and Patrick Mahomes not being able to be in their QB for him to have that moment with him. Yeah, I feel like it's sort of a bittersweet moment for Kelce, and perhaps part of a reason I think he might delay his retirement by 1 year. Titans, Jags. I picked the Jags here. What the hell is this? Hold on. Right. That's bad. So I was looking here and I saw that Cam Ward only threw the ball 3 times. And I was sort of confused. But he got a rushing touchdown to start the game. But apparently he injured his shoulder while doing that. While getting that rushing touchdown. And then he went to the bench and he had a sling, which if he has like an injury that's bothering him into next season, which I don't think he will, but on the off chance, like, bad here. But the Jags absolutely blew him out, 41-7. Cam Ward 3 completions on 3 attempts, 52 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 picks. Trevor Lawrence 22 for 30, 255 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. After that Cam Ward rushing touchdown, it was literally all Jags here. Dominant performance, lots of momentum as they go into the postseason here. And Trevor Lawrence, of course, getting the grill after the game, and not the kind you cook burgers on, the kind that goes on your teeth. Colts, Texans. I went to Texans here. They got it done, although it was a little bit back and forth there at the end. Riley Leonard made it a bit of a game, not gonna lie to you there. Leonard looked decent here, but 38-30 is the final score. Riley Leonard had 21 completions and 34 attempts, 270 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. CJ Stroud 14 for 23, 169 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. Alright. Let's go Panthers, Buccaneers. Oh wait, this is the other game I watched this week. And you guys know me. I never complain about referees if you've been watching this channel any amount of time. I never talk about referees. I never blame the refs for wins or losses. My philosophy has always been that even if there's a bad call one way or the other over the course of the season, it basically washes out, and you'll have the same number of bad calls that go your way as go against you over the course of a season. After times that I'll look and say, no, like, you lost this game, but like explicitly because of bad reffing. Ultimately, for the Panthers, it doesn't matter because they're still getting into the postseason because of the Saints-Falcons game, I believe. But if I think there was a scenario where the Panthers miss because of this game, I think instead the Buccaneers missed out. Don't quote me on that. We're gonna look at that at the very end here. But if the Panthers would have missed the playoffs after this game, the backwards pass, the ripping the helmet off, all the stuff that happened in this game that the Panthers like had to go against them because of poor refereeing, to the point where the referees like came out and sort of semi-apologized for it. I would have been fuming if I was a Panthers fan. Like I said, ultimately they made the postseason anyway, but still, like, also if you're a Buccaneers fan, like, getting wins in that manner, like, come on, bro, like, that's not the way you want to win the game, you know what I'm saying? The Buccaneers do get the win here, 16-14, Young, 24 for 35, 266 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. Baker Mayfield, 16 for 22, 203 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick, and hopefully Todd Bowles will be done in Tampa Bay, because he drove their season into the ground, and hopefully they can get some mojo back next year. Cowboys, Giants. I thought the Cowboys were gonna go all out this game to avoid the losing season. But that is not what ended up happening. Dak Prescott doesn't even finish the game. I don't know if it was an injury or what that happened to him, but the Giants get the win, 34-17 in their favor. And the Cowboys have their first losing season in, I was like a decade or something like that. I don't remember exactly what the date was. Joe Milton for the Cowboys, 7 completions on 13 attempts, 73 yards. No touchdowns, 1 pick. Jackson Dart, 22 for 32, 230 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Browns Bengals. Now I predicted that Myles Garrett would get the sack record, but that the Browns would lose, and he did get the sack record. But the Browns won, and Shadur Sanders did not throw an interception. It was 2 defensive touchdowns, a Joe Burrow interception, and a Joe Burrow fumble strip sack. That resulted in 14 points going the other way for the Bengals in a game they won by 2. Absolutely disastrous way to end the season for Joe Burrow and the Bengals. They're already eliminated, but not the way you want to go out there. 20-18 in favor of the Browns. Shadur, 11 for 22, 111 yards. No touchdowns, no picks. Joe Burrow, 29 for 39, 236 yards. 3 touchdowns, 1 interceptions. Saints Falcons, this is the game that I think is the reason that the Panthers have gotten through. I thought the Falcons would win it. They did end up winning it. They were a 5.5 point favorite. 19-17 in their favor. Tyler Shaw had 23 completions on 35 attempts, 259 yards. 1 passing, 1 rushing touchdown, and 1 interception. Kirk Cousins for the Falcons, 18 for 32, 180 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Dolphins, Pats, I took the Patriots here. They do get the win, 38-10. Quinn Ewers, 16 for 23, 137 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Drake May, 14 for 18, 191 yards, 1 touchdown, no picks. Cardinals, Rams, I thought the Stafford 25 for 40, 259 yards, 4 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Lions, Bears, I thought it would beat the Bears here. But no, it was not. I saw a little bit of this game, but not enough to really mark it. But what I did see, like, the Chicago offense could not get anything going. Just a little, maybe like quarter overall that I saw in this game. They were just being absolutely swarmed by the Detroit defense. Goff had 27 for 42, 31 yards, a touchdown, a pick. Caleb Williams, 20 for 33, turned 12 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Commanders, Eagles, I thought the Commanders would win. They did. That was sort of my upset pick. Although, with the Eagles were still the favorite, even though they were resting everybody. The minute I saw that they were resting everybody, I was like, no, there's gonna be some guys on the Commanders, like, playing for contracts and things of that nature. Like, they're gonna be going all out in this game. And they win it 24-17. Josh Johnson in at QB for the Commanders. 14 completions on 22 attempts, 131 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Tanner McKee for the Eagles, 2 completions on 40 attempts, turned 41 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Jets, Bills. Bills win this game. And the Jets now are the holders of an incredible record, which I didn't even realize. They went the entire season without intercepting a single ball, which feels statistically improbable, but there it is. 35-8 in favor of the Bills. Brady Cook in for the Jets, 11 completions on 22 attempts, 60 yards, a touchdown, no picks. Mitch Trubisky in for the Buffalo Bills. That's a name I've not heard in a long time. Mitchell Trubisky. 22 completions on 29 attempts, 259 yards, 4 touchdowns, 0 picks. Now this game, like I said, I thought this game was tomorrow. So I definitely did not see this game. I thought this game was happening tomorrow. Ravens Steelers, I thought it was going to be the Ravens, but no, the Steelers come out, they get the win. From what I understand, there was a missed field goal for the Ravens, which would have won them the game by 1, but the field goal went wide right. That was the highlight I saw that made me, like, realize the game had happened. But 26-24 in favor of the Steelers. Lamar Jackson, 11 completions on 18 attempts, 238 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. Aaron Rodgers, 31 for 47, 294 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. From what I was, like, sort of reading about the game, because I intended to watch it, but I was reading about it, people were saying, like, Aaron Rodgers was really not pressured at all the whole game. Now our extra points, I thought the highest score would be Seahawks. Niners, that was not true. I thought the lowest score would be Chiefs Raiders, that was not true. Highest rushing I thought would be the Baltimore Ravens, they had 137. They tied Minnesota. No, they didn't, and I thought the most passing yards would be the Rams. 259 for Stafford is pretty good. But no, he did not, so I got none of my extra points correct. So my final tally is 2.5 out of 22 extra points correct for the season. So let's do the final math here for this season. So this week we had 16 games. I got 10 of them 62.5%. We round up around here, so 63%. So my total tally for the entire regular season is 167.5 games correct out of 272 total games. But so let me do this 2 steps here. So 167.5 divided by 272 is 62%, so that stays the same. But we're gonna add in our extra credit points, our 2.5 extra credit points that we have earned, which brings me to 170 out of 272. So if I go 170 divided by 272, I get up to 63% for the regular season. So that is my final score, 63% over the course of this regular season. But now let's pull up and look at the final seeding, because I'm actually not sure. Okay, so here's our wild card matchups. In the AFC, we have the Texans and the Steelers, the 5-4 matchup. That'll be a good game, I think. Bills, Jags, 6-3. And Chargers, Patriots, 7-2. In the NFC, we have Rams, Panthers, the 5-4. Niners, Eagles, the 6-3. And Packers, Bears, the 7-2. So really, really good games across the board, I feel like. Of course, my Seahawks got the bye, so we only have to worry about this. We don't got to worry about this until later. We're chilling for a little bit. And I'm not going to do my predictions now, obviously. I'll be doing a playoff wildcard round prediction video later this week before all the fun starts. But thank you guys so much for another successful regular season of predictions and reviews. Obviously, I'm going to carry this through the playoffs, but then we go back into my off-season sort of videos and programming after that, where it's like more traditional type ASMR, talking about different stuff. No more weekly NFL videos for those of you who are not interested in it, but for those of you that are, these videos are really what sort of kick-started my YouTube channel way back in the day. My format starting out was rough. It was not as polished and streamlined as it is now. I predicted all the games at the very beginning of the season, before a single game had been played, and then I went through doing the weekly reviews, and it was just bad. But season 2, the introduction of the spreadsheet, all this stuff, I've sort of found my formula, and those videos, even though they were rough, that's what got me out of the videos getting less than 100 views. Okay, got a couple hundred views on these NFL review videos, and I got up to 1,000 subscribers because of my NFL videos, and this is always the time of year that I'm getting the most subscribers, the most views, the most everything is during the NFL season. So thank you guys so much for continuing to come back at this time of year for these videos. It means the world to me, and I'm so glad that I was able to build this community here that I have on this YouTube channel. If your team is in the playoffs, congratulations. If not, I hope you guys have a good draft, good off season. Of course, keep going back here every single week for more, the playoff reviews, playoff predictions, all down to the playoffs, and of course beyond that, everything else. But if you like this video, please do a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more content just like this every single week. Until next time, guys. Bye. What up, blood? Welcome back to another video. And today we're going to be talking a little bit about the NFL wildcard round, which just came and went this past week. watch all the games. I watched LA, Carolina. I watched Green Bay, Chicago. I watched a little bit of Niners, Eagles, and a little bit of Texans, Panthers. I didn't watch any of the Bills game. Or the Chargers game. So my predictions, I went Texans. Actually, hold on, I can't remember if I went Bills or Jags on that game, because I was kind of feeling it a little bit of both ways. Let's see. So my final predictions was Texans, Jags, Patriots, Rams, Eagles, Bears. So I got the Texans game right. I got the Bills game wrong. I got the Patriots game right. I got the Rams right. And I got the Bears right, so I got 4 out of 6 right. I'm not gonna do the usual sort of spreadsheet breakdown thing because we only had the 6 games, and I figured it's probably a little bit better just for me to talk to the camera like this in that sort of setting. But Rams, Panthers, let's start there. I thought that the Panthers, they really impressed me here, and they looked like they belonged. They were right there with the Rams basically the entire way, and for sort of the disparity between these two teams, like the Panthers, nobody really gave them a shot, and they do end up losing here, but they only lose by 3 points. Now for this young Carolina team, I think that this is a result that hopefully they can build off of. Now nothing is guaranteed, of course, in the NFL, we know that, but it feels like they can take this and hopefully carry it into a better direction and build upon this result and go even further next season. But the Rams do win this one. The Niners win theirs as well, the NFC West. I was really hoping both NFC West teams would lose, as unlikely as that was. Because as a Seahawks fan, I'm just like, can we just be done with this division? I don't want to play these teams anymore. Like, either the Packers or the Panthers next week instead of the Niners would have been fantastic. But no, now we get the Niners. And it's like the Niners and the Rams are the two teams I did not want to see. Could have given me the Eagles, could have given anybody else, and I'd be like, yeah, let's get it. But I feel like the NFC West is like so evenly matched. Now, George Kittle does get an Achilles injury in the Niners game, so that, I don't know, but the injuries clearly don't affect that team at all. Anyways, back to the Rams. 34-31 is your final score. Matthew Stafford had 24 completions on 42 attempts, 304 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. Bryce Young, 21 for 40, 264 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Now let's get to Packers Bears. This game looked like it was gonna be, well, this game was all Packers. Early going into the third, at the end of the third quarter, going into the fourth, it was 21-6 in favor of the Packers. And to be honest, the Bears looked extremely discombobulated. Caleb had thrown 2 interceptions. The offense couldn't really get anything going, and to be honest, the play calling on offense especially was not good. Those first 3 quarters, particularly that first half. But the one big change I noticed in that fourth quarter, where they mounted 25-6 comeback to get the win, 31-27. One thing I really noticed, and I'm sure I'm not going to be the only person to point this out, like I'm not some genius when it comes to football. In the first 3 quarters, particularly the first half, it really seemed like Jordan Love was very calm and situated. And that was a combination of not really getting pressured, but also it seemed like for the most part the Bears' defense was not disrupting enough to break up the designed plays that they were running. But one thing I noticed in the fourth quarter, particularly an adjustment that the Bears' defense made, is that they were taking away Jordan Love's first read. So his option he was looking to first, they would take that away. And I'd have to look at some stats on this. This is just purely an eye test. But it really seemed like once his first read went away, and he had to maybe move away from what the designed play was a little bit, I felt like his accuracy went down. It felt like he was less confident. It felt like clearly they weren't as successful in that fourth quarter. To my eye, and maybe I'm wrong about this, that just seemed like the big adjustment the Bears made was like, alright, we're going to take away his first read and force him to get creative to beat us. And as soon as they were forcing Jordan Love to make a tougher choice or get creative, he just wasn't able to do it. And that opened up the window to allow the Bears to come back, like I said, 25-6 in that fourth quarter there. And that includes 1 2-point conversion as well. And I have to give it to Caleb for as bad as Caleb looked in the first half of this game, especially that first quarter. I think he threw his first interception in that first quarter. It really looked like, okay, yeah, this is still a young QB, this is still the playoffs, this is a big moment. And you're kind of thinking okay, they're gonna lose here, but this will be a good experience, and then next year they'll be back, and hopefully this won't happen next year. And then that fourth quarter happened, and the Bears just come marching in there you can tell they have all this momentum, and they're just going, and like I said, they were forcing Jordan Love to get creative to beat them, and he got them the one time when that touchdown golden was massive in this game for the Packers. I felt like anytime something good was happening for the Packers, I was hearing Golden's name being said by the commentary team. I'm not that familiar with their roster, so I didn't really know much about them before this game. I'm also not, I haven't watched a ton of Packers games this year, so I don't know if that taking away the first read thing is an issue that Jordan Love has had in the past. I don't know what that's all about, but it was very effective for the Bears and helped them completely turn this game around in the fourth quarter to win it 31-27. And this game is in Chicago, and you could feel as that fourth quarter was happening, you could feel the energy of the crowd building and building and building. And when they took the lead there at the end, it was just like a rubber band just snapped. these playoffs. But if the Seahawks get out at, any junction, God forbid they lose, and the Bears are still in it, the Bears are the team that I would like to see win it if it can't be the Seahawks. So, really, really fun game to watch. Jordan Love had 24 completions on 46 attempts, 323 yards, 4 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Caleb Williams, 24 for 48, 361 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Bills, Jags, this is the one I didn't really see, but this is another one. The Jags looked like they were in this game up until the Josh Allen heroics at the end. I saw a few clips from this thing. I was kind of following the box score a little bit on my phone. I was like in very, very busy week of work, so I was able to watch a couple of these, but there was a moment where it was looking like the Jags were gonna win it, but then that last drive there, the Bills go down and Josh Allen gets the rushing touchdown to win this 27-24 in Florida in a game the Jaguars were actually a 1.5 point favorite in. Josh Allen had 28 completions on 35 attempts, 273 yards, 1 touchdown, no picks. Trevor Lawrence, 18 for 30, 207 yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 picks. I should also mention Josh Allen had 2 rushing touchdowns, with those 2 interceptions from Lawrence in a game you only lose by 3 points are brutal. Unfortunately, that's continued to be an issue for Lawrence, as much as I like Lawrence. His turnovers, like he had that one game where he had like 4 turnovers or something not that long ago. I can't remember, I think that was actually last season, but, and it came in, and that turnover bug, the interception bug that he has, bit him at the worst possible time here. And I do think he has a lot. I think he's very talented. I think he has the potential to be a very good quarterback, but it's all, it's between the ears, and he needs to get the turnover issues sorted for him to really, I think, fully achieve what he's capable of and take this Jaguars team truly into contender status, because they nearly, this team was very good, and unfortunately I think he was one of the weak links on this team overall. Niners, Eagles, so to be honest, I really only went for the Eagles here, because I was sort of giving them the rub of, they underperformed in the regular season, and I've been very critical of this Eagles team all year long, particularly the offense, but I've thought at times the defense has played incredibly lazy as well, this Eagles defense. But part of me was like, well, they just won the Super Bowl, so you're gonna have a little bit of a championship hangover. And in their mind, they're just thinking, as long as we can get in, then we can, turn on the jets and, pump this thing out and get to the Super Bowl. So that's sort of giving them the benefit of the doubt there. And the Niners did get some guys back. I think they got Trent Williams back. They got some of their injured players back for this game. But this game, in my mind, it really came down to the coaching. I do not like the Eagles coaching staff. I feel like, especially the way they run their offense, has led to too many issues. It's a stagnant offense, and it's led to players like A.J. Brown becoming discontent with the team and the coaching staff and all that, and it just feels like sort of negligence on the coaching staff's behalf to not fix those issues, which have sort of become malignant and led to bigger things. And that was on full display here. But yeah, all credit to the 49ers, with everything they've done this season, as much as it pains me to say it. everything they've done this season, weathering the storm of injuries, backup QB, boom, 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 and now, they did have the easiest strength schedule in the entire league, so that certainly wasn't hurting. But all the other stuff they were dealing with, like, their coaching staff is second to none at the moment, and they just find ways to win no matter what the circumstances are. This is exactly why I did not want to see either the Rams or the 49ers in the next round. I was really hoping both of them would have gone out the wild card round, but now we had to face this Niners team either Saturday or Sunday. So my Sunday or Monday, but it is what it is. We'd have to beat everybody anyway if we think we're good enough to go all the way, but this team does scare me even though we did just beat them. Niners win this one 23-19. Purdy, 18 completions on 31 attempts, 262 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. Jalen Hurts, 20 completions on 35 attempts, 168 yards, 1 touchdown, no picks. Chargers, Patriots. I was actually shocked this game was as low scoring as it was. I saw a couple clips from it. I didn't watch this game, but this Patriots offense really seemed to not, the usual suspects weren't making this sort of impact. And a 16-3 score. The over/under on this game was 45.5 points. And this Chargers defense to only hold the Patriots to 16 is a credit to them. Again, I didn't watch it, so I don't know. But like I said in my preview or my prediction, the Chargers, for what I remember, have the most dropped balls in the entire league, and I thought that the receiving core for the Chargers were going to be the reason they couldn't win this game. And they don't have drop passes as a stat here. But I can see the Chargers, they were only 1 for 10 on third downs. They only had 120 passing yards, only 87 rushing yards. Justin Herbert had 159 yards, 19 completions on 31 attempts, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Drake May, 17 for 29, 260 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. So, just the Patriots defense did a really good job. 1 for 10 on third downs is crazy. That's not a stat you want to see there if you're a Chargers fan, but Patriots win that one. They're a 3.5 point favorite. They end up winning it by 13. Now, I only watched half of this Texans-Steelers game. I was watching the first half of this game, and it was so boring. Like, nothing was happening, that I stopped watching at halftime. It goes into halftime 7-6 in favor of the Texans. But, like, admittedly, that first half, I thought both teams looked really bad. Rodgers looked shaky. He had a couple, really bad overthrows. But then Stroud also didn't really look settled. It was kind of looked like, both teams were kind of playing not to lose instead of playing to win. It was just really weird that first half. So I didn't watch the second half, but I can see that that's where everything goes down. You have Aaron Rodgers who gets a strip sack for a defensive touchdown, and then later throws a pick 6 for a defensive touchdown. So, even following this channel, I'm a certified Rodgers hater. I've softened on him a little bit recently, but I used to really dislike him. So if I was still watching this live, I would have been pretty excited by all that. The Texans win this 30-6 in a game that they were favored by only 3 points, and the over was 38.5 points. CJ Stroud had 21 completions and 32 attempts, 250 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Aaron Rodgers, 17 for 33, 146 yards, no touchdowns, 1 pick. With the season ending this way, I don't know what his contract situation is like, but if I was running the Steelers, I don't think I'd be bringing back Aaron Rodgers next season. I think that I'd be exploring some other options, seeing what's out there. Maybe, well, you're not gonna have a good draft pick, but there's gonna be some QBs hitting the market for sure. I don't know who off the top of my head, but just with Aaron Rodgers giving 14 points to the defense just off of his turnovers in a game that they lose by 24. So they would have lost by 10. Instead it would have been 16-6. 16-6 is more palatable than 36, but yeah, brutal game for them, and the Steelers are not the kind of way you want their season to end, but unfortunately this has kind of been the song and dance with the Steelers for so long. They go into they finish the season just barely over 500. They're not bad enough to fire Tomlin or get a good draft pick. They're not good enough to make a Super Bowl. They always lose in the first round. Like, how long are the Steelers gonna be okay with this? I call it the treadmill of mediocrity, where like you're never gonna win a Super Bowl with Tomlin and like this setup that they have going right now. But you're never gonna be so bad that you can draft the next Mahomes or whoever. I mean, the draft can be such a crapshoot, but you know what I mean. Like, you're never gonna get the QB1 on the draft board or that game-breaking guy. You're gonna get a guy who's probably pretty good, or he can be an impact guy, but he's never gonna be the game-changer guy. And it just feels like, how long can you do this? If you're a Steelers fan, at some point you just have to blow it up and try something new, I think. I don't know. Anyways, that's the recap of the wild card round. Let me know what you thought in the comments down below about the wild card round. If any of these outcomes surprised you or shocked you, or any other S verbs. If you liked the video, please hit a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more content just like this every single week. Till next time, guys. Bye bye. Hello, everybody. I'm in a very good mood for two reasons. First of all, I got every single prediction right. Now, only 4 games, so maybe not as impressive. But second of all, that Seahawks performance, 41-6. 41-6. Sam Darnold is the GOAT. If the New England Patriots had drafted Sam Darnold back in 2002, whenever that was, instead of Tom Brady, 12 rings. On a serious note, I was able to watch all of these games, but one, I was not able to watch the Bills game, unfortunately. But every other game I watched. So let's get started with the Bills game, since that's the one that I don't have as much to say about. So this game goes to overtime, and the Broncos win it in overtime, 33-30. And this was a bad Josh Allen game, and the Buffalo offense in general. 5 fumbles for Buffalo, 2 interceptions from Josh Allen, and a game that you lose by 3 points, having that many turnovers, man, like, But the other issue is that, like, everything comes down to Josh Allen. The team around him is not. He elevates an average team to a playoff team. And this isn't like, I've been very open. Josh Allen's one of my favorite quarterbacks in the league. But I truly feel like the window, the Super Bowl window for Josh Allen in Buffalo is pretty well shut, and I'll say that the same for this current version of the Niners as well. We're done with the Bills, but Josh Allen, the playoffs have consistently not been kind to him, and I think at this point it's pretty much undeniable that as Josh Allen gets into these later rounds of the playoffs, I don't know if he's getting in his own head, I don't know what it is, but there's a noticeable change in his performance and confidence compared to the regular season. And that the clip I saw, that turnover before the half, I think was endemic of that. Instead of just kneeling the ball or doing anything but what they did, just that terrible opponent to turnover. And there's two stats here. This tweet here that says the Bills are the first ever team to win a playoff game for 6 straight seasons without winning a Super Bowl in any of those seasons. It's just in between that and the 4 Super Bowls in a row with no wins. It's like the Bills do feel truly cursed. But then you get to the Josh Allen level. Josh Allen is 0 for 7 in overtime. He has never won an overtime game in his career. For as good of a quarterback he is, overtime is honestly, I'm not basing this on any statistics, this is just my opinion. In my opinion, overtime is really where a QB can shine, because you just need one score. It's not like you have to manage an entire length of a game. You don't need to scheme out, like, okay, where do they get the ball back with this many minutes? Like, do I need to go short here, go out of bounds, stop the clock here, all that. Literally, it's just go down and score, whether it's a field goal or a touchdown. So in my opinion, overtime is all about the quarterback. And him being 0-7 in OT, but he's also, the worst part, 0-3 in overtime playoff games. So I think that that's really just, that's not a good stat. And another quarterback I like a lot that gets criticized, Lamar Jackson. If that was Lamar Jackson's stat, people would be posting that everywhere, poopy clown that everywhere. But Josh Allen doesn't get that single scrutiny. But unfortunately for the Broncos, Bo Nix has shattered his ankle on the second to last play of the game in overtime. And it's going to be Jarrett Stidham in at quarterback in the championship game. So you have this moment of elation and like, oh my gosh, joy, we're going to the conference championship. Your starting quarterback doesn't have an ankle anymore. And I don't know what the recovery timeline is on that. Like, he'll play next season, but just brutal. Like, talk about just getting the air and the wind sucked out of your sails. Like, brutal turn of luck. And I'm sorry, but at this point, it really seems like the NFC Conference Championship is the real Super Bowl. I feel like whichever team comes out of the NFC is going to be a clear and obvious favorite in the Super Bowl. Between the Broncos being, down their starting quarterback, unless we have a Nick Foles situation, but that was a once-in-a-lifetime situation, and I was alive to see that happen, so you guys gotta wait until I bite it. If you're a Broncos fan, don't get any hints. And honestly, I'll talk about it in a minute, but that Patriots team didn't really impress me much in their game either. But your final score, the Buffalo Bills versus Denver Broncos, is 33-30 in favor of the Broncos. Josh Allen, 25 for 39, 283 yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Bo Nix, 26 completions on 46 attempts, 279 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. Niners Seahawks. Man, that Shaheed kickoff return touchdown to start the game immediately sets the tone. And I don't know if you noticed, but the 49ers kicker tried to do a full-on slide tackle on Shaheed, like a Brexit slide tackle on him. But just amazing start to the game. And what's funny is, if the Seahawks did not score a single point the rest of the game after that, we still would have won the game. There's this tweet with the Niners only posting 9 points on Saturday. The 7 points the Seahawks scored in the first 13 seconds of the opening kickoff would have still been enough to win the divisional round matchup. And I fully admit I was not looking forward to this, because even though we beat the 49ers not that long ago, there's still just always a team that has our number, and they have good coaching, and it's any given Sunday, right? That's how this whole sport works. It's part of the appeal. But man, the Seahawks were locked in from minute 0 to minute or minute 12 to minute 0, whatever. You know what I mean? They were locked in. I never felt like we were taking a drive off, taking a snap off. It felt like we were always getting pressure on Brock. We were always getting down. And I said in my preview, I'm like, Brock Purdy's always good for one untimely interception a game. And there was this moment, I can't remember if it was the third quarter or the fourth quarter, the Niners were kind of sort of finally putting a decent drive together. I was like, oh, they might get a touchdown here. And then boom, Purdy interception right there. I was like, oh, there it is. And shout out Kenneth Walker. Kenneth Walker had a monster game, 116 yards on 19 carries and 3 touchdowns. We do not win. Well, we do win this game without him, but his energy and his tenacity, and even though the game, it would have been so easy to take the foot off the gas, and eventually the bench does come in at the end of the game, but it would have been so easy to take the foot off the gas and not. But he goes there, he gets a hat trick. 116 yards, just tears up the 49ers defense. And this was a great, very cathartic game. And Darnold didn't really have to do that much. He was nursing a little bit of an oblique injury, and he hadn't thrown leading up to this game. But opening the game the way we did, we didn't really need him to do that much, and Jigba got a first quarter touchdown as well. But just such a exciting game to watch. If you were neutral, I can imagine you didn't particularly find this game entertaining, but I of course did. 41-6 is your final score in favor of the Seahawks, who were a 6.5 point favorite. Brock Purdy had 15 completions on 27 attempts, 140 yards, no touchdowns, one pick. Darnold 12 for 17, 124 yards, one touchdown, no picks. It's going to be interesting to see what the Niners do this offseason. Do they think that they try and run it back again because they got this far while injured, but then there's always a risk in that, so I guess we'll see. I know a lot of Niners fans, immediately in the post-mortem, I saw a lot of them saying, like, get rid of Purdy. I've always been a Purdy hater for a long time, but I don't think you'll bring in anybody. Oh, maybe Stroud. But Stroud's not better than Purdy at this point, but I don't think there's anybody you can bring in that's available that's necessarily better on the top of my head. And honestly, like, he runs the defense well, and he has the chemistry with those players, so I don't know, maybe you run it back, but I don't know. I think that my personal take is the Niners will struggle to get back to this position next year. But again, this is I'm very much still in the afterglow of this game, so my opinion may change as we get some distance from it. Texans, New England, this genuinely, I need someone to explain to me what happened to C.J. Stroud. This man, his rookie season, was coming out here making me think that he was going to be a top 5 QB in this league for like the next 7-8 years. I was like, this guy is great. His rookie season, he was lighting the world on fire, and it's just been downhill from there. And last year, I was like, okay, it's like a little bit of sophomore slump maybe, but this year, to be fair, like, I was, I didn't watch many Texans games, and he was injured part of the year as well. And, with how good Davis Mills was looking on him, I guess I just wasn't noticing how bad C.J. Stroud had been, but fans were genuinely wanting Davis Mills to go into this game at halftime. That's how bad C.J. Stroud played in this game. C.J. Stroud had a passer rating of 28 in this game. That is the worst by a starting quarterback in the last decade by over 10 points. And somebody responded to that saying if he threw the ball out of bounds on every single play, his passer rating would be 11 points higher. And he threw 4 interceptions this game. All of them in the first half and 3 in the second half. But when you were watching that second half, I swear on everything, I'm not making this up, I feel like he could have had 4 more. There were genuinely 4 balls that looked like it hit the defender right in the hands and they just dropped it or whatever. Like, he legitimately could have had 8 interceptions in this game. And then if you look this game and the last game, he's thrown 5 interceptions in these playoffs and had 5 fumbles. He is the first player in NFL history to have more than 5 interceptions and more than 5 fumbles in a single postseason, and he only played 2 games. A generationally bad performance from a guy that I was convinced was going to be one of the faces of the league, like, not that long ago. I need somebody to explain to me what happened to this guy, because I don't watch enough Texans to know. And I feel terrible for that defense, because that Texans defense was so good, and they were, even with as bad as Stroud was playing, they were still in this game, like, for a while. It was 21-10 at half, and they come back, and it's 21-16. was just on the back of their defense. And admittedly, I didn't think the Patriots offense looked that good in this game either. Drake May had some weird throws, some bad incompletions, an interception as well. The conditions were great, to be honest. And I think it was Stroud, he's used to playing in a dome, but it was... I genuinely think that the Texans are going to get rid of him this offseason. I don't know where he goes. Somebody will take a chance on him, like Justin Fields got a second contract, so because that potential is obviously there. It has to be a mental thing. But also with Stroud, like there were so many times he was throwing the ball and it just looked lazy. Like the onus was on the receiver to get to the ball instead of the ball getting to the receiver, if that makes sense. There's points where I was like, man, it just looked lazy. Like you didn't actually care. Like you gotta rifle it, you gotta deliver it from point A to point B in as little time as possible, and then he wasn't doing that. And I know I've seen a little bit of hullabaloo about maybe being a little bit out of shape, being a little bit, I'm not one to talk, I'm obviously not a professional athlete, but by NFL quarterback standards, being a little bit soft in the midsection. And I saw that a little bit, so I don't know. Sometimes you get that back, and I don't know what it is, but this was a bad game for Stroud, and this Texans defense deserved better. And I hope, I like this Texans team. I like that defense being so good. I hope they can keep that together. Maybe run next season with Mills, maybe draft or trade or bring in a QB. I don't know what that market looks like, but I think even with I feel like a bang-on average QB, like, I'm trying to think of like who the most average QB in the league is at the moment, but the name's not coming to mind. I want to say Bryce Young, but I think he's a little bit above. Okay, but Bryce Young, because he was in the same rookie class. But Bryce Young on this Texans team, I think they win this game because of that defense. As much as I've criticized Bryce Young, I don't think he would have thrown 4 picks. He might have thrown 1 or 2, but I don't think he would have thrown 4, and I don't think he would have fumbled the ball as much, and just a brutal game. To the point where, like I was saying, I was focusing so much on how bad that Texans offense was. It was hard for me to really be paying too much attention to what the Patriots were doing. Like, it was so all-encompassing watching that. Honestly, I'm a little bit shocked. Patriots went at 28-16. They were a 3.5 point favorite. They won by 12. CJ Stroud, 20 completions on 47 attempts, 212 yards, 1 touchdown, 4 picks. Drake May, 16 for 27, 179 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 pick. Finally, the last game, man, I did not want... We're running the gambit of the NFC West here. I didn't want the Niners, we got the Niners. I didn't want the Rams, we got the Rams. I predicted the Rams here, but I was hoping that the Bears would win this because I like the Bears, so even if we lost to the Bears, I could be like, I mean, that sucks, but, go win it type thing. But, like, if the Rams lose, or if the Rams win, then, like, I hope you get blown out by 80. And I hate that we had to do this NFC West gauntlet again when we just did it to end the season. Like, we just did Niners-Rams, now we're doing Niners-Rams again. Like, bro, leave us alone. Go back to California. This game goes to overtime, and interception. I'm trying to remember the exact sequence of play, but I'm pretty sure he threw that interception in overtime, which then gives the Rams the ball. But yes, the Rams started with the ball. The Bears' defense was very stout, and I'm pretty sure it was a 3-and-out, but it might have been like they converted one first down, then it was a 3-and-out, but Rams are forced to punt. Bears put together a very good drive, from what I remember, and then Caleb throws the pick, and then the Rams kick the field goal to win the game. I think it was like 50 plus, or 42, okay, so it was actually pretty close. Caleb Williams had his moment to send this game to overtime with that amazing, like, running backwards pass to the corner end zone. I think will maybe erase for some people how bad of a game he had. He threw 3 picks in this game. Obviously the game-losing interception, which set up Puka for a pretty good reception, who then put them in field goal range. So it was Puka there at the end. But it's just, I think that maybe Stroud having as bad of a game as he did, and then Caleb Williams having that one big highlight reel moment to send the game to OT, will make people sort of forget how poor he was the rest of this game. But again, you just get one of those turnovers back. Even if he only has 2 interceptions, which is still bad, the Bears probably still win this game. Because I feel like in this game, Swift never really got going, and neither did Kyron Williams. But Smith only had 76 yards on 19 carries. DJ Moore, like, the thing is, both teams' offenses were kind of a little pedestrian. So I was watching this game, and I'm gonna, knock on wood here. And this comment might come back to bite me. But I was watching this game, and I was like, I'm not really scared of either of these teams. Because it was basically, they both were wanting the other team to win. And obviously Sean McVay is a coach that has given Seattle nightmares over the years. I'm not discounting that. And Puka's amazing, Stafford's amazing. He was an MVP candidate up until the final 2 weeks of the season. But I didn't see anything by the Rams that impressed me too much. They barely beat a team that gave them the ball for 3 extra drives. And the Bears, they also looked bad. Up in, again, the final heroics moment. It was weird because these were 2 juggernaut powerhouse teams in the season, and it's just like that kind of went away. The over-under on this game was 49.5, and they combined for 37. But what's crazy is this Rams team, they were given 3 extra drives through interceptions, as well as a fumble recovery, so 4 extra drives. But they actually had fewer or less time of possession than the Bears. They had the ball for 7 fewer minutes. So you're getting a lot of 3-and-outs, a lot of, I think they also fumbled 2 or 3 times if I'm remembering correctly. And it was just like they weren't, it was a weird game, to be honest. This game, I sort of had this one circled as like, this game's gonna have some fireworks. And outside that little moment at the end, it really didn't have fireworks. Same with that Bills game. I thought the Bills game might be a big, like, shootout. But this was a weird week. So many interceptions and bad quarterback play in basically every game except for the Seattle Niners game. Because, I mean, for what that scoreline was, I honestly don't think Purdy was that bad. I talk trash, whatever, but Purdy's not the reason they lost that game. He's part of the reason, but CJ Stroud is the reason the Texans lost. Caleb Williams is the reason the Bears lost. He doesn't throw the interception OT. You know, it's like there's a lot of, maybe not bad, well, yes, some bad, but some just mediocre QB play this week. But Rams win in 2017. Stafford 20 completions and 42 attempts. 258 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 picks. Caleb Williams 23 for 42. 257 yards, 2 touchdowns, 3 picks. And that is the divisional round done. So we have the Seahawks. We have the Rams going up to Seattle to take on the Seahawks. And then the Patriots going to Mile High to take on the Denver Broncos, who will likely have Jared Stidham at QB. And if I had to, I'm not going to do a prediction video because it'll be 2.5 minutes long. It's going to be Seattle versus New England. Denver is a guaranteed loss. I am 100% certain